This young man is ecstatic to become the first to conquer the 600th floor of the tower. In front of him is a group of monsters, but they are suddenly wiped out. The ones responsible are the 9 stars, the 9 most outstanding individuals among millions who entered the tower. They wield magic and divine power obtained from the tower to achieve unrivaled might. These people stopped Cha-Jin Hyuk from reaching the 600th floor, known as the Black Star or Death Star, and he was neither a weapons master nor divine. He is considered the strongest. Cha-Jin Hyuk carries a deadly army, the embodiment of death. A great soul master only needs power, caring nothing for peace or humanity. The 9 stars decide to execute Cha-Jin Hyuk for betraying humanity. Even considered the strongest, Cha-Jin Hyuk cannot face all 9 stars alone and must bear the punishment for a traitor. But that was just the bedtime story his mother told. Cha-Jin Hyuk never betrayed anyone. In reality, he was betrayed by 8 of the 9 stars, and the truth was hidden. 10 years pass, and this young man wakes at noon, exclaiming, "Grow up, you damn 9 stars, I will return." He suddenly realizes his secret skill actually succeeded: soul transference. In the moment facing death, his soul is transferred to a more suitable body. Cha-Jin Hyuk returns with a new appearance, memories of the 9 stars still haunting him. That day when Hyuk was ambushed, the holy knight Ken Perlin and goddess Carmen Perlin summoned a sacred circle, nullifying his dark powers. Hyuk asks, "Why did you betray me?" He responds with a disdainful smile, "I'm just weeding out the weeds." Choi Jeong-hun, Hyuk's friend and the 9 stars battle star, didn't know they entered the 600th floor. Perhaps they feared he would help Hyuk. Exhausted, Hyuk's eyes blur. This time he's beaten by the group, but it's not the end. He will return stronger. Now Hyuk sits with the goal of revenge, crushing their soul. At that moment his phone rings. Hyuk hasn't used his phone in a long time, but it looks pretty sleek. He opens it and realizes it's 2023. 10 years have passed, but it feels like a short nap, thanks to his demon corn skill. Speaking of skills, Hyuk tests his new body. He kills a flying bug, places it on his hand, and focuses, saying, "Awaken." In response, only Siri's voice from the phone. Hyuk tries again, "Awaken, awaken." Finally, he accepts the truth. This body is only physically strong, no mana. He must climb from floor 1 without skill. Hyuk realizes the 9 stars are still alive. 10 years have passed. Choi Jeong-hun has just reached floor 800, but this is his chance. While they enjoy themselves, he will catch up and take revenge. To level up fast, you must go to the tower, not the gym. Though his new body is like a beginner, past life experience helps him quickly regain his rank. At the tower entrance in Seoul, thousands register to climb, dreaming of reaching the top and living in wealth. The tower is where hope begins and stories unfold, including Hyuk's. He will return as the Black Star to rebuild his reputation and take revenge. At 1 p.m., the tower entrance opens. The first challenge of Hyuk's second life begins. The first point he reaches is a practice tower. Counting the previous 5 years, it's been 15 years since Hyuk returned to the tutorial stage. This tower is cruel from the start, a simple path filled with traps. It takes at least a few days to complete. Beyond the 10 tower floors, this is the most dangerous area. He needs to check his new body stats. Everything is so bad he's embarrassed to read them. But there are 2 differences: appetite and mana capacity compared to his previous life. Could it be that innate traits and physique differ between soul? Never mind, his goal is to clear this path. Hyuk runs, triggering a magic trap. Of course, the trap doesn't hit him because he memorized it. But that's just the beginning. More arrows are behind. Hyuk speeds up to avoid them but loses sight ahead. Several arrows pierce him. He thinks, "Keep going, almost done." Dozens of arrows fly like shooting stars. Hyuk endures the pain and keeps running. Finally, he returns to the start point. All wounds heal. First, he will test how far he can go, though it still hurts. Now he can no longer rush forward blindly without any calculation. He thinks he must use tactics and take advantage of the consumption trait. This trait allows Jin Hyuk to absorb inanimate objects and transform them into his own strength, such as the blood scattered on the street. All of his stats increase from 1 to 2. Although the increase is small, his experience and endurance also improve. He doesn't focus much on setting up equipment stats, but he's still able to withstand basic debuff. It only took about a week for Jin Hyuk to get through the tutorial. However, he decided to take every possible route and keep going in order to increase his stats with the consumption trait. He kept this up until his experience and stamina reached their maximum, which meant it took a full month to complete the tutorial. Since Jin Hyuk had to go out for food, his progress was interrupted. Some gods and demons were intrigued by his dog's blood method. But Jin Hyuk couldn't stand the cruel, perverted beings who had created this tower-climbing game, the gods and demons. They observed the players to find those who were similar to themselves, and despite Jin Hyuk cursing them all day long, none revealed their titles or true name. In the end, he understood their recruiting tricks and had to buy their items. Whether in his past life or now, Jin Hyuk would never cooperate with them. A message from the Supreme Lord of all demons arrived. "How are you doing lately? Upon hearing the familiar name, Jin Hyuk cursed again. Normal demons were already ruthless, and this guy was a perverted stalker. In his past life, this guy had followed him around like a leech, just to recruit him and make him buy items. However, because he had transferred Jin Hyuk's soul, Jin Hyuk had a chance to come back, so he couldn't be considered completely useless. But because this guy often talked to him, others began to notice Jin Hyuk, which led to him being scolded by Jin Hyuk, while Jin Hyuk caught the eye of some other gods. Jin Hyuk understood they wanted to know which side he would choose, but he didn't let anyone guess his next move, so he only observed quietly. Of course, no matter which side he chose, Jin Hyuk would never stand with that pervert. It was time to check the results. All of his stats had increased significantly. Mana accumulation was still difficult, but thanks to his body being suited for mana, Jin Hyuk could steadily improve it. Surprisingly, another trait was unlocked, even though he already had consumption. It turned out this body already had this trait called Jack of all trades. The name sounded quite plain, which disappointed Jin Hyuk, but this trait helped him master any field. In practical combat, it would self-adjust to match his level of proficiency. Even though the name wasn't elegant, this ability was truly amazing. The title he had worked so hard for but never achieved was the Master of all skills, the Ultimate Master. Suddenly, this guy popped up to chat, wanting to see his status window, but of course, there was no window. Now, Jin Hyuk was going to the next floor, and whether that guy followed or not was of no concern to him. From his knowledge and experience, the next room was likely the one for selection and training. As expected, Jin Hyuk could choose weapons and a class here, then destroy the floor to be teleported to the first floor. In his past life, because he had a mana-compatible body, he didn't hesitate to choose to be a wizard. This time, he wanted to test the extent of the Jack of all trades trait, so he began setting up his training goals. Jin Hyuk took a bow, but there was no killing intent in his movements. One shot created 3 arrows at once, all hitting the target. He increased the difficulty, creating targets that could counterattack him, even though the system warned him that it was a reckless move. 5 targets appeared and attacked simultaneously. He skillfully shot down 3, and the remaining 2 drew swords and were swiftly defeated. This isn't enough. For Jin Hyuk, that was still not satisfying. He wanted to try all weapons and asked for stronger opponents. Giant creatures were summoned, but before they could even leave a mark, Jin Hyuk pierced their heads, then continued to defeat the 2 behind them. Suddenly, a long-range attack group appeared. Jin Hyuk immediately hid behind the head of the giant creature and searched for a weapon. The system warned that this was the strongest group currently, but for Jin Hyuk, there was nothing more interesting. He would use his specialty, this super giant magic wand. "I'm faster than you." Jin Hyuk cast a magic arrow and wiped them all out. He didn't expect Jack of all trades to be so overpowered. It felt like he had been using weapons for years. Suddenly, the system announced that he had achieved an accomplishment and received the reward of the Master of all trades title. Jin Hyuk didn't expect that this would also count as a class, but everyone could only have one class. Jin Hyuk couldn't give up his own strengths to choose an all-powerful master. He wanted the all-powerful master to become his side job. The system says that side jobs only open after reaching level 100. Jin Hyuk cursed because he couldn't leave without a job at the moment. He tried to use achievement points to unlock the side job. The system marked a question mark, since this is rookie information that cannot be known. Achievement points are a currency earned by completing quests, used to modify the system. "What's the point of asking me?" Jin Hyuk said. "I'll use 5,000 points to unlock it but still lack 50 points. Finally, Jin Hyuk sighed and called the soul summoning to reveal its identity and chat with him. This would count toward his achievements, giving him 200 points. Even though the summon gave him 200 points, he couldn't stand the demon's disrespectful attitude toward him. Finally, he unlocked the all-powerful master as a side job. He destroyed the floor and teleported to level 1 of the Coral Forest Tower, where 3 new players were struggling with a goblin creature and having a hard time. A savior fell from the sky. It was Jin Hyuk. He aimed straight at the first goblin's head and crushed its skull. "Hello, it's been a while." Since reaching level 600, he hadn't seen these girls. "You're unlucky to meet me. Quickly follow me and obey." The young man behind was in the process of becoming Jin Hyuk's 30-year hardcore fan. Even though he was a mage, he used physical attacks. The other young man didn't care who he was or where he came from, just wanted to cooperate. "Don't use that." Jin Hyuk coldly said, "Today, all the cobalt here belong to me." The 2 young men were frightened and immediately ran away. The 2 remaining goblins charged to protect each other. The first one was punched in the skull by Jin Hyuk, and he used a magic wand to punish like a whip. The other one, terrified, ran away. but Jin Hyuk didn't let it escape, shooting through its body, sending the three Cobalt brothers to their end. The system welcomed him to level 1. The quest was to defeat 10 goblins, which was easy for him. Jin Hyuk remembered that killing a type of monster 1,000 times would earn the title of that species, assassin. Previously, he ran around to gather various assassin titles. Now he would absorb the power of these goblins first. Jin Hyuk swallowed and received the goblin's memories while also gaining its power. He even understood its native language. Just absorbing the cobalt had raised his stats to the level of someone who had climbed to level 10. He also fine-tuned his job to receive more stats every time he leveled up. An important memory of the goblin flashed by. It was hurrying to prepare food to bring to the goblin lord, giving Jin Hyuk a second objective. The lord was a signal for a wave of monsters. He could take the Cobalt Assassin title and grind experience. To face the wave, he needed an army. He began manipulating the Cobalt, turning them into 3 skeleton soldiers. Jin Hyuk completed his class change to Soul Summoner. This was as simple as eating a cake due to his insatiable greed. There was still a hidden job on the first floor. He had to be the one to get it. Suddenly, 4 other Cobalt arrived, giving Jin Hyuk the opportunity to send his skeleton goblin army into battle. A while later, Jin Hyuk led his skeleton goblin followers to find a simple level 4 house. Inside, it was empty, and he felt lucky that no hunters had arrived first. Jin Hyuk kicked open the floor to open a hidden passage, where the hidden job of the first floor was concealed. He was solving the quartz on the steps of the necromancer. The hidden job was sealed around here, in a coffin containing a class-changing spot. He boldly opened the coffin and a skeleton dressed in clothes flew out. It was Vulcan asking, "Are you my descendant?" Jin Hyuk said nothing but just grinned. Vulcan was old-fashioned and thought he would be shocked, so he tried to appear as ghostly as possible. After reading Vulcan's diary, Jin Hyuk passed through the threshold that amazed him, but he hadn't read it in this life. In his previous life, due to the need to change to a mage, Jin Hyuk accidentally found it and returned to level 1. After becoming a necromancer, he failed to turn Vulcan into a summon. "I like you now," Vulcan showed satisfaction, as Jin Hyuk spoke more politely than the rude man 10 years ago. That rude man was none other than himself in his past life. Jin Hyuk had to restrain himself from punching the skeleton in front of him. He had to change his job immediately, but Vulcan said he needed to reach level 10 first because the necromancer was superior to the soul summoner. No matter what moves he makes, Jin Hyuk proved himself to be a soul summoner using the status board without needing to reach level 10 for a change. Truly outstanding, a rare talent. Vulcan can excitedly said, "He thinks you're more skilled and better than that fool from 10 years ago. Of course, that fool was you from your past life." Talking for too long, he forgot to change Jin Hyuk's profession, which made him frustrated. Vulcan immediately performed the ritual on him, before the tower appeared on Earth. He was the most dangerous tower climber in the world. Even as the most powerful soul summoner, Vulcan still sought to become stronger. Summoning creatures made of only bones and skin wasn't enough. He wanted something different. And that was a soul. Vulcan Khan was determined to summon the soul of the dead. He created a summoning object that had 102 properties at the time, and simultaneously established the profession of necromancer. Though strong, Vulcan still had to submit to old age. The necromancer profession was on the brink of disappearing. Vulcan used his last method, applying the summoning command on himself in the hope that his descendants would restore his honor. To find someone to continue climbing the tower, he became half an NPC. After giving the soul bowl to Jin Hyuk, Vulcan congratulated him on getting a job using the soul bowl to trap and summon souls. Of course, Jin Hyuk understood clearly. His first target was Vulcan. He failed in his past life, but this time he wouldn't fail again. Vulcan hoped he would climb the tower and make his name famous, but Jin Hyuk replied, "You work for food. If you want food without working, you'll only get bricks. What? You didn't keep your promise in the diary." Vulcan shouted in anger. Habitually pushing work onto others wasn't good. Jin Hyuk would help him better, starting by collecting his soul. Vulcan's soul was escaping, but it wasn't easy to trap him. Vulcan flew out, giving him the finger. "Haha, shame on you, see you never again, dog." Just as he spoke, his skull collided with a wall. Vulcan fell into a magic circle. Jin Hyuk had planned ahead. The magic wall was a low-level spell. He had created a prison just for him. Vulcan still struggled, but he could break all the low-level spell. "I never said this was the only thing," Jin Hyuk laughed. He had unlocked many stone demons and cast spells to activate them. Vulcan broke them easily, but that was before he was trapped. Now Vulcan was desperate. After hundreds of years dead, he met someone more scheming than him. Jin Hyuk spoke the truth. In his past life he was the second necromancer and now he was the third. Vulcan screamed wildly. Who would have thought he would come back to trap him again? Jin Hyuk used the soul bowl to suck him in. Now no one could save him. Vulcan was nothing but bones. With him as his servant, Jin Hyuk could have whatever he wanted. The 9 stars were waiting for him to come and take control of them. Jin Hyuk returned with his loyal followers. Ban and the other gods were curious about his profession, but Jin Hyuk wouldn't reveal it. Sooner or later they would see his performance. The skeletal followers looked at him longingly, but Jin Hyuk no longer needed them. He decided to return the bones to the earth, while the souls would continue to serve as his followers, though held captive. Suddenly, a hateful voice shouted at him, cursing his entire family. None other than Vulcan, the fire god. Jin Hyuk had to give him credit for his appearance. Vulcan must have spent a lot on women when he was young. Vulcan wanted to combat him, but his throat was being choked. He was now surviving off Jin Hyuk's mana. If he stopped providing it, Vulcan would vanish immediately. With his stubborn, arrogant personality, Vulcan refused to be Jin Hyuk's dog. Jin Hyuk leaned in and whispered, "Don't you have any other choice?" He turned his loved ones into soul orbs and absorbed them. What right did he have to condemn Jin Hyuk? Besides, Jin Hyuk still had his gluttony skill. Behave and Vulcan will be well fed. Now, what do you want? Jin Hyuk pointed to the skeleton castle, claiming it as his base. At night, Jin Hyuk went out for a walk and met 2 skeleton guards. He released 2 cobalt souls and dealt with them in an instant. He kept 30 cobalt soul soldiers, so these were no match. This time he wouldn't sit idly by. The Lord of Skeletons was meditating in his room, and upon discovering the intruder, ordered his men to prepare the offerings quickly. Jin Hyuk stormed down the corridor, heading toward the Lord of Skeletons' room, guided by his sense of presence. The appearance of Wu Ying with a light staff frustrated Jin Hyuk. He didn't need a feeble old man like Wu, since he would win regardless. At the same time, the Lord of Skeletons performed some ritual, shouting, "Still not enough." When they were satisfied, it still wasn't enough glory for the Death Knight. The next sacrifice brought up was a Dakabi girl, which pleased the Lord because Dakabis were considered more valuable than human. At that moment, Jin Hyuk appeared. He didn't care what they were doing, knowing they would soon become his soldiers. The Lord of the Spiders felt anger when his good deed was interrupted, and Jin Hyuk called him shallow-minded. "I am the Great Lord, King of the Goblins. Show respect to humanity," the Great Lord roared, making Jin Hyuk only smirk in contempt. Dakabi didn't understand what was happening, but this was her chance to escape. The Great Lord immediately called upon the Demon Prince's power to attack. 2 claws shot toward Dakabi, but she stumbled and fell, giving Jin Hyuk the opportunity to act. He punched once, shattering the claws into pieces, as simple as a textbook. Jin Hyuk planned to let her go, but as he approached, he realized she was Dakabi, a powerful creature from the 100th floor, so there was no reason for her to be here. She hadn't even matured yet, so Jin Hyuk decided to save her to learn more about what happened on the 100th floor. Jin Hyuk told her to run somewhere else immediately. If she was targeted again, he wouldn't save her. The Great Lord of Sand refused to stand still, using 2 nearby spider children as explosive. Jin Hyuk quickly dodged them before they exploded, punching the Great Lord of Sand 8 meters away. This fake body could no longer endure. Now Jin Hyuk was ready, but it seemed the Great Lord of Sand still had his ultimate move. He shouted, "Demon Prince, take me." He sacrificed himself, blood flying, clutching Jin Hyuk, forming a blood beast. Unexpectedly, the Great Lord of Sand could summon such a high-level monster. The blood beast slammed Jin Hyuk to the ground, much to the Great Lord's delight. Haha, scared now. He proudly displayed his strongest soul skill. Jin Hyuk was annoyed, thinking, a toad wants to compete with a swan, and decided to show him what true soul skills were. The summoned spider spirits entered the blood beast, exploding it from within. The Great Lord of Sand watched in shock as Jin Hyuk walked boldly through the blood rain, looking wild and terrifying. What concerned him was how the Great Lord of Sand could create such a blood beast. Surely the Demon Prince had intervened. Jin Hyuk realized that the Demon Prince, curious about his soul master powers, had assisted the blood beast when he saw him fighting the Great Lord of Sand. The Great Lord of Sand was just a puppet in Jin Hyuk's hands. Unwilling to accept it, he believed the Demon Prince would avenge him. Jin Hyuk also hoped that person would come to him for a confrontation. But for now, he had to deal with the Great Lord of Sand, crushed by his own clan's soul. This was the punishment for those who dared challenge him. First the Great Lord, then the Demon Prince. Jin Hyuk squeezed his hands, crushing the Great Lord of Sand's body into pieces. At this moment, he resembled a villain more than any villain. Next was to collect the soul of the Great Lord of Sand. Seeing his soul trying to escape, Jin Hyuk grabbed it. He had worked for it. He turned it into a soul orb, allowing him to collect souls and create usable potions. If you want the potion, open your mouth. Jin Hyuk waited, but this meal was not as tasty as he imagined. His stats increased, but it meant nothing. At this moment, the Dakabi girl emerged to thank him and introduced herself as Haru. Jin Hyuk had let her escape, but Haru seemed fearless. He threatened to kill or sell her. "If that happens, I'll deal with you." Haru suddenly glared. Jin Hyuk laughed, classic Dakabi behavior. They always act like that when it comes to gratitude or revenge. Jin Hyuk wondered why someone from the 100th floor like Haru had descended so low. Haru hesitated, then said her Dakabi village on the 100th floor had been attacked. Jin Hyuk was surprised since Dakabis were extremely strong in the tower, and tower climbers rarely dared touch them. He speculated it could be one of the 4 great entities: the giants' immense strength, the dragons' elite magic, the demon clan's master necromancy, or the divine tribe's purging wings. They were the 4 forces controlling everything in the tower. Surely one of them had underestimated Dakabi. Or it could have been an individual aided by them, or a reckless 9-star group, doing whatever they pleased without fear. Thinking of those scoundrels filled him with hatred. Jin Hyuk decided to leave, unable to stay in a place smelling of blood. Haru followed Jin Hyuk. Though young, having her on the team wasn't bad. Jin Hyuk made it clear that if she followed, he wouldn't protect her. Haru was confident she could handle herself. She had nearly been killed by a spider, and Jin Hyuk reminded her, making her embarrassed. Putting that aside, Jin Hyuk needed to change clothes because his were soaked with fresh blood. Trat saw an equipment item drop from the hall just as Jin Hyuk approached and picked it up, yet he still looked like a teacher. The two stepped outside, and at that moment Vulcan emerged from underground, announcing he had dealt with the maids in the castle. Haru wondered who this man was. Vulcan didn't understand how she could see spirits. Haru knew only a little about Gabai, who had the ability to attract souls. Yin Hiu didn't expect her to know how to present herself as a special individual. He wondered whether he should absorb her power right then. The system announced the Monster Wave mission. Jin Hyuk had been waiting for this mission for a long time. The other two were utterly astonished, unable to believe he would accept. But how could he pass up such an enticing opportunity? If he didn't do it, he wouldn't be able to defeat the Lord here. Though most divine beings thought he was reckless, the demon noble promised a reward if he succeeded. Jin Hyuk had to do it, as Vulcan didn't believe he could conquer this monster wave. Jin Hyuk knew Vulcan wanted him dead so he could be free. But Vulcan could rest assured, because even if Jin Hyuk died, he would still have to obey him. Upon accepting the mission, the entire safe zone on floor 1 was deactivated. Other players were angry, not knowing who had taken the Monster Wave mission. They hurried to move up to floor 2 before the wave arrived. Of course, they did so only after completing the floor 1 mission. A beam from the sky signaled impending trouble. Maids from another dimension appeared and attacked violently. Tower climbers could only cling to each other for protection. Another outbreak occurred. Jin Hyuk, along with his 2 sturdy disciples, entered the battlefield and issued a warning to the other. "If anyone dares touch even one, I will slaughter all of you." Others not only ignored him but worried Jin Hyuk would get crushed. Jin Hyuk had prepared an army ready for battle. Could the flesh maids face the spirit maids? Jin Hyuk leaned against his disciples' backs, enjoying the scene. Haru asked to join. With permission, Haru pulled out a cool sword from her space pocket and cut a maid in 2. Jin Hyuk noticed the sword was no ordinary item, and though young, she could wield it easily. Perhaps her target was the invaders of her village. 3 tower climbers appeared, angry that Jin Hyuk had taken the monster wave. One was Kim Seung-Ti, a member of the White Swallow Guild. Jin Hyuk knew nothing about the White Swallow or White Grass Guilds. Zeung-Ti arrogantly explained that White Swallow was a subsidiary of the Holy Temple Guild. "What did you just say?" The Backwater brothers, mentioning those two, had hit a sore spot. Zeung-Ti, unaware of the danger, proudly boasted he had reached floor 10 with his older brother. Seeing Jin Hyuk's dominance today, he wanted to invite him to join. "Sorry, not interested." Jin Hyuk grabbed one and held him tight, needing information about the Pelin. The other 2 were displeased, shouting, "Why do you stop us when you're also a tower climber? Do you threaten others just because you're stronger?" "Why not?" Jin Hyuk coldly replied. Everything was clear. They can't harm others, kill others, or steal. In this tower, strength is everything. Now I just need information, so I'll spare Seung-Ti instead of rambling and making me angry. It's best to stay away. The other 2 rushed to help him. "What will you do? Avenge him?" "Run," Zeung-Ti muttered, realizing Jin Hyuk's power. He had to escape before being caught. Afterward, Jin Hyuk and Vulcan joined the battle. Their power immense, but they couldn't significantly reduce the number of maids. The large number of maids kept charging. Jin Hyuk faced them directly, while Vulcan controlled the rear as he was also a master. Yen Hyu's spirit army combined with Vulcan's bone army to defeat the monster wave together. Meanwhile, Haru fought alone, her limited power unable to handle the overwhelming number of monsters. Unaware, she was attacked from behind. Despite the pain, Haru remembered her beloved village had been burned, so this pain was nothing. Haru's anger grew. However, after a few minutes, Haru reached her limit. An explosion from behind caused by Jin Hyuk startled her. She was impressed by Jin Hyuk, a tower climber from floor 1 with terrifying strength. Thus, Haru decided to follow him to learn and avenge her village. While thinking, Haru nearly got attacked a second time. This time, Vulcan saved her. Haru braced her sword, trembling as she stood, ready to continue fighting. Vulcan was curious how Haru had endured so much. Haru wondered why he had helped her. When Haru fled from floor 100, no one helped her. As long as no one harmed her, she was satisfied. She believes that Vulcan is helping her for some reason. However, Vulcan says that the warrior's soul must obey the master's orders, and that master is Jin Hyuk. He asked him to ensure that Haru survives and completes the mission. Vulcan continues to speed up the progress to meet the deadline. Otherwise, he would be scolded by Jin Hyuk again. Haru is very grateful to Jin Hyuk, the only one in the tower who helped her, so she must live to repay him. Haru wears the demon mask, and her power bursts forth strongly, with no feeling of pain. The sudden surge of power surprises both Jin Hyuk and Vulcan. Haru moves like a shadow, and with one strike she takes down many enemies. It feels like she is enjoying the slaughter. Jin Hyuk watches this scene, becoming even more certain that the person who attacked her village targeted her through that sword. Jin Hyuk thinks it's best not to reveal this to Haru. The wave of monsters is shrinking, and there's 1 minute left before the gate closes, with the last monster running out. Jin Hyuk is excited as his dagger pierces through the monster's body, successfully stopping the wave of monsters. Vulcan is truly impressed with Jin Hyuk's performance, while Haru is already exhausted and staggering. Jin Hyuk holds her up. Her skill is very strong, but it shouldn't be used when she's this drained. In front of Jin Hyuk, Haru always expresses new emotions, like the feeling of embarrassment. Forget about that, it's time to claim the reward. Jin Hyuk has been waiting for this moment for a long time. The title of Elf Slayer and all his stats have increased by 5 stars. Although not much, 500 bonus points will be added to his stats. If Jin Hyuk takes advantage of his all-powerful mastery and skillfulness to learn new skills, these stats will continue to increase endlessly. The reward is given to the top 3, and by coincidence, it's Jin Hyuk, Haru, and Vulcan. Still, Vulcan can't believe he was rewarded. Anyway, the final reward goes to Jin Hyuk. As a servant, Haru also hands over her reward to Jin Hyuk. This serves as a pledge for their future. However, Jin Hyuk doesn't accept Haru's reward. He had been deceived painfully before, so he can't trust anyone. The second place reward is too precious for him to accept without suspicion. Even though Haru follows him, it doesn't mean he trusts her. Unless she proves her loyalty, Haru doesn't hesitate to give him the Doc Kabai mask as proof. Vulcan can't believe she's giving the Doc Kabai mask to an outsider, because it's the lifeline of a Doc Kabai. They only give this mask to their true love when proposing. Jin Hyuk also doesn't understand why she's giving it to him. Is it to propose to him? Haru answers that she wants to thank him for saving her life twice, and also wants to prove she will never betray him. This mask is very precious, so Jin Hyuk feels Haru might have another reason. Revenge, Haru says. She doesn't go into detail, but her village was burned down and no one survived. Maybe she's the last Doc Kabai, so Haru must take revenge for her people, and she decides to climb the tower with Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk looks at Haru. She also wants revenge like him. However, if she betrays him, the price will be her life. He accepts the reward, and the mask has no value to him. It's just for decoration. Haru is so happy that she calls him Oppa, making Jin Hyuk feel goosebumps. Forget about that term, now it's time to open the 3 gifts. The first is the mana ring, reducing mana consumption by 10%. Next is the mana earrings, reducing it by 15%, and finally, the mana necklace, reducing it by 20%. Vulcan comments that these are very good items, while Haru knows nothing about them. But they are very suitable for the techniques of a soul master like Jin Hyuk, who needs a large amount of mana to sustain the army. After waiting a while and not hearing Kwon Soo Gui speak, Jin Hyuk has to remind him of his promise. But he tells Jin Hyuk to go play somewhere else. Jin Hyuk decides to go elsewhere. The group enters a restaurant in the deserted town because everyone has evacuated to the 2nd floor to avoid the wait. After a second reminder, Kwon Soo Gui finally picks a gift for him. It's the skull ring, which looks very dangerous. Jin Hyuk is excited as he picks up the ring to examine it, and he's stunned. Wait, this is... He stops in the middle of his sentence, making Vulcan and Haru curious. Jin Hyuk's face twists. This ring contains demonic power. Vulcan can't believe it. Demonic power is the essence of demons, a high-level energy. Usually, a person must become a slave of a demon to acquire demonic power, but it can only be accumulated over many years. After wearing the ring, Kwon Soo-gui wants to shake hands with Jin Hyuk to make peace. Jin Hyuk decided to forgive him this time. Everyone enjoyed the delicious gift, but Ban felt extremely jealous for not getting to shake hands with Jin Hyuk. Ban was extremely jealous for not getting to shake hands with Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk replied, "If you want to shake hands, put your hand out, but not everyone can hold my hand." Ban didn't know what to do, wandering all over the house from the wardrobe and drawers to under the bed. His house was poorer than a beggar's. Finally, he decided to create a task. Jin Hyuk asked in surprise, "Huh? What is it?" Ban proposed a task from the demon which excited Vulcan even more than Jin Hyuk. But someone was still climbing the tower, their identity unknown. Jin Hyuk agreed to Ban's proposal but muttered, "Not Ban's intention, but it's too late to stop now." Ban set the task, become famous in the tower before reaching the 100th floor. If he failed, he had to become Jin Hyuk's follower. If successful, Jin Hyuk would be provided with any formula. With a demon's formula, nothing is impossible. Jin Hyuk was pleased. Although the punishment was harsh, he liked challenges, so he decided to accept the task. After signing the agreement, Jin Hyuk shook Ban's hand. He felt extremely comfortable shaking hands with his idol. After completing the first floor, Jin Hyuk would find Seung-Ti to extract information. This task was assigned to Vulcan. Jin Hyuk had assigned Vulcan the task of getting information from Seung-Ti while he was still on the first floor, even though they were far apart. Jin Hyuk said, "You should teach me something, I'm off now." Vulcan was unhappy about having to leave. While waiting, Jin Hyuk decided to talk to Haru to learn about the Dakabi mask. Haru explained that the mask allows the user to use the Dakabi's powers, including charm and supernatural ability. Haru also mentioned that with this mask, she could use supernatural power and foresight to see the future. Jin Hyuk felt fortunate. If she could use this ability, it would be very useful in battles. Suddenly, Haru stared at Jin Hyuk, making him uncomfortable. She, on the other hand, sensed something very strange about him. Outside, everyone was trying to use this power. They begged to see the future and avoid fate. Jin Hyuk didn't feel the need to avoid it. If there was a problem, he would just smash it. Haru thought her ability was very suitable for him. She explained that her foresight was perfect for the battlefield, a specialized combat ability. Suddenly, Jin Hyuk joyfully hugged Haru, making her blush. Jin Hyuk said, "Perfect, it's great to have you. No, you're number one. With Haru, I have a chance to defeat the 9-star weapon users." Ben captured this moment. Jin Hyuk angrily chased him away. He was so excited that he acted hastily. Jin Hyuk later apologized to Haru. Still, he would use this mask well to help Haru get revenge, as well as take revenge for himself. Haru felt incredibly lucky and had faith in their future. As the two hugged each other, Vulcan was on a mission. He squeezed the throat of the disabled vehicle tightly, preventing it from groaning, while their close friends had fled. "You know how hard it is to capture you?" Wang Qin said angrily. "That damn master is so slow, like a turtle." Just then, Jin Hyuk limped over. Wang Qin reported that Seung-Ti wanted to escape. Jin Hyuk drew his sword and said, "Don't misunderstand, I'm just returning it to him." However, Jin Hyuk would let him choose where he would stick the sword, whether in the hand, stomach, or head. Seung-Ti, terrified, wrapped himself up and ran to the platform. He revealed all the information about the White Heron Guild and then fled. "Sooner or later, I'll destroy that guild, let him go. But there are countless small guilds between the 10th and 200th floors. Handling them all will take a lot of time. However, if everything goes smoothly, they can build a reputation by destroying the Pellin Brothers guilds and completing the mission." On the second floor, the tower climbers were discussing Jin Hyuk, who had stopped the monster wave. When he appeared, everyone was curious, but Jin Hyuk wore the Dakabi mask, so they couldn't recognize him. They rushed to ask him as if they were reporters. However, his real name could not be revealed, so he chose another name and walked away with 2 subordinates. One person worried that Jin Hyuk might have committed a crime before entering the trial tower. Hiding one's identity was normal in the tower. People would surely pay attention to him because of the wave and the strange mask. But now, they had to go do important work. This mission was to defeat the elf warriors, which didn't seem too difficult, so Jin Hyuk assigned it to Vulcan. Vulcan asked, "Don't tell me you want me to capture them alive, right?" "Yeah, if possible, take Haru's share as well," Jin Hyuk said determinedly. "I want to test this magic power." Wang Qin cursed and had to leave, warning him not to use all the magic power before he returned. Haru asked curiously, "Is it okay to do that?" But Jin Hyuk didn't stop her from going on the mission. "Now's the time for me to test how strong this magic is." A black-purple flame hovered in front of him. It turned out to be magic power. Haru noticed movement. A bumblebee appeared from the bushes with a bloodthirsty face. Jin Hyuk needed a test subject. so he shot magic power at it, but the bumblebee dodged. Everyone thought Jin Hyuk had miscalculated, but it was a contact magic. It didn't need to cause much harm, just enough to dissolve the target's body. Magic power was destructive energy. Those unworthy would not be able to resist it. Even a small amount of magic power could destroy them. The next important thing was that when Jin Hyuk transferred magic power into a soul, it would create a much stronger soul weapon. Jin Hyuk was like a chemist conducting an experiment. This soul is disintegrating. Perhaps it couldn't handle the magic power. I'll reduce the magic density. After some sweating, he completed a bumblebee soul containing magic power that looked as if it had died. Aside from demons, no one could use pure magic power, so no one knew how easy it was to use such magic. At that moment, Vulcan returned and was intrigued by the fusion of magic power and the soul, suggesting that he name them soul weapons. Vulcan approached to observe the soul weapon Binko Bowl. Haha, perfect, you're my disciple after all. From now on, whenever Jin Hyuk captured a soul, he would have to inject magic power into it. It will be tough doing this on the battlefield, but suddenly Jin Hyuk remembered. Maybe I should make use of everything I have. Speaking of summoning, you're much better at it than I am, Jin Hyuk complimented, making Vulcan happy. Vulcan was enjoying the praise when a surge of magic power struck, leaving him unable to defend. If I inject magic power into Vulcan's soul, the soul weapons he summons will also become soul weapons. Since his soul is stronger than the elves, I'll need to use all this magic power. Haru was worried about Vulcan, but Jin Hyuk was 100% sure that he wouldn't die. Vulcan will overcome this pain and crush Jin Hyuk, that ungrateful disciple. After a noisy argument, Vulcan and the soul weapon finally appeared. Jin Hyuk was proud of the strongest soul weapon he had created. You're wrong, Cha Jin Hyuk, Vulcan shouted, because you summoned something stronger than yourself. This is the biggest mistake of a summoner. Are you angry? Jin Hyuk said, not having provoked him enough yet, and then put on the Dakabi mask. He was looking for a worthy opponent to wear this mask. Vulcan had waited a long time for this day. He would destroy Jin Hyuk and win his freedom. He summoned a group of warrior spirits to fight him. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk used the power of the mask. Before his eyes, these monster spirits moved slowly, like lotus flowers. So this is how Haru sees everything. In her eyes, Jin Hyuk easily annihilated the warrior spirits and charged at Vulcan, who was still laughing loudly. Even though he seemed a bit weak now, he was once called the Death Star. Vulcan took a punch from Jin Hyuk, who told him to stay calm and listen. Haru worried because Vulcan was old but still had to take Jin Hyuk's blow. He struck without holding back, because a spirit cannot be destroyed by physical damage alone. Vulcan rubbed his face. That rule applied only to ordinary people. Even so, the punch still hurt him. Haru asked Jin Hyuk again about the mask's power. He felt everything slow down tremendously, as if he had become the greatest martial artist. However, Haru noticed it was just a minor side effect of the mask. A side effect? Jin Hyuk was surprised. If this was just a part of its power, then what does the mask really do? Haru explained that the mask allows the wearer to perceive the battlefield, almost predicting the enemy's next moves. However, Jin Hyuk didn't know how to use it, while Haru had this skill from birth. Jin Hyuk laughed. He had forgotten that Haru was considered a genius, even in the Gabai Tower. He even said asking her to teach him wasn't easy. Haru curiously asked if he felt dizzy. Most untrained people using the skill in Gabai Tower feel dizzy or get headaches, including Haru herself. She worried that he might not be able to activate the mask's skill, as if her words were adding to his pain. Jin Hyuk was thrilled at becoming an unbelievable powerhouse on the second floor, but things didn't go as planned. Still, he was deeply grateful to Haru for giving him this amazing mask. While they were enjoying themselves, a ghostly spirit sat silently. Vulcan wondered what karma had led him to fall into Jin Hyuk's hands, even as the strongest spirit. At that moment, Haru approached to check Vulcan's condition. He hugged her, thanking her profusely. Unlike that jerk, you make me feel better. But Haru had come only to give a message. They needed another maid. Unlike Haru, Jin Hyuk threatened Vulcan that if he failed, he would turn him into a spirit orb and swallow him. Vulcan could only curse silently and obey. In the end, the mission was smoothly completed from the second to the fifth floor. Rumors about the demon-masked man spread everywhere. Although he could control things, from the fifth floor onward there were pinroot enemies skilled with deadly needles. These enemies were extremely cunning, preferred ambushes, and would make things difficult for the group. While Jin Hyuk was handling his frustration, a poisoned needle flew toward him. Haru coldly dealt with it immediately, her face showing terrifying resolve. You dare disturb Oppa? The pinroot tried to flee, but it was too late. Vulcan ordered a spirit soldier to deal with it. He jumped down and praised Haru, but she muttered, "It attacked Oppa, I should have sliced it in half." Vulcan flinched. sensing something wrong with her cold smile. He asked about Haru's condition. She snapped back, acting as if nothing had happened. She didn't even notice, wielding a sword and smiling like a lunatic. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk had prepared everything. Tonight, they would face the second wave of monsters. On the eve of ascending the 5th floor, Jin Hyuk had an evening chatting by the fire with the two about the 5th floor monster wave. Vulcan saw little chance of defeating the Lord, since they didn't know when it would appear. Jin Hyuk felt there was no need to hunt the Lord, since he knew how to generate a monster wave. Vulcan and Haru couldn't believe it, because if he could generate waves at will, the tower would have already been submerged in one. Jin Hyuk accidentally discovered a crack between the 3rd and 4th floors. Each floor had a central area where monsters appear. If they could locate this area and channel mana into it, monsters would spawn in waves. Vulcan didn't expect Jin Hyuk to have a strategy beyond his own. However, this was his first attempt at this method. Monsters on the 300th floor and above were much stronger than the pinroot creatures. Even the 4 great beings couldn't confront them directly once the wave started. He didn't know how to use it at first, and when he did, he couldn't. However, Jin Hyuk had another plan. They would generate multiple waves to grow stronger quickly. That night, the town suddenly shook. A portal appeared, signaling a monster wave, catching the tower climbers off guard. The pinroots poured out like rain, with no warning, attacking the novice village, leaving everyone to flee. Anyone struck by their poison needles was immobilized. They will be paralyzed for quite a while. The blonde guy couldn't bear to abandon his teammate, but he was too weak to fight against the goblin priests. Was his dream of reaching the 10th floor really going to end here? Just then, a massive surge of magical energy descended to save him. Get the poisoned person to safety, a cold voice ordered. You are the demon face. The player rejoiced when they saw Jin Hyuk appear. No one expected that the wave came from him to save them. Afterward, they constantly praised him, making the guild's mission much easier. Rise and fight! The powerful army of soul soldiers charged forward, sweeping the goblin priest. Vulcan stood off to the side, frustrated. It was clear that he had created them, yet Jin Hyuk took all the credit. Being a servant really meant nothing. At that moment, a loud explosion rang out. The soul soldiers were burned to ashes in strange green flame. These flames were created by the goblin priest, and they easily attacked the soul soldiers, causing Vulcan to panic. Calm down, Jin Hyuk reminded him, as everyone knew they needed to deal with the priests first. So Haru was placed on the rooftop and dove down like a deity. Her timely appearance excited Vulcan, who knew who was climbing the tower anymore. Jin Hyuk also joined in, using soul binding to steal the power of the goblin priests. They possessed flames that could attack souls. It was a waste for such power to fall into the hands of the priests, so Jin Hyuk would take it back and put it to good use. Jin Hyuk unleashed soul fire, burning the goblin priests to ashes, while also praising Haru's impressive performance. Haru laughed, but her eerie smile startled Jin Hyuk. Her sword glowed, creating a vortex of overwhelming power. Jin Hyuk knew that sword wasn't ordinary, but he still couldn't understand what was happening. The scene before him stunned him. Haru entered a state like a samurai, her face twisted with cruelty. Her actions were completely unpredictable. She suddenly turned and attacked Jin Hyuk, a slash so sharp that even the surrounding houses were sliced as if they were tofu. The goblin priests trembled before the destruction caused by Haru's overwhelming power. Jin Hyuk's staff also snapped in two. Luckily, he managed to sit down in time, otherwise he would have been half of Gojo. What kind of sword was that, capable of destroying an entire village right before his eyes? Haru seemed to lose control, relentlessly attacking Jin Hyuk. One slash was enough to blow away everything behind him. Jin Hyuk immediately removed his mask, but Haru not only didn't recognize him, she attacked even faster. Jin Hyuk had to use his familiar staff to block the blow, but he couldn't match Haru's strength and was thrown to the ground. Vulcan immediately ran over to check on him, but it was unclear whether he was happy or sad. Jin Hyuk continued to link with the soul telepathically. He had been blown away 8 meters and still hadn't recovered. It felt like he was facing the elite troops that the Gabai poison tribe had left behind. Most of the monsters in the wave had been wiped out, so Vulcan would handle the rest. But now, Jin Hyuk had to show Haru what festival really meant. Jin Hyuk put his mask back on and charged into the attack. His intuition from climbing 599 floors screamed that the dangerous sword would slice him apart if he made a mistake. There are no permanent friends or enemies in this tower. Even though Haru's fate was grim, he was no merciful person. Jin Hyuk decided he would eliminate Haru here. But for a moment, Haru's innocent face flashed before him, causing him to hesitate. Haru extended her hand to stop Jin Hyuk's blade. He was confused. Maybe this was the battle eyes Haru had mentioned. She was faster than 100 times, and Jin Hyuk ended up taking a slash. He stepped back, summoning the skeleton soldiers that had lain dormant in the wave. The skeletons rose. The skeletons surrounded and restrained Haru, but she destroyed them in an instant. Her sword strikes were so fast that Jin Hyuk couldn't even see them. That overwhelming power left Jin Hyuk with no way to win. Another explosion rang out, forcing him to retreat. He suddenly realized something was wrong. Haru's eyes were bleeding and her face was extremely distressed. Was she exhausted? He remembered that Haru had mentioned needing to recover after the Gabai poison tribe used their skill. If that was the case, she couldn't use battle eyes anymore, and that was his chance. Jin Hyuk jumped down, pulling Haru with him. The provocation succeeded, causing Haru to dive down. At the same time, Jin Hyuk summoned the goblin assassin team and shot out poison needle. Even the Gabai poison tribe couldn't resist this paralyzing toxin. Without battle eyes, how could she avoid it? Haru screamed. The space around seemed frozen. She sliced through two corners of the battery, irritating Jin Hyuk. Next, it was his turn to act. Even if Jin Hyuk dodged, his speed couldn't match Haru's. She was thrilled by the victory within her grasp. Suddenly, something shot out. A poison needle pierced Haru's body without her noticing. Jin Hyuk still held a sharp battery corner. Without her recovering her battle vision, this plan would have been impossible. Haru trembled with anger as Jin Hyuk attacked, shooting her from her blind spot. After being hit by the poison needle, Haru fainted and returned to her normal state, giving Jin Hyuk a sigh of relief. Luckily, the dose was just enough to knock her out. Since the needle penetrated through, his hand also began to lose feeling. Jin Hyuk ordered the battery creature to retrieve the poison needle for him. He really was omnivorous, even able to use poison. Thanks to this, he had resistance to paralysis poison. Haru possessed formidable strength that gave him plenty of trouble. In the Reign of Membranes, Haru appeared with her sword in the crimson space. A stranger took the sword and spoke. "So you are the owner of this dragon strike blade?" He was surprised Haru was under 18. He seemed like a Gabai clone, but not entirely. Haru didn't understand him, then a sword pressed to her neck. He warned her. Next time, if she unsheathes him unprepared, she would be in danger. At that moment, Haru woke up on Jin Hyuk's back. The group had arrived at the village on the 6th floor. Why are you carrying me?" Haru asked, blushing. Jin Hyuk took her to the inn to explain. After checking their gear and stamina on the 6th floor, they would head straight to the 10th. In tower, every 10 floors contained major cities. To enter, they had to fight the dominant species. Haru already knew of the great snail warrior. In terms of combat strength, it was a monster. Haru hoped to recover for battle, but Jin Hyuk decided they would not go together. "What do you mean, Oppa? Are you abandoning me?" Haru shouted in panic. But Jin Hyuk didn't mean that, as Haru had forgotten everything from the 5th floor. Her sword was the demon blade, rivaling the arrogant sword, corroding the mind and granting immortality. Thus, Haru attacked him after losing her mind. If she relied on that power, she would fail before reaching the 100th floor. From now on, Haru had to train without using the sword's power and climb to the 10th floor herself. Haru was a bit disappointed but determined to get stronger to accompany Jin Hyuk. On the day of parting, Jin Hyuk lent Haru a robe to avoid showing that she was a high-ranking Barbie exploring alone. He told her not to rush, as he needed to handle matters on the new floor and would stay there a while. Vulcan was slightly sad without Haru around. Even if it took time, Haru would try to return quickly. A few days later, on the 9th floor, a purge of the brains occurred, with Jin Hyuk as the main culprit. The brains were big but nothing more than battery creatures. After Jin Hyuk's kick, they fell to the ground foaming at the mouth. Winken thought he had the advantage because Jin Hyuk fought, but he reminded him to extract their souls. It seemed that creating waves of monsters had become a natural habit for them. Vulcan thoroughly enjoyed this. Moreover, he didn't believe Jin Hyuk could be so cold. He hadn't mentioned Haru since their parting. "What the hell are you talking about?" Jin Hyuk snapped. "I trust Haru. If I thought she would fail, I wouldn't have accepted her as an ally. She has strength and motivation." Now Vulcan must rush deadlines to bring more brains to Jin Hyuk. Creating monster waves alone isn't enough. Wang Kan was infuriated, not believing he was mistreated after going down the hole. "You don't respect any elders. Do you have parents?" "No, I don't," Jin Hyuk asked back, leaving Vulcan speechless. He grew up in an orphanage with Choi Jeong-hun. Vulcan gasped, then placed a hand on his shoulder in sympathy. "It's all right now, I understand what you've been through." His expression gave Jin Hyuk goosebumps. After finishing the brain purge, they went to the training room on the 10th floor. A board appeared, making Vulcan curious. He had never seen anything like it. It was a leaderboard for fastest mission completion, all within about a minute. It seemed Vulcan's name wasn't there. Jin Hyuk teased him. Vulcan was frustrated, but because his name wasn't on the record list, he decided to break the record today. Haha, sounds good, Vulcan was thrilled. While waiting for the training setup, Jin Hyuk discussed strategy with Vulcan. He would use spirit soldiers to block the boss from moving the moment it appeared. Vyuonkin quickly prepared and got ready, while Jin Hyuk slapped his hand on the floor to summon his magical spear. He would show the power of a master of all. Jin Hyuk summoned the elements, using sharp, resilient, defensive piercing spells, and added a bit of magic. Finished, he created the destructive spear, while the dark demonic army of the main character waited for the boss to appear. As soon as the great snail warrior was summoned, Vyuonkin used his strength to restrain its limbs, tying them up. Jin Hyuk just needed to fire. A massive blow pierced through, sending its head flying 8 meters away. The headless, massive body collapsed to the ground, the entire event taking place in less than a second. Jin Hyuk entered the demon's name, contributing to his reputation before he reached floor 100, while on floor 8, people began discussing the highest record on floor 10. The familiar name was like a cheer for Haru, making her promise to work harder to catch up with the two of them. Meanwhile, Vyuonkin happily said, "Haha, I can't believe we broke the record of the 4 major races. Even the strongest spirit masters couldn't do this, haha." Jin Hyuk was disgusted by the way he touched him while talking. They still had business to attend to on floor 10, while waiting for Haru. Meanwhile, in an office, the blonde man began noticing the demon's name while checking the record board for floor 10. The city on floor 10 is the first major city that climbers reach, and it is also where the teleportation gate to Earth is located. Therefore, those who give up or stop climbing the tower are granted commercial rights and build the largest city in the first 100 floors of the tower. Jin Hyuk decided to sell off the remaining items to buy potions and other supply. Although the auction ban had been lifted, the city's economy was still thriving. Some people live normally here, so they couldn't buy all the necessary items from the outlets. Throughout the street, they encountered salespeople from Goldrich, whose popularity intrigued Vulcan. Goldrich was the top company in the tower, founded a few years ago. Goldrich is the name of the wealthiest person in the tower, whose real name is unknown, but he owns an enormous amount of gold, and most of the transactions in the tower have passed through his hands. Jin Hyuk's immediate task was to find a sponsor, and the sponsor's logo had appeared before Vulcan. Vulcan was continuously surprised, as Jin Hyuk had targeted Goldrich as the sponsor. The two entered the Goldrich company where everything of value was traded. After taking a ticket, they went to counter number 3, managed by Hansien. Jin Hyuk needed to buy something, but when asking for the name, he didn't speak but just presented the Gabai mask, causing Hansien to panic and realize. Jin Hyuk gestured for him to be quiet. "There must be a reason you are walking around with this mask." Hansien understood, and then Jin Hyuk handed him 300 gold from the weight. With this money, he wanted to meet Goldrich, which caused Hansien to panic even more. In his eyes, Jin Hyuk was like an outlaw in the tower. Jin Hyuk immediately retorted, "Here, you can buy and sell anything." Jin had to apologize for the failed transaction. 1. Goldrich was too busy, and 2. Jin Hyuk's money was too little compared to his time's work. Jin Hyuk guessed it couldn't be finalized, so he asked for the price to meet the manager. After leaving, Vulcan had to admit that he was indeed crazy to make such a request to a lowly employee to meet the company president. But there was no other way to meet Goldrich, and Vulcan didn't blame him. The two arrived at the management office, calling him a puppet. Jin Hyuk wanted to meet Goldrich, but he wasn't here. The manager helplessly repeated that the money offered was not enough to meet Goldrich. Jin Hyuk made a bold decision. "First, call Goldrich here. I'm sure he'll become my sponsor when we meet." The manager sighed and stood up. He had heard a lot of rumors about him, but never expected him to mention the company president so casually. With the marionette characteristic, he could control those caught in the strings, but Jin Hyuk was no ordinary person. He neutralized his invisible strings, even though they were effective on climbers up to floor 180. The manager was surprised but still tried his trick. They went to another space and he was confident that Jin Hyuk wouldn't know where it was. Jin Hyuk said, "The mind realm. This is the infinite realm, created by separating the soul and mind from the body." The manager didn't know how he knew about the mind realm but still kept his old attitude. This place forced Jin Hyuk to use his experience and soul power to fight. If Jin Hyuk wins this match, he will find a way to arrange a meeting with Goldrich. Jin Hyuk is entangled in his threads, but he does not yield. In terms of experience and soul power, he far surpasses his opponent, who must address him as grandfather. Jin Hyuk tenses, breaking the threads. His opponent's abilities cannot affect him. The manager cannot understand why, at just floor 10, Jin Hyuk's mental strength seems equivalent to floor 100. Still, he refuses to believe he will lose. The manager snaps his fingers and from underwater the puppets rise. They are numerous like an army. This is a puppet legion within the mind realm created from his experience. To reach floor 100, he designed them to be stronger. When they receive mana, they are as powerful as those who have reached floor 50. The outcome of the battle was decided the moment they entered the mind realm. The manager orders the puppet legion to attack. Jin Hyuk is pushed underwater, and the manager confidently leaves them to torment him, knowing the wounds will not manifest in reality. Suddenly, a column of water rises behind him. He did not expect Jin Hyuk to use magic, even summoning death spirits. A floor 100 boss appears in his mind realm. Jin Hyuk returns in his old outfit from 10 years ago. Even in the mind realm, summoning souls takes time for him. A puppet army might seem impressive, but he has never seen a real army. Today, Jin Hyuk will show him what a real army looks like. Not just one death spirit mage, but he also summons their home base. As he said, the winner was predetermined upon entering the mind realm. Ordinary puppet armies cannot match Jin Hyuk's powerful souls. The manager scans Jin Hyuk's army. Only a few characters are familiar to him. The rest are certainly bosses from floor 100 or higher. He cannot help but ask, "Who exactly are you?" Jin Hyuk does not answer and leads his army to attack. The manager panics and realizes he has returned to reality. He cannot close the mind realm's gate. There is only one possibility. Jin Hyuk controls the mind realm. Jin Hyuk approaches and tells him to stop crying and fulfill the promise to meet Goldrich. Jin Hyuk hands him a letter for Goldrich. He knows he has lost, but if Goldrich does not respond, he doesn't know what to do next. Jin Hyuk is confident Goldrich will reply, then leaves the company. The manager and Hansien bow to him with respect. The sun has set and Vulcan suggests they return to the inn. However, Jin Hyuk has no concept of rest. He says they need to go elsewhere, because merely waiting for Goldrich would bore him greatly. At the White Swan Guild headquarters, the girls are chatting. One girl has reached floor 57 and says she will buy new equipment after completing this month's goal. But before continuing, they need to finish eating. The blonde girl doesn't understand why they have to sit here. Who would be crazy enough to storm the main gate of the Holy Nation Guild? As she finishes speaking, the door swings open. The two girls bow and ask what he needs. Jin Hyuk feigns a clueless smile. "Tower climbing is too hard, I want to join the guild." "Oh really? You scared me." The girls sigh in relief knowing Jin Hyuk only came to join the guild. Suddenly, they realize that recruiting a new member would give them great influence within the guild. Both smile genuinely and invite Jin Hyuk in, asking if he has a referral. Jin Hyuk pretends to be innocent, saying he has no referral and came here because fate led him. The girls think he is still a rookie who knows nothing, decide to pay more attention, and ask him to demonstrate his skill. Jin Hyuk borrows a coin from the two girls and bends it with 2 fingers. The performance impresses them. He says he can perform a few basic spells. Flames of summoning arise from the magic circle in his palm. The girls exclaim, "You have so many talents." They turn away, whispering, "His skill isn't the point, but the display was extremely impressive. If they can recruit him, he could become an idol." Moreover, Jin Hyuk has caught the blonde girl's eye. He fits her type. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk is just stalling for the next performance. Suddenly, a strange noise is heard, and someone rushes in to report that a demonic spirit is attacking the village outside. All who have climbed to floor 50 or higher are summoned, so the two girls must leave reluctantly. Before leaving, the blonde girl reminded Jin Hyuk to stay put while they went away. As soon as the door closed, Jin Hyuk put on the Dakabi mask, reverting to his masked persona. Outside, the villagers panicked, fleeing the shopping district, but none of their attacks had any effect on the evil spirit. Moreover, the spirit acted strangely when Vulcan tried his hardest to look ferocious, as if his face was born solely to intimidate others. Wang Can knew he looked ridiculous, having not played a villain role in over 10 years. It was all because of Jin Hyuk. While Wang Can caused chaos outside, Jin Hyuk was creating just as much mayhem inside. He defeated the guards and searched for what he needed. One sleeping guard was awakened by the noise, and as he stepped out, he faced Jin Hyuk's demon mask and nearly fainted. Jin Hyuk grabbed him by the collar and demanded, "I need the list of guilds allied with the Holy Kingdom and their exact locations. I will find and eliminate them all. Do you think you're safe after angering 2 members of the 9 stars? Thanks for your concern, but look out for yourself first. Don't meddle in things that don't concern you." Strangled nearly to death, he struggled to point at the stack of papers on the desk. Jin Hyuk checked them. They clearly listed the henchmen of the Perlin brothers. He burned everything and left, determined to make each of their subordinates kneel before dealing with the Perlin brothers. Meanwhile, a blond man sat reading a report sent from a branch on the 10th floor by a puppet. Suddenly, a letter fell out, making him wonder why a separate envelope was included beneath the report. After reading it, he crumpled the paper in anger. "Mask, How did you find out about this? Meanwhile, the White Swallow Guild was desperately trying to put out the fire, with all witnesses at the scene dead. Guildmaster Bai Hu Lu began suspecting Jin Hyuk and questioned the two girls. The blonde described Jin Hyuk as male, thin, quite handsome with a high nose bridge, but her sister said he was ugly with a big nose. The two girls looked at each other and finally realized they had fallen for Jin Hyuk's illusion magic. After finishing, Vulcan returned exhausted and received only a lukewarm compliment from Jin Hyuk, who mocked him for the rumor of a terrifying ghost spreading outside. Wang Can, annoyed, shifted the topic to Jin Hyuk, asking if the arson went smoothly. Of course, though it was low-level magic, it was highly effective in this situation. Anyone who saw me would remember a slightly unusual feature. Wang Can was puzzled to see him return empty-handed, but Jin Hyuk said all the information was already in his mind. You're the best. Just then, a knock on the door made Vulcan wary since they hadn't ordered room service. Jin Hyuk put on his mask and slowly approached the door, counting to 3 as Vulcan flung chains to restrain the person outside. The plan went smoothly because the visitor was Hansian, a day-to-day worker. He came to report that Goldrich had landed at the 10th floor branch and specially invited Jin Hyuk to meet him. An army was waiting, but Goldrich did not appear, making Jin Hyuk suspicious. A voice boomed, I don't know how you learned the contents of the letter, but commendable arrogance and courage to show up yourself. Those who know that information are not allowed to exist in this tower. Goldrich, the blonde man, stepped out. Jin Hyuk smiled, pleased to see him after a long time, while Goldrich spoke briefly before leaving. Before leaving, he left a small test for Jin Hyuk, causing the army to immediately form a defensive formation, thinking Jin Hyuk would attack. The captain was struck squarely in the face as soon as he spoke. This is the cost of revealing plans to the enemy. Without their leader, the army was quickly overwhelmed by Jin Hyuk, whose next target was Goldrich. Goldrich turned away and countless gold coins exploded everywhere. Jin Hyuk recognized it as the golden ability, Goldrich's mana-controlled gold, but it couldn't stop him for long. Goldrich continued, using the gold to gather nearly all of the branch's treasure into a massive wave, enough to bury Jin Hyuk. A loud explosion erupted, gold cascading down. Goldrich muttered coldly, he's finished. But it wasn't over when a spear pressed against his face. In speed battle, I am always the victor. Goldrich casually pushed the spear aside. You think I'd fear that? If I wanted, I would have killed you already. No, you cannot kill me, Jin Hyuk replied confidently. He stared straight at his opponent, unwavering, certain the other could not finish him. A tense atmosphere enveloped them as they faced off, preparing for the next confrontation. It hasn't been determined where Jin Hyuk learned the contents of the letter. The military forces want to capture him alive. He said he would reveal the source of the information to Goldrich, so he took Jin Hyuk back to the office. The room was truly luxurious. It's clear that having money makes life much more comfortable. Goldrich closed the door and continued fighting with Jin Hyuk. His golden power completely separated the two from the outside world, so even the gods and demons were unaware of what was happening. At this moment, Goldrich wanted to know who had told Jin Hyuk that he was the owner of the auction. The auction was a huge system that allowed individuals to freely exchange items within the tower, but it didn't just appear on its own. That system was created by Goldrich. If this secret were exposed, the entire foundation of Goldrich's company would collapse, which is why he was so enraged. Jin Hyuk pretended to respond, I was just making it up, no one actually said that. Then he continued, so if I said you'd lose an arm and a leg, that would just be making it up too, right? Goldrich controlled the flow of gold, transforming it into a massive axe, then swung it at Jin Hyuk. In this situation, he didn't need to act himself. A single punch from Vulcan would shatter the golden axe. Witnessing a soul soldier, Goldrich was astonished, as only necromancers could summon souls. This meant that Jin Hyuk's identity had been confirmed. He removed his mask and said, it's time to settle the debt, William. He didn't expect Jin Hyuk to still be alive after 10 years. Jin Hyuk began recounting everything to Goldrich, while Vulcan stood nearby, overhearing a bit. No one expected their relationship to be so deep. Still, Goldrich couldn't believe that Jin Hyuk had been resurrected. Even Jin Hyuk himself couldn't believe he was still alive. This time, Jin Hyuk's goal was to target part of Goldrich's company's resources. They could set up a sponsorship agreement between the two parties. You're implying that Goldrich is your company, Goldrich laughed, but in a way, you're not wrong. For someone with no business acumen, who would sell him items from the upper floors of the tower. He was the largest contributor to building Goldrich's foundation, and also its largest shareholder. That arrogance made Goldrich somewhat believe that Jin Hyuk was indeed the real Jin Hyuk. However, even after signing the contract, Jin Hyuk still had to give him something. Jin Hyuk decided to sell all the information he had collected and decoded up until now to Goldrich. "Alright, I'll set the price after I've heard everything," Goldrich said. If the 9 stars acted to eliminate Jin Hyuk, there must be a mastermind behind it. Since they all had very big egos, it was unlikely that they would follow each other's orders. This indicated that there was a powerful force capable of controlling and commanding them. And that force could only be the 4 kings of the tower. Goldrich was surprised when Jin Hyuk mentioned the 4 noble families. They wanted to protect their supremacy over other races. Therefore, if another race surpassed them and reached higher levels, their power and influence would decrease significantly. This forced them to either climb the tower themselves or eliminate those who had the potential to reach higher. Anyone who agreed to join would be appointed as the ruler of a floor. However, Goldrich was not very trusting because he was the only victim. Jin Hyuk mentioned the Oni village on the 100th floor, where only one survivor remained from the tragedy, Haru. A young Annie who had trained tirelessly to fight against the Brain Warrior, though she still hadn't passed the challenge on the 10th floor. To reunite with Haru and King Kan, Haru was determined to become stronger. "Why are you sighing like that? Don't you just need to use me?" The soul in the sword appeared again and danced beside Haru's hand. He knew she wanted to meet Jin Hyuk as soon as possible, so she just needed to use him. The Brain Warrior was just the sharp point. However, Haru was determined not to use the power of the Dragon Slayer sword because she promised Jin Hyuk that she would become stronger on her own, not relying on any other powers. After hearing the story, Goldrich gradually understood that their goal was Haru and the sword. To destroy her, they had no hesitation in wiping out an entire species, or in other words, they were carefully choosing their targets. Goldrich couldn't believe it because this could completely change the foundation of the tower. However, hearing him out made sense. He was extremely conflicted. Jin Hyuk said his goal was revenge. He would eliminate them all, sparing no one, including the 9 stars and those who supported the 4 noble families, including those from the 4 noble families who slaughtered Goldrich's family. After the conversation, Goldrich unlocked the barrier. The man jumped in, curiously asking about it. Even the former fox demon wondered if Jin Hyuk preferred men, which irritated him. However, the good news was that Goldrich decided to buy that information, on the condition that he prove himself immediately. Jin Hyuk sighed. This man was really stubborn, but as a merchant, trust with Goldrich was an asset. He couldn't do business just based on this trust, so Jin Hyuk had to turn to the man to help him prove his identity. The price was a handshake, but the man took advantage of it and demanded 3 handshakes. After finishing, the man spammed a message to Goldrich, confirming that Jin Hyuk was the person he had in mind. With all of the man's honor guaranteed, Goldrich had no reason to refuse. "I will trust you." "Nice to meet you again, Demon Face." Goldrich extended his hand and Jin Hyuk did the same. He was sure that there would be a day when they could call each other by their real names, not just these nicknames like now. As long as something can be bought with money, Goldrich could get it for Jin Hyuk. And for him, he needed all kinds of weapons that could be used in the tower and a lot of ammunition. After hearing that, Goldrich felt a weight on his head. He was a necromancer. Why would he need weapons to sell? Jin Hyuk casually showed off his versatile master class, leaving Goldrich stunned. He didn't expect such a class to exist. Jin Hyuk continued to show off its effects, such as enhancing all of his staff. Even weapons he had never used before felt as if he had been familiar with them for years. Though a little envious, Goldrich was sure he would become stronger in the future. Of course, he was still weak now, but the future would be different. Therefore, what he needed to do was increase Jin Hyuk's capabilities exponentially. Goldrich called his manager and ordered him to gather all the weapons on the 10th floor under another company's name. Then package them and send them to the VIP client, Jin Hyuk. About 10 minutes later, the manager returned with a cloak, but it wasn't just any cloak, it was a mobile warehouse. Now Goldrich had something to show off. The cloak was called Dao Faiyi. It was connected to a secondary space, capable of holding a lot of inanimate objects, like a large warehouse. The temperature, size, and color could also be adjusted according to the user's preference. It also had a magical barrier for protection. If you have accessories inside, they will automatically convert to your item. This was an extremely rare item in the tower, so Goldrich hoped he would take good care of it. "Be careful, new guy," Jin Hyuk said, as you never know, he might overspend and cause Goldrich to go bankrupt. Scene change, the trio from Sunt returned through the spatial gate. Although they had no accomplishments, they were lucky to have kept their lives. They had already spent all their money before reaching the 10th floor, so how would they continue climbing the tower? Don't worry, the White Swallow Guild has people on the 10th floor. Zeung-T was arrogant, thinking that if he met his brother, the group could earn more money to climb the tower. Remembering Jin Hyuk, he grew angrier at being threatened and humiliated by him. So he planned to prepare a bloody revenge after getting the money. In less than 10 minutes, the group's faces showed irritation as they saw the dilapidated house of the White Music Guild. The members had moved up to the 30th floor, and Seung-Ti's brother had fully disconnected. Without money and skills, if things continued like this, they wouldn't get past the 20th floor, let alone the 30th. Master Seung-Ti stayed silent, while the other two began criticizing, saying that besides bragging about the White Swallow Guild, he had no ability. Seung-Ti, hearing the criticism, wanted them to be quiet. He thought if he was useless, they were just freeloaders too. He decided to take this opportunity to leave those bastards behind. Suddenly, a small fox trembled as it stepped forward. Seung-Ti waved it off. "If you're hungry, we have no food for you." "Go away," the fox sniffed Seung-Ti's feet, annoying him. He kicked it, injuring it more, deciding to vent his frustration because he was irritated. He mercilessly tormented the badly injured little fox, which cried out but could only let out weak whimpers. Seung-Ti's voice still echoed, "Damn my life, always surrounded by idiots, unlucky as hell." A dagger suddenly flew through his shin. Seung-Ti hadn't understood what happened before the pain hit. Jin Hyuk stepped out of the shadows, asking, "Who are you? You are about to become the master of the fox you just kicked." 5 minutes earlier, Jin Hyu and Vulcan were walking in the street, and he was about to go to the tower to change his profession and gain spiritual power. Wang Qin didn't quite understand because he was already a master of spiritual beasts. Jin Hyuk's profession was like an error, like a mage with past life memories but not yet skilled in magic. He still hadn't gained spiritual power through cultivation. Wang Qin hadn't even considered this case. However, for now, Jin Hyu decided to rest and spend Goldrich's money. Suddenly, the nine-tailed fox sensed something and pointed toward a small alley, calling for help because its child was in danger. So Jin Hyuk took one of Seung-Ti's legs. For supporting characters, fate comes unexpectedly. Jin Hyuk didn't expect to see the nine-tailed fox's child, a legendary creature in this place. At the same time, he had the task of rescuing the child, a disciple of the neutral god and the nine-tailed fox. After saving it, he needed to take good care, receive items from the fox, and increase his affinity with the nine-tailed fox. Seung-Ti saw the mask and recognized him as Jin Mask, asking, have I met you before? Is that how you plan to anger me?" Seung-Ti ordered 2 underlings to ambush Jin Hyu, but he vanished in an instant, leaving them clueless. Jin Hyuk was now holding the little fox, unaware of its identity. This would be the last time they spoke. Seung-Ti didn't care who the fox was and decided to dismember it in revenge. Jin Hyuk asked the nine-tailed fox, "Send them back to Mother Earth." Jin Hyu didn't intend to, but they were eager to rush to their deaths. Jin Hyuk returned Seung-Ti's leg, turning it into a fiery corpse, and neatly took care of the 3 dumb thugs with a single leg. Jin Hyuk brought the little fox home, unsure what to do next. He decided to name it first because the full name of the nine-tailed fox was too long. Shortening, Little Fox became Bao A. It sounded fine, but Vulcan advised caution for when it grew, as it might pierce his skull. If it were Vulcan, he would use years of experience to choose a name. With radiant meaning, Ho is fox, Rang is shining, so the fox was named Ho Rang. This grand name excited the atmosphere. Vulcan bluntly said, "If you don't like it, just say so." Jin Hyuk saw it had 2 tails, so he called it Miho for simplicity. Wang Qin despised the common name he came up with and was sure the fox wouldn't like it. Unexpectedly, Miho was delighted, leaving Vulcan embarrassed. The mission to rescue Miho was complete. Miho gave a fox mask to Jin Hyu. Using it would grant him wolf abilities, and the mask's power increased with its owner. Its shape resembles an Oni mask. If this really is the Fox clan's ability, then its charm is an overwhelming advantage. No other skill is better for controlling enemies. The nine-tailed fox reminded him that the mission was only half complete. The rest was to restore Miho's vitality by feeding it 999 fresh livers. The number 999 is difficult enough, but requiring fresh, living livers makes it even more troublesome. He had no choice but to hunt the ingredients himself. Considering the value of this mask, he had to accept it. Moreover, gaining favor with the fox brings significant benefits. Vulcan used the excuse of patrolling outside to avoid Jin Hyuk's orders. At first light, they would head to the promotion tower, so Jin Hyuk went ahead to prevent any delays. Now he roamed the town at night with Vulcan. As he anticipated, the scene was completely different from when he had climbed the tower before. Suddenly, a familiar feeling washed over him. Vulcan turned toward the man with 2 horns. It was a dragon. The immense mana radiating from him thickened the air. He sighed and muttered, "I want to kill all dragons." Vulcan was stunned, as dragons are an extremely proud race devoted to their kind and family. They are renowned for their pride among the 4 great divine beasts, so when a dragon speaks like that, it means no dragon is allowed to survive. Vulcan did not expect dragons to appear on the 10th floor so early. The tower climbers whispered, "That dragon has been standing there for days, muttering things nobody understands." His prolonged presence confused Vulcan. It seemed the dragon clan had not yet officially acted. Suddenly the dragon turned to look at Vulcan, startling him. He was detected, his mana sensed. The scowling dragon said, "A human, worthless ghost, acting foolishly and wandering everywhere." What, a worthless ghost? Vulcan could endure Jin Hyuk's minor commands, but he wouldn't tolerate insults from others. He stepped forward and said, "Hello, little dragon." The dragon roared, "You dare call me a dragon? You're tired of living, aren't you?" The next morning at the promotion tower, Vulcan arrived late again, frustrating Jin Hyuk, who ignored messages, so he entered alone. A young man named Ken came out to greet him and introduced himself as the tower's manager. "He was in charge here," Jin Hyuk remarked. "It's as empty as a temple." Ken replied, "Few awakened mana on the 10th floor. Therefore, this area sees little traffic." Jin Hyuk requested to use the summoner's room, but first had to prove he had awakened mana. He needed to fill the crystal Ken held with mana. Jin Hyuk placed his hand on it, gently releasing energy, forcing Ken to struggle to hold the orb. Within seconds, the orb cracked and shattered, sending Ken sprawling. Meanwhile, Vulcan continued battling the dragon. Not being near Jin Hyuk limited both his mana and soul. The arrogant dragon said, "How long will you hide in that ghost? Show yourself and fight properly." Onlookers drawn to the battle whispered, "Look at those horns, he's definitely a dragon." Being called a dragon enraged him. Vulcan didn't understand why, as he clearly was a dragon, yet reacted violently to the term, as if soul and body were separate, like Jin Hyuk. Vulcan's researcher curiosity immediately sparked. He used his soul as a weapon and said, "Let's see what's hidden inside that body of yours." Then Vulcan launched an attack. Dodging attacks, the dragon had to admit his opponent wasn't a useless ghost. Soul energy is a type of magic using the soul instead of mana. This magic is beyond even Jin Hyuk's use. It's the power of the strongest soul made. That dragon would surely regret insulting him. The fight raged and he mocked. "No need to introduce yourself like that, it's not a matchmaking event." If the opponent drew a weapon, he would too. Since Vulcan named himself, the dragon also introduced, "I am Hendrik, the Dragon Slayer." The title Dragon Slayer is given only to those who have successfully conquered dragons. Such a powerful soul trapped in a dragon's body is ironic. Hendrik used dragon flow technique, forcing Vulcan to separate. Seeing his youth and inexperience, Vulcan was somewhat careless. If his soul truly belonged to a dragon slayer who had reached floor 780, even Jin Hyuk's presence couldn't guarantee victory. Thus, the only option was to seal him. Just as Vulcan prepared to act, Hendrik tried to prevent his armor from burning again, but suddenly soul hands grabbed him, immediately followed by a massive strike. Hendrik gritted his teeth and unleashed the 10,000 slash. He deflected all attacks but couldn't react to Vulcan's soul hand. Hendrik's head was grabbed by the giant soul hand. His resistance was minimal. Vulcan sighed, that was close. He poured all his soul and the mana Jin Hyuk had given him. This should be enough to restrain Hendrik, and it was a good chance to prepare his next move. Finally, Hendrik broke free. He remembered the name Vulcan and vowed that next time, he would tear his soul to pieces. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk was touring the room, and the magic corridor seemed endless. As he showed him around, Ken was sweating profusely. Even though they had reached the 35th floor, he was still trembling in front of someone who had climbed to the 10th floor, like Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk, however, found Ken's work methods quite good, so he didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Finally, they arrived at the necromancer's room. Inside, there were piles of magic potions, corpses, and countless books, truly a dream space for any necromancer. After Ken left, Jin Hyuk got to work. At that moment, Wang Ken emerged from the ground, startling Miho, and he wondered where the man had been all this time. Feeling embarrassed, Wang Ken explained that he had been doing some breathing exercises before quickly shifting the topic to Jin Hyuk. He called his subordinates to work, took out a book to draw the magic circle, and lit scented candles to set the atmosphere. When Jin Hyuk began his work, Vulcan and Miho had to step back. Perhaps this was Jin Hyuk's final request, so he instructed Vulcan to protect his body until he woke up. "Be careful, I'll consume your body if you die." It was this statement from Vulcan that reassured Jin Hyuk. A ghostly spirit was summoned from the magic circle and entered his soul. Seeing this, Miho gasped, "Wow!" Wang Ken had to calm it down. The spirit elemental was the core realm for necromancer-type magicians. Manipulating souls was similar to controlling magical energy. The fastest way to awaken this power was to exist in spiritual form, which meant being on the brink of death. Jin Hyuk closed his eyes. That was when he reached the realm of the formless, and the lost souls appeared. They needed a complete body to revive, which is why Jin Hyuk had Vulcan protect him, while Wang Ken immediately summoned the Soul Warrior. They had to save the Spirit Prince from the realm of death. Wang Ken used the Soul Aurora in conjunction with the Soul Warrior to battle the hungry ghosts. Ken heard the commotion and rushed to see, but the horrifying sight left him stunned. Seeing someone appear, Wang Ken pulled him into the battle. Miho, trembling, hid in a corner, and from there, it saw a hungry ghost charging toward Jin Hyuk. Ken realized the situation, but it was too late. Wang Ken could only curse before activating the alarm to wake Jin Hyuk up. Miho rushed to shield Jin Hyuk's body, releasing a brilliant light that made the other hungry ghosts freeze in place. They had no idea where Miho had appeared from, but the first thing they felt was how adorable it was, with its tiny tail and tiny hands. Everyone collapsed in front of Miho's cuteness. Even the soul warriors couldn't resist, leaving Vulcan helpless. Not only that, Ken was also affected. Only Vulcan realized this was enchantment, but it was supposed to only control the physical body. The power to manipulate the soul in such a way proved that the creature with divine blood was far from ordinary. Amidst the chaos, another hungry ghost appeared. Vulcan recognized that in life, he had been an incredibly strong tower climber. If he took over Jin Hyuk's body, the consequences would be disastrous. Wang Ken tried to stop him, but Miho's enchantment caused him to weaken. Now they could only rely on Miho. Get away, I don't care about your furry stuff. The hungry ghost reached for Jin Hyuk's body. Miho immediately jumped up and released a light, but it only created a small heart which wasn't enough to charm him. Vulcan froze. Had Miho exhausted all its strength? He raised his hand to strike Miho. It closed its eyes, awaiting the pain, but nothing happened, because a surge of magical power had pierced through his arm. Jin Hyuk finally woke up. Now that ghost is done for, he yelled. Ahuhu, my spiritual form. Jin Hyuk absorbed all the surrounding hungry ghosts. This would be great material for him to refine potions. As for the ghost, he just needed a 10-fingers spirit bullet, spreading his fingers wide and shattering the enemy's spiritual form. He even swung his hand too hard, damaging the room. Wang Ken watched as Jin Hyuk gathered magical power at his fingertips and shot it out, seeing how both powerful and simple it was, and regretting not thinking of it sooner. When everything was over, he left a large gap on the wall, while Ken remained unconscious due to the enchantment. The puppet manager arrived and exclaimed, "How bizarre, what exactly did you do in the tower?" Since explaining would take too long, Jin Hyuk said nothing. The manager came to deliver one of the items he requested but couldn't store in the space pouch. Bottles of powerful poison, categorized by level. For example, the stone containing fire energy and the cold stone containing water energy, which confused Jin Hyuk. These stones were usually only used for mining above the 100th floor. Upon realizing this, the manager was startled. This delivery was his final mission as the branch manager on the 10th floor. From now on, he would return to being a tower climber. All of this was because he wanted to become stronger. As a businessman, the manager aimed for the highest position. He believed that both Jin Hyuk and Goldrich could bring great change to the tower. And in this wave of change, the best businessman who had personally conquered 100 floors of the tower like him was indispensable. Jin Hyuk realized he was just as determined as Goldrich was before. If he had the right skills, Jin Hyuk would let him in on the plan with Goldrich. Of course, he was ready. As the manager left, the hunger set in. Jin Hyuk decided to recharge with this pile of poison. His decision made Vulcan shiver. His absorption ability turned everything he consumed into his own power. Wasn't he curious what kind of power this would give him? A while later, Ken opened his eyes tense, but everything had been handled and seemed safe. Their only remaining risk was Jin Hyuk. He stuffed a heat stone into his mouth, feeling like he was eating 100 bowls of the spiciest noodles at once. The heat stone was too big, so he had to take extra time to swallow it all. His absorption of ice and fire had reached its maximum, and the rest couldn't be absorbed anymore. That night, Vulcan transported the brains that Jin Hyuk had caused, feeling like he was being tortured. Jin Hyuk finally swallowed all the poison like the fighting style of Black Death Star. He was preparing for emergencies, especially poison. Black Death Star had someone skilled in poison. If he had recognized his methods, he wouldn't have been in such a disastrous contract. After transporting the pile of brain matter for Miho to eat a buffet of hot, fresh liver, Wang Ken watched and learned the fighting style that descendants of the nine-tailed fox should learn, but Jin Hyuk still thought of him as a child. Miho, with sharp teeth, gnawed through the brains, making Jin Hyuk reconsider his opinion. Tonight, she had eaten 127 livers, but was already full. On the way, Vulcan confessed that he wanted to tear the city apart like Jin Hyuk, but it was better to act mysteriously. Jin Hyuk guessed he was planning to fight in the middle of the night because Vulcan's mana was rising. He was curious about who the target was. "We fought against the Dragon Clan," Wang Ken casually recounted his victory, leaving out the part about fleeing, when suddenly, Jin Hyuk was surrounded by killing intent. He seemed to hate the Dragon Clan deeply. Wang Ken signaled for calm and advised not to drop any bombs along the way. Jin Hyuk didn't intend to. It was just the aftermath of swallowing the ice-fire egg that made it hard to control. Wang Ken explained that the Dragon Clan he had encountered was no ordinary group. After hearing this, Jin Hyuk was surprised. The soul and body were separated. At first, Vulcan didn't believe it, but Jin Hyuk was a perfect example. He also knew of the dragon slayer warrior, Hendrix. He began practicing dragon hunting when climbing the tower. He defeated every dragon he encountered, knowing their positions, and became a monster with the title Dragon Slayer. It was said that he died on the 700th or 800th floor. From this story, it could also be a trap set by the dragon royal family. Jin Hyuk wanted to meet Hendrix once. He was so excited that he suddenly dropped a bomb, his thoughts as misleading as a scam. Wang Ken thought it should be called a punishment bomb. Poison, heat, and ice stones, he needed to heal his internal injuries. To heal, he went to meet Priest Dean. Jin Hyuk didn't want to purify himself with divine power like those wraiths. If he continued, he would keep dropping bombs and have difficulty recovering. The best way was to use divine power to heal his wounds. Suddenly, Miho growled. Her roar made Jin Hyuk's ears feel like they were about to tear. Vulcan noticed the strange crowd. They didn't react to Miho's scream and moved as if they were unconscious. A golden light froze the two of them in place. A girl with a halo of an angel on her head walked towards them. Jin Hyuk recognized her as one of the celestial beings. He decided to fight immediately. She had been holding Jin Hyuk's sword all along. She warned him not to do anything he would regret. Jin Hyuk couldn't move, even though she was using only one hand. Suddenly, she placed her hand on his face, knowing every wound inside his nose as she passed her hand through his body. Then the halo on her head brightened, and the light streamed into his body. Wang Ken stood by, impatient. Is his mouth okay? But his body was completely healed. This was the divine power of the Celestials. Her actions proved she had no intention of fighting, and then she introduced herself. My name is Uriel, from the celestial tribe of Ever Radiant. Everyone suddenly woke up, feeling as though they had just woken from a deep sleep. Jin Hyuk asked Uriel what she had done, and she replied that she had only intervened slightly in the memories to protect the people here. She heard that if they learned about the presence of the Celestials from floor 10 and above, it would cause major trouble. Jin Hyuk judged her to be brave but also very clever and calculating. Yet, he didn't understand why she didn't use this power on him. Was it because she couldn't, or did it have a delayed effect? Uriel could not use her power on Jin Hyuk, and Miho was also bristling. Vulcan was unaffected. He gritted his teeth. As a spirit, Uriel was always visible wherever she went. Today, she approached Jin Hyuk, the masked one, with the intention of changing fate. His power and that of his companions would temporarily weaken, but ultimately they would succeed. This was the prophecy brought by the wingless. Dian Hiu wondered about the name wingless, as he had never heard it before. Suddenly, Uriel stood, removed her clothes, revealing severed wings on her back. Her entire body appeared ethereal. The current celestial society is increasingly chaotic, blinded by greed, and those with differing thoughts are expelled, becoming criminal. When celestials commit crimes and are expelled, their wings, their symbol, are cut off. Therefore, Uriel no longer belonged to the celestials. The wingless are celestials like Uriel, those who were expelled from Utopia, the city of the celestials. According to the prophecy, Jin Hyuk intends to overthrow the rule of the Star Emperor clan, and the wingless wish to join this cause. Jin Hyuk communicated telepathically with Vulcan, realizing she was not lying and decided to accept her. When Jin Hyuk asked about benefits, Uriel honestly shook her head. The wingless power is great, but Utopia considers them enemies and constantly monitors them. Increasing their numbers would only heighten hostility in celestial society. Jin Hyuk didn't expect things to be so complicated. He didn't want to ignore the celestial army, but recruiting the wingless would be too risky. Nevertheless, at a critical moment, he would need the wingless power. They are always ready. Jin Hyuk was satisfied and decided to ally with them, seemingly without revealing his identity. He asked if Uriel could hide them from the gods and demons, but she could only do so for a short time. Uriel plucked a feather from her wing and created a barrier like Goldrich's. Those inside would hear nothing of anything happening in this space. To test it, Jin Hyuk removed his mask and shouted, "You miserable pests, can you hear me?" Uriel froze, unable to believe that the revered masked one could act so foolishly. After testing, Jin Hyuk felt reassured, removed his mask, and revealed his real name and identity from 10 years ago. Upon hearing the name of Jin Hyuk's father, Uriel knelt and apologized, admitting she had truly been ignorant. The reason she acted this way was that 10 years ago, Uriel was one of those who judged Jin Hyuk's father's death. The atmosphere went silent for a few seconds. Jin Hyuk stomped his foot hard, radiating killing intent. Next words, you better be careful. Uriel still bowed her head in a submissive stance. She asked if Jin Hyuk knew what would happen upon reaching floor 999. Jin Hyuk shouted in response, confirming he would meet the same fate as those who had gone before, like the demons and the tower's tree guardian god. According to Uriel, the Star Emperor is immersed in arrogance and ambition, wanting to monopolize this position. Ultimately, apart from themselves, the Star Emperor doesn't want anyone capable of conquering the tower. Jin Hyuk was quite surprised. He had only guessed before, but now he was certain. Even with Mu's master standing before him, Jin Hyuk decided to send Uriel's head to the Celestial. Despite being attacked, she did not resist. This was why Uriel became useless to the Celestial. Jin Hyuk didn't fully understand. In truth, Uriel had felt useless 10 years ago when she opposed the Celestial's selection of tower climbers. That person was Jin Hyuk's father, H. Zai Ling. Jin Hyuk decided to spare her life yet still considered her vile. You must apologize to me. Still, Jin Hyuk didn't want to unleash his anger on Uriel, understanding the difference between her dissenting opinion and the Celestial. Uriel was very grateful that Jin Hyuk sympathized with her situation. She believed there were others with shared goals in the Star Emperor clan. If Jin Hyuk could contact them, Uriel thought he should accept them as allies. Jin Hyuk had experienced enough to know there are all kinds of people everywhere. Those expelled from the Star Emperor clan would surely be valuable to him. Recruiting them would be very useful in the battle against the Star Emperor. Jin Hyuk asked where Uriel's hideout was, and she replied it was on floor 190 of Dream City. Floor 190 was lower than Jin Hyuk expected. The higher the floor, the stronger the Star Emperor's influence, so they could not go higher. Moreover, floors 200-300 belonged to that person. Jin Hyuk also forgot that it was the domain of Emperor Vu Hong, an invincible being with immense power from floor 200 to 300. If you don't mind, let me put my clothes back on, Uriel said shyly, while Jin Hyuk wondered if her visit would leave any trace. Uriel insisted there wouldn't be, but being chased by the Celestials, the only thing she brought along was her current body. Jin Hyuk smirked in satisfaction. That's enough. His somewhat indifferent smile made Uriel cautious, as she only knew him from the prophecy and wasn't sure of his preference. Not like that. Jin Hyuk quickly clarified that he only needed a few feathers from Uriel's wings. Oh, if it's feathers, I have plenty, they'll grow back, Uriel replied, while Jin Hyuk actually worried they might not, which was why he chose his words carefully. Uriel generously plucked a lot for him but still warned, absolutely don't let anyone see, the Celestials could trace the feathers back to their owner. Don't worry, I'll swallow it all, leaving no trace, Jin Hyuk reassured her. That's just like him, Uriel bristled, leaving Jin Hyuk unsure how to react. Finally, it was time to part. Uriel said she would wait to see what he could do before vanishing into the sky. Eating it already? Vulcan asked curiously. Jin Hyuk said he had wanted to try for a long time and couldn't wait, though he was unsure if his mortal body could handle the celestial power. Vulcan said nothing, having long given up on such power, only reminding Miho not to imitate Jin Hyuk recklessly or risk digestive trouble. Jin Hyuk tasted a single feather, his heart skipped a beat, and his body glowed as if lit from within. Vulcan sighed, accustomed to the scene, then took Miho for a walk around Jin Hyuk's area. Unable to bear the pain, he screamed and passed out. When he awoke, he was surrounded by water. His head throbbed, but the important part was he was in an imaginary world. Jin Hyuk worried that his small body might not withstand this divine power. He wondered what would happen in this imaginary world, when suddenly, a warm golden waterfall appeared behind him. The waterfall seemed to be the divine power entering his body, surging like a mountain though originating from just one feather. He felt lucky he hadn't fought Uriel, as winning and absorbing her entire body would have granted unimaginable power. Realizing the water was rising, not just an illusion, Jin Hyuk understood he had to overcome it before the waterfall engulfed the world. In that case, there's only one way. Jin Hyuk immediately used his spiritual energy. Outside, Vulcan watched Jin Hyuk's inert body, surprised when he resisted with spiritual energy. However, he noticed something unusual about using spiritual energy in a soul state. Miho looked sad, so Vulcan comforted her. Try trusting Jin Hyuk this once. Absorbing the feathers must have a purpose. This is a trial and he'll succeed. Vulcan wondered how many more surprises awaited him. Truly a protagonist. In the imaginary world, Jin Hyuk tried to drink the holy water like bubble tea but failed, so he created a spiritual image to control the power. Accustomed to absorbing power through hunting, he thought he could drink the waterfall normally, but continuing this way would surely fail, as the divine power overwhelmed his will. Either give up the power or die. Jin Hyuk realized he was afraid, questioning why, since it was just an image from his own soul. Understanding this, he decided to act uniquely, using spiritual energy to form a massive, fierce shark mirroring himself. He commanded it to rush into the waterfall, and from that moment it truly began. Jin Hyuk savored every drop of the holy water. Its taste was even better than bubble tea, irresistible, making him want more, never enough. In reality, his body reacted violently, trembling with a delirious smile, like an addict high on drugs. Observers clapped in approval, welcoming the birth of a predatory demon king. A neutral god named Greed always played cruel tricks, so greedy he seized every treasure. He wanted to devour everything, and his nature was identical to Jin Hyuk at this moment. He craved to swallow all the divine power without recognizing limits when suddenly he heard, "Hey, awake yet?" Vulcan's voice rang, along with Miho's joyful face. Jin Hyuk returned, and Vulcan curiously asked the results to tease him. "Awesome, what else? Of course it's a success." Jin Hyuk displayed his skills, leaving Vulcan no chance to mock. Although he was just a small living seed, he created his own universe to generate divine power within his body. Vulcan couldn't believe that Jin Hyuk, despite not being from the Royal Star Clan, possessed the power of the celestial being. If the celestial beings knew this, they would surely command the three-clan annihilation order. Jin Hyuk shrugged, wondering if his actions hurt their pride. The important thing is that he wasn't afraid of Vulcan. Although happy for him, there was worry because Jin Hyuk wasn't yet strong enough to fight the Royal Star Clan. With the current instability, if there were a confrontation with the Royal Star Clan, the outcome would be unpredictable. A few days later, in the hunting zone on floor 10, Jin Hyuk continued to train the Soul Warriors, as they had not yet reached their full strength. Although it was called training, only Vulcan needed help reassembling the soldiers, while Jin Hyuk stood behind, supervising like a teacher. When a Soul Warrior was struck down, a new phenomenon began. A beam of light erupted from the Soul Warrior's body, and a shadow with divine power appeared. Jin Hyuk called this the Divine Soul Warrior. The power was exactly as expected, specialized in healing the Soul Warrior. Due to the weak nature of the summoned Soul Warriors, necromancers used numbers to overwhelm their opponents. Now they were upgraded, exceeding expectation. The divine power was indeed strong, and some individuals seemed on the verge of reaching enlightenment. Let the cows fight. Miho benefited greatly, eating a full belly of freshly cooked warm liver. With the speed of 892 fresh livers, tomorrow would nearly complete the task of nurturing Miho's strength. Unexpectedly, Miho achieved the Battle God's Massacre of Brains for the second time. Jin Hyuk opened the status window to check. Just a few days after planting the divine energy seeds, his strength had tripled. The little assistance in a critical moment, he could still use it once. Now it was time to meet Hendrik, the Dragon Slayer, for a chat. According to Vulcan, from a certain point, Hendrik had stayed in one place and not climbed the tower, seemingly waiting for someone. If he stopped at floor 10, there had to be a reason, so Jin Hyuk was eager to meet him. Just like Uriel could hear the voices of gods and demons, he too might be waiting for something. The two of them walked through an alley, and immediately saw Hendrik's tall figure among the crowd. Looking at the horns and red eyes, there was no doubt he was from the Dragon Clan. "Then let's go," Jin Hyuk decided quickly, making Wang Ken fluster. He thought Jin Hyuk shouldn't jump out to talk, as it wasn't certain the person Hendrik was waiting for was him. Jin Hyuk rarely used words, usually using his fists. "Ma, you lunatic." Wang Ken cursed angrily, determined to stay. As expected, the coward, probably because he was beaten badly last time. Jin Hyuk finally had a chance to taunt him. Wang Ken swore repeatedly. The shouting caused Hendrik to lose focus. He had been waiting here because he heard someone would come to floor 10 to fulfill a desire. But he didn't know who that person was. Jin Hyuk stepped forward to greet him. Hendrik was also waiting to speak with Jin Hyuk and send greetings to Vulcan. First, Hendrik wanted to see if Jin Hyuk was capable. Though he didn't like this obvious act, he overlooked it because Hendrik had acknowledged him. Hendrik disliked working in crowds, so he invited him somewhere else. Little did they know he liked the alley better. Hendrik said nothing, opened a portal. The two of them walked through and entered the hidden space on floor 10. The angelic and demonic eyes lost their power here, so Jin Hyuk's vision was reduced. At this point, Hendrik became serious. He wanted to eliminate all Dragon Clan members who wished to kill him in the tower and asked Jin Hyuk if he was determined to carry out this goal. Dian Hyuk sneered, "Kid, your dream is too small. What are you talking about now?" Hendrik glared at him. Wang Ken had to stop his mouth from running because of Hendrik. He was indeed a monster outside the tower's rules. Provoking him was like going to the afterlife for a fix. Jin Hyuk signaled to Hendrik, using telepathy to remind him, "Don't just stand there, you failure." He had calculated everything, and Dian Hiu continued talking to Hendrik. He wasn't sure of the exact reason, but he could guess why he had become like this. However, there was one thing he knew for sure. The enemies they were facing didn't just come from the royal clan. He didn't understand why he had an obsession with the Dragon Clan, but clearly, those dragons weren't enough for him to handle. If it were Jin Hyuk, he wouldn't miss any traitors. Even though they weren't from the royal clan, these people still had to meet the same fate. Hendrik's goal was too insignificant, not worthy for him to join. "Do you want to wipe out the whole royal clan?" Hendrik asked. I'm like you, survived from death and someone is behind my death. You need more explanation, Jin Hyuk simply said, causing Hendrik to laugh. King Kander's face was twisted, not understanding what was happening. Hendrik felt the need to apologize to Jin Hyuk because the prophetic man that Uriel had mentioned was him. Jin Hyu didn't expect that he had met her. However, Hendrik wanted to verify his determination, unsure if it was the truth or just boasting. The schemer of the moon heaven, what's their name? I am Black Spirit Jin Hyuk. He removed his mask, revealing his identity without hesitation. Just then, a voice from behind shouted loudly, "That damn gecko is causing trouble again." Hendrik had to be cautious of the old man's attitude. He was the first blacksmith to live here and the one who forged his sword. When they met him, both Jin Hyuk and Vulcan were stunned because he was a real owner. The old man curiously asked, "Who is the strange combination of spirit and that black creature?" Jin Hyuk twitched his mouth, wondering how the old man was still alive. Upon hearing his question, the old man was 100% sure that Jin Hyuk was the one who attacked the Oni village. He explained it wasn't him. But the more he explained, the more the old man misunderstood and got angry. He grabbed the hammer, wanting to smash his skull, shouting, "You're the one who burned the village." Hendrik stepped in to stop him, asking him to calm down, as Jin Hyuk's circumstances were similar to his. Vulcan asked him if he knew Haru. The answer was yes. The group headed to his house. Hendrik didn't expect such a coincidence in this vast tower. According to the old man's story, on the day of the village's traditional festival, all the Oni gathered on the 100th floor. Due to his old age, he didn't participate and stayed behind to guard the sword. But then, disaster struck. He anxiously asked about Haru's whereabouts. Jin Hyuk said she was on the 9th floor and would reunite with them soon. "This mask is from Haru. She gave it to me as a token of gratitude for saving her." Hendrik curiously asked, "Is Haru strong?" Jin Hyuk proudly replied, "Talking about her needs no argument. Even though she is recovering, if she fights solo, she is on par with us. Haru is my longtime partner. After receiving the mask, we decided to take revenge together." The old man suddenly grabbed Jin Hyuk's hand, showing gratitude. "My real name is Gino. I will help you to the best of my ability and rebuild the village with Haru." Jin Hyuk didn't fully understand but nodded in agreement. Only Vulcan understood the meaning of the mask, as it was a proposal. Gino allowed Jin Hyuk to take all the items from Lozin that he found necessary. They were all higher-grade weapons compared to those Goldrich had given him. After everything was settled, Jin Hyuk decided to leave. However, Gino had already fallen asleep at some point. Perhaps because he had relieved some of his stress. Hendrik had never seen him rest so comfortably after working in the village. Jin Hyuk decided to let Gino sleep. If Haru arrived, he would let her meet him first. Surely, she would gain strength from meeting Gino. At that moment, King Kander's yelling echoed from afar, and Jin Hyuk quickly dodged Hendrik's surprise attack, causing the whole house to explode. He was satisfied with Jin Hyuk's reaction speed. Hendrik's words earlier were still valid. If Jin Hyuk can take him down, something miraculous will happen. Jin Hyuk also had no intention of talking, but would test the strength of the dragon-slaying warrior himself. Both sides rushed into combat, destroying everything around, but it felt exhilarating as they had never unleashed their full power like this before. Hendrik easily sliced through Jin Hyuk's spirit soldier, but Jin Hyuk had hidden a dagger behind him. Hendrik was slightly surprised but still dealt with it effortlessly. In his eyes, this was just a shallow move, not worthy. Jin Hyuk rushed forward, deciding to duel him with swords. Hendrik moved lightly like a feather. It felt like he was a spirit that couldn't be touched. Jin Hyuk cursed, masterful swordsmanship and skills, and he still avoids them. Hendrik grabbed Jin Hyuk, throwing him far away like a sack of sand. "From Spirit Master, if you want to follow me and work together, you'll have to try harder." Hendrik realized this issue after trying several moves with Jin Hyuk. It's best if he resurrected his spirit soldier and summoned monsters from the 10th floor to make his strength effective. Jin Hyuk spoke up while Vulcan was restraining him. This was his chance to regain face after his previous defeat. Now was the moment for him to make a comeback and seek revenge for his earlier loss. Jin Hyuk swung the Gung-Nia spear with great force, knocking the mighty warrior down in an instant. It was time to fight. Vulcan immediately jumped out of Hendrik's body to avoid harm. Hendrik pretended to clench his teeth to appear tense, but his sword was ineffective, as magic could not break Vulcan's chain. Vulcan signaled Jin Hyuk to step back. Hendrik's sword, the Dragon Slayer, could easily sever the Gung-Nia spear and charge toward Jin Hyuk. A massive explosion occurred where he stood. Vulcan wanted to help but had to protect himself first as Hendrik kept stomping on him. Hendrik said he must be Jin Hyuk's father's strongest ally. If so, no one can aid him anymore. Hendrik rushed to find Jin Hyuk's body, but Jin Hyuk had already escaped the situation. Who said Vulcan is the strongest ally? He's still very much alive here. Dian Hiu fired an arrow, but it flew past Hendrik's sleek hair, forcing him into silence. He was much better at archery than swordplay. 2 arrows soared into the sky, releasing magic to draw Hendrik's attention. Then, Dian Hiu fired 3 more, sending him into free fall. This attack worked. Jin Hyuk had to seize the moment to finish the battle. He donned the Oni mask to activate his battle vision while Hendrik continued falling, gritting his teeth in anger. Hendrik conjured a crimson stream, making things difficult for Jin Hyuk. He had already missed his chance. Hendrik laughed loudly. "You are strong indeed, Jin Hyuk's father. I was a little surprised, but it's not over yet." The next move is a signature of the Dragon Clan, Dragon Fang. Dian Hiu was sweating not from heat, but from worry. He couldn't see the trajectory clearly, and although he knew its path, his speed wasn't enough. Getting hit would be fatal. Yet, he still had another persona. Jin Hyuk put on the fox mask. Gino awoke from a short nap, seeing the wreckage around him, and guessed Hendrik had gone berserk again. Miho rushed outside with the elder following anxiously. He stood before Jin Hyuk's call. Hendrik unleashed the Dragon Fang, suddenly vanishing and leaving Jin Hyuk bewildered. In just a second, Hendrik appeared in front of Jin Hyuk, thrusting his sword straight at him. Another huge explosion occurred, but no blood was seen. Hendrik doubted Jin Hyuk could dodge this move, but he did. Jin Hyuk appeared behind Hendrik with the fox mask, exciting Hendrik further. "That mask looks nice," Jin Hyuk's father. Jin Hyuk formed wolf-like claws and lunged at Hendrik, confronting his dragon slayer. Still, Hendrik noticed Jin Hyuk's power and agility changed when he used the fox mask. Hendrik was pushed back mid-sentence, revealing a rare weakness Jin Hyuk couldn't miss. He realized Hendrik had prepared a spell, perhaps deliberately leaving an opening to attack. Hendrik cast the spell, creating debris, forcing Jin Hyuk to face an enemy even dirtier than himself. Jin Hyuk surged through the dust, deciding to use his ultimate, the Fox Clan's illusion technique. Hendrik anticipated it but couldn't avoid feeling joy, as if encountering his destiny. Hendrik gritted his teeth, shouting, "That mouth, I have no interest in men." Hendrik focused to dispel the illusion, but that wasn't Jin Hyuk's target. In that brief moment, Hendrik's body froze, allowing Jin Hyuk easy access. At close range, Jin Hyuk couldn't use weapons, so he chose to finish with a direct strike. He recalled the Kyung Hun technique, combining the fox's agility with a power-enhancing spell. He poured all his strength into the most powerful punch, deciding to end the fight. "It's over, kid." Jin Hyuk delivered a precise punch to Hendrik's abdomen, called Chaotic Stream First Strike. Despite the long name, it was just a powerful punch. The explosion created a wider wreck than Hendrik himself. Thick smoke and a deafening blast woke Vulcan. Weakly, he asked, "What's the score?" The dust cleared and the figure of Jin Hiu appeared, making him overjoyed. However, before the joy could be fully realized, he collapsed. Blood poured from his mouth and eyes, and he had exhausted all his strength, unable to move. Hendrik still had his sword to use as a staff. At this moment, everything should have been over. He swung his sword, believing he had won, but Jin Hiu didn't give up easily and was determined to reclaim justice. "You lost, you lost. I've delivered the final blow, and you've fallen, you monster." Hendrik felt uneasy, never having imagined that he would lose this way. He was incredibly frustrated. "All right," Hendrik said, "but I want the final decision to be based on this last strike." He was proud of his strength but also wanted to win at all costs. "Wait, now I can't move." Jin Hyuk signaled for help, but Hendrik pretended not to hear. He summoned a fire dragon that charged toward him. Jin Hiu was powerless, unsure whether it was blood or tears falling. "All right, you will win, you crazy fool. What did you say? I'll prove you are a murderous dragon." Vulcan's mocking tone drove Jin Hiu mad. Even though he was dead, his nature hadn't changed. Jin Hiu withdrew his hand in pain, which only pleased Vulcan more. "Come on, don't push yourself so hard. If not for Uriel's divine power, you would have failed miserably. Without divine power, your tiny body would have shattered. Damn you, why do you keep insulting my master? Just wait until I recover." Their argument kept Miho from sleeping. At this moment, Hendrik, the cause of the argument, walked in. "How's your body?" Seeing him, as if encountering a ghost, he suddenly remembered the words he said when he had taken down Hendrik. He immediately got off the cart and went to apologize. Hendrik didn't investigate because it was his own fault. Letting the past go made Vulcan breathe a sigh of relief, as if he had paid a debt. When fighting Jin Hiu, he was like a madman, but when calm, he was entirely different. Hendrik looked at Jin Hiu and kindly asked, "Did I go too far?" His question touched a nerve, making Jin Hiu annoyed. "Both of you enough. I will definitely win next time." Putting the issue aside, he wanted to hear his story, so he called Hendrik over to talk about his past life and death. Hendrik recounted everything, starting from when his family and homeland disappeared without a trace due to the Dragon Clan. He was the only one left alive, a miracle. Before him was the scene of his loved ones dying in a sea of flames. Above him, dragons flew, showing no mercy. All that remained was his hatred for the dragon horns and scales. Afterward, Hendrik climbed the tower like any other dragon hunter. Fortunately, he had talent, and the first time he faced a dragon for revenge was on the 600th floor. Jinhyu was surprised. Hendrik climbed the tower faster than him. From then on, Hendrik walked the path of dragon hunting while simultaneously facing the Golden Star clan's pursuit team, which was his life. One thing Hendrik noticed: the stronger he became, the lighter their punishments. After 800 floors, their base was no more. The punishment was a system-imposed mechanism to regulate those who couldn't claim the tower. All of them had their abilities limited when they were on floors lower than their highest. That's why he could withstand Goldrich's attack. Without the punishment, he would have collapsed by now. Suddenly, Jinhyu froze. "How high has Hendrik climbed?" "Floor 900, he said. "This is where my journey ends." If it's floor 900, perhaps he was destined to become a super expert. A larger and stronger Golden Star clan pursuit team had been formed to capture him. In the end, Hendrik couldn't resist dozens of Golden Star clan members and had to perish. It was ironic that out of countless races, he was resurrected in the body of a dragon. He had wanted to die, but dying with this strength and body wasn't easy either. So Hendrik accepted it and used this body as a tool for revenge. Jinhyu felt a bit of sympathy for him and understood Hendrik's answer. Hendrik nodded enthusiastically and asked about the next time to climb the tower. According to him, they were waiting for Haru. Who would have guessed he wanted to climb the tower with him? Though annoyed, Jinhyu could do nothing. Hendrik realized they had a lot in common. He had fought alone in the final moments, and perhaps Jinhyu had as well. They had to learn from their past failures. Fighting alone against everything was nothing more than a foolish ambition. Jinhyu also understood that he needed teammates and companions to fight together. Hendrik immediately suggested forming a guild, which surprised Jinhyu. At the same time, on the 600th floor of the Holy Union, Priestess Pilo stormed into the room and questioned angrily. He was studying a report from the White Crane branch on the 10th floor. Someone had set the place on fire, turning it to ash, and the culprit acted alone. The information Bait Holio provided was like this, but he doubted it was the work of just one person. Ridiculous, on a low floor like the 10th, no matter how strong they are, they must be subjected to a power reduction punishment, she shouted. Even if they are at the peak of power, they can't escape the power reduction. The culprit must be someone with exceptional strength on the 10th floor. Just like us when we first climbed the tower, but Ken is sure that everything is still under our control. If that person has a strength we don't know about, we have to follow the plan from 10 years ago, eliminate the root cause. He would hire a capable bounty hunter to solve the problem. After thinking for a moment, Jinhyu agreed with Hendrik. However, he had one problem. Currently, he was on his own mission. Before reaching the 100th floor, he needed to build his reputation and fame, so getting involved with him or his guild would cause problems. Hendrik understood the problem and proposed a simple but effective solution. Jinhyu will be the guild leader. Jinhyu did not expect this. Hendrik didn't want to take that position because he was not confident in himself. "You are an excellent necromancer, a talent for leadership." Jinhyu also lacked confidence because he was weaker than Hendrik. He worried that he would have to give orders to him, someone weaker than him. Would he accept this? Jinhyu wondered. Suddenly, Hendrik knelt before him, which shocked Jinhyu. He doesn't want to do this, but this is his answer. You don't know what kind of humiliation he has suffered. He was helpless and angry. "The main goal is that no matter what, you must accept this, right?" Jinhyu asked again, and Hendrik nodded. "Then, to avenge both him and me, Jinhyu will accept the position of guild leader." Hendrik was very pleased with this decision, feeling it was the right choice. "So what will the guild be called?" he asked. "The one who wears a mask and eliminates all evil Engai theme." Jinhyu liked the name very much. The guild could be established immediately after registering with the Merchant Guild. But when he remembered Goldrich and his puppet, Jinhyu felt confused. The puppet had already left. Currently, Hansen was managing the branch on the 10th floor. There was one thing he couldn't understand. That was the channel of the tower was here gossiping. Due to his job with the tower, Hansen often came here, and he was even close friends with Han Xian. Every time Jinhyu came, he brought difficult requests, which made Han Xian curious about this time. Jinhyu said, "I want to establish a guild." Han Xian thought this time seemed easy. Surely everyone would want to join a guild established by a demon. However, to establish a guild, at least 2 members were needed, and this was his team: Hendrik, Vulcan, and Maiho. Ken was startled when he saw the Long clan. Hansen admired Jin Hyu for attracting Hendrik. He was clearly very famous here, as he stood in the middle of the street every day chatting nonsense. Jin Hyu had also sent invitations to others. When they gathered, Han Xian would have to help the guild be established immediately. Han Xian obeyed. Goldrich had instructed him to comply with any request from Jin Hyu. At this time, the letters had reached the puppet Haru and Goldrich. Things were getting more interesting. That evening, Jin Hyu went to get food for Miho, while also testing the splitting magic. A pile of skulls was stacked into a mountain to make a buffet for Miho. Today, he was preparing the final 999 raw livers. After Miho ate the last liver, a bright red light burst out. Hendrik gritted his teeth. What will happen if that fox eats all this raw liver? The system announced that the nine-tailed fox was manifesting. Vun Can, panicked, he shouted, "Hey, look at this." A figure appeared. Jin Hyu was surprised by the true form of the nine-tailed fox, a cute little girl of uncertain gender. The little girl was a bit clumsy, so she had already fallen into his arms. Miho opened her mouth and said in a cute voice, "Daddy, what's with the green bean and water spinach? What's going on here? You don't even have a wife." "What, Dad? Oh, who's that girl?" Haru appeared from nowhere with a blank expression. Jin Hyu was caught in a dilemma. What should he do now? Miho innocently pointed at Haru. "Daddy, who's that sister?" Her naive call of daddy made Haru feel angry. Though unsure why, Jin Hyuk felt awkward. He turned to ask Kuyi Hori and realized the mission was complete, and Miho had become his possession. Jin Hyuk could not imagine that receiving a reward of love from Hori would happen like this. Kuyi Hori handed over the girl and left. Winken looked at him with a sinister smile. Hendrik was confused, unable to understand how humans could even give birth to Hori. Haru fell. Jin Hyuk's daughter had grown up, so when had he done that? But with Jin Hyuk's charm and strength, it was understandable to have a lover. From the beginning, she should have just accepted and moved on, instead of deluding herself with him and facing a bitter ending. Hendrik stepped forward to ask Haru, and realized she was the only girl they had been waiting for. Haru looked at his dragon form. Memories of the fire that burned her village surged back. A cruel dragon figure she could never forget. Haru did not hesitate to swing her sword at Hendrik. In her eyes, he was the enemy of the Oni village, while Hendrik was confused, not understanding why he was always attacked. Hendrik reacted in time and shouted for Jin Hyuk to clear his name. Jin Hyuk smirked, thinking Haru misunderstood, but he decided to let her handle it herself. Hendrik did not want to intervene for fear she might get hurt, but knowing Haru's bravery, he believed she could endure it. Hendrik considered this the second challenge. Haru was thrown back but felt no pain and charged at Hendrik again. Her spiritual power was strong, yet still not enough to match him. One strike from Hendrik, like a dragon's tail, sent Haru flying backward. She lay on the ground, gritting her teeth, surprised at the gap in strength. The enemy stood before her, yet she lacked the power to avenge her village. The sword spirit appeared, recognizing the dragon clan, lending Haru its power, granting her the ability to slay dragons. That is why it was called the Dragon Slayer sword. Haru transformed, delighting Hendrik. He easily blocked her twin dragon swords with one hand, astonishing her. Then he repeatedly kicked Haru's side. She had the Dragon Slayer sword, yet he was stronger. Even just forging the sword had made it stronger than her. Haru silently prayed for its power to exact revenge. Hendrik enjoyed her spirit, her strength increasing. He recognized the sword's shape as belonging to the one who burned the village. Haru was determined to avenge the fallen Oni, swinging her sword with a completely different power. Hendrik knew it wasn't her strength but the sword's. Continuing would be dangerous for her. Hendrik grabbed Haru's hand, asking her to release the sword. That power was parasitic and corrosive beyond her control. Haru refused. She would only release the sword when he was dead. Facing the one who annihilated her clan, she would show no mercy. Hendrik realized Haru's hatred for the dragon clan ran so deep she could not control her power. With more experience wielding a sword, Hendrik felt responsible to guide her so she would not go astray. He warned that the next strike would hurt, but she would not die. The dragon fang struck. Haru's hand left the sword and she slowly fell asleep. Haru dreamt of being in the Oni village forest. A ball rolled toward her, and children appeared. They looked at her with vacant eyes and asked, "Sister, why is only your nose alive?" The question made Haru realize the truth. That girl, like all other Oni, wished to live like her. Why was she the only survivor while the others perished? Haru had also wondered why she survived. Because she had to live to wield the Dragon Slayer sword. It appeared as a saving power, and the only way to take revenge was through her. Now she had to rise and fight. The Oni clan never forgot the words, repay kindness and revenge. Hendrik was startled to see Haru stand after being struck by the dragon fang, charging at him even more frantically. The sword seemed capable of piercing Hendrik's body if it did not break, and Haru had reached her limit. The Dragon Slayer sword recognized she had to be strong enough to kill him and avenge the Oni clan. Jin Hyuk and Vulcan stood nearby. pretending to run out to ask about the situation. Luckily, Hendrik was unharmed because Haru exhausted herself before striking him. Now she could rest. Haru seemed to have continuously exceeded her limits, the sword greatly affecting her. Hendrix feared that when he woke up, Haru would continue to attack him, as their stories had many similarities. It was possible that his body once belonged to one of the dragons that attacked the Oni village. Hendrix accepted the burden of that hatred. Anyway, he had to take responsibility for the crimes that had occurred. Jin Hyuk led Hendrix to another room. He had rented the entire second floor, so Hendrix would stay there until she woke up. Hendrix thanked him but insisted that he must bear the anger. Jin Hyuk angrily shouted, "Do you think I care about you? Step aside, only then can Haru rest." Afterwards, Haru felt more comfortable opening her eyes. She thought Jin Hyuk would be beside her, but it was his daughter instead. Haru was startled and made a noise. Jin Hyuk, who was outside, came in to check. "Ah, it's Dad." Miho innocently called him, causing Haru to sink back into a nightmare. Jin Hyuk told Miho to go out and warned her not to call him that again. Otherwise, Haru will get angry and cause trouble. The next day, the group set off, and Haru had packed all her belongings. Even though the Azure Dragon's sword was broken, she always felt it would return. Hendrix's possessions had been arranged with magic, so there was nothing to worry about. Miho also remembered everything and even called Jin Hyuk brother. Jin Hyuk was quite surprised that she no longer called him Dad. All thanks to Haru's careful guidance, she explained things clearly and kindly. Miho preferred calling him Dad. She mumbled, but the moment she saw Haru's murderous gaze, she immediately retracted her words. Jin Hyuk gave each person a teleportation scroll. If they used it, they would reach the meeting room prepared by Goldrich. Vulcan shouted, "What about my share?" Seeing more made him forget. Jin Hyuk snapped his fingers, recalling him to the soul orb, which angered him. "You bastard. I told you not to treat me like an object. Take it if you want, store it if you want. Now let's go." The group entered a room built with magic. Only the wealthy like Goldrich could manage this place. At the same time, another person appeared, old Gino. The two embraced in tears. Wang Can, witnessing this, felt relieved. It was comforting to see them reunited. Goldrich entered like a god of wealth. Time was as precious as gold, so he was irritated that they were late. Jin Hyuk explained the Oni situation, but Goldrich thought he seemed weaker than when he was the Death Star. The imposter recognized the name Death Star. The tower climber had died 10 years ago for betraying humanity. "It's me, the betrayer who died 10 years ago." Jin Hyuk lowered his mask. During the meeting, Goldrich recapped what had been known so far. The imposter raised his hand in confusion. He struggled to accept that the four kings secretly eliminated potential threats, including the Oni village on the 100th floor. Both Jin Hyuk and Hendrix were resurrected victims. More importantly, the guild's goal was revenge. This guild consisted of those who defied the heavens. As the name suggested, they aimed to destroy the celestial realm. Gino knew Jin Hyuk was reckless, but this went beyond his expectation. The imposter was certain they would bring great change to this tower, highly anticipated. After the meeting, Goldrich asked about Jin Hyuk's next plan, and of course he would have to climb the tower. Each member had to work hard to strengthen themselves as much as possible. The only way was to fight fire with fire. Haru ran to ask Gino about climbing the tower together. Her presence made him happy, but he wanted to act alone. Seeing she was safe eased his anger about the past. His motivation was gone. If they went together, Gino would still feel comfortable, but their strength would be delayed. Moreover, he was old and could not be a burden. From now on, Gino would change his name to Shadowless. No longer Orni named Gino, just a normal genetic craftsman. He reminded her never to forget Orni's final responsibility and hatred. Jin Hyuk decided to assign him another mission. Goldrich wanted a base on the 100th floor, and he needed to investigate that village. The manager would be Gino, the best genetic craftsman Ernie, living on the 101st floor long enough to understand the terrain and features. Goldrich understood the issue and ordered the imposter to escort him to the 100th floor. After deciding everyone's destination, it was time to depart. Those who defied the heavens would show them where their name came from. In the safe area of the 11th floor, Jin Hyuk entered like a god. The 11th floor was the true beginning. The bastards who made him like this just wait. He didn't care how high they were. He would reach them and destroy their nest. At that moment from the gate, a familiar bounty hunter stepped out with a proud smile. I was sent to find Jin Hyuk." Jumping to the 50th floor, everyone talked about the masked man reaching the 50th floor with a revived phantom soldier army. Not only that, his companions were also strong. Wherever he fought, the number of phantom soldiers increased. A newly appointed guild chief was also attacked. He couldn't accept dying just as he tasted the glory, so he summoned a giant stone golem to protect the Holy Kingdom. It was a monster from floor 120, so he believed he could turn the tide and wipe out the arrogant ones who dared to challenge the kingdom's alliance. But unexpectedly, the golem behind him was shattered by Jin Hyuk's strongest teammate in the blink of an eye. A dragon slayer appeared, taking the form of a dragonkin, and Jin Hyuk strangled him, the leader of Floor 50. He couldn't believe Jin Hyuk would challenge the 9 stars, but the truth was they had considered him an enemy since 10 years ago, to be precise. Every time he set a new record on a new floor, the alliance of that floor would be crushed, and Floor 50 was no exception. The Reverse Heaven Guild would gradually destroy all their plans, while Jin Hyuk walked through the streets amid the gossip. He had attacked the smaller guilds in the 9 Stars Alliance, and the news had clearly spread like wildfire. Going higher, they could use magic to erase traces, but Haru felt that Jin Hyuk deliberately let it slip. Jin Hyuk was tired of sneaking into guilds to gather intel. From now on, he wanted to make them fear him and have them come to him first. With his current stats, even an ambush wasn't a big deal. The only downside was his magical and divine powers were still weak, and if he climbed the false tower on a higher floor and came back down to fight, it would become a fatal point. Luckily, when descending to a lower floor, their powers were limited. The only downside was that their equipment was still unstable. Hendrix reminded him not to be too greedy. He was using a weapon forged by the top blacksmith Ernie of the Shadowless Rank 1, and without it, climbing the tower would have been much harder. Speaking of Shadowless, Haru became even more curious about how he was doing now. Miho scolded Hendrik for making her upset. "Did I say something wrong?" Hendrik, who was just sitting idly, was scolded and looked upset. In any case, Jin Hyuk still wanted to arrange a trip to find equipment, which would also help release his frustration. The place he mentioned was the black market on floor 51, where one could get equipment that couldn't normally be found. If there was something he liked up for auction, he would give it to Haru and Miho, both of whom were thrilled to the point it even surprised him. He should have given them good items earlier. Just then, a grenade rolled out, forcing the group to scatter. In the smoke, a gun barrel was aimed straight at Jin Hyuk's head, freezing him. The arrogant bounty hunter fired, a single bullet capable of blowing up a house. If not for the power of the mask, he would have lost his head. "Do you think you can avoid it now?" she sneered. "But look who's about to have their head chopped off by Hendrik," she ordered. "Shield," and a shield immediately appeared. Hendrik was startled because she seemed to be a robot. The shield turned into a counterattack and threw Hendrik far away. Haru appeared just in time with Miho. Their lion's roar and Oppa activated, summoning the 2 lions of the east while she switched to flight mode. Haru was amazed, Miho was excited, but her smile faded when she dropped a pile of tooth bombs, putting the 2 girls into a deep sleep. She looked at Ma Yan and the rebel crew, then mocked. "I came here with high expectations and this is all you have." But of course, this wasn't the end. Hendrik and Jin Hyuk charged together, thinking they had succeeded, but both were suddenly targeted by the gun barrel aimed at their heads. "That was close. I almost felt bad for ending both of you so soon." Both jumped apart, but she didn't seem ready to strike because she wanted to talk. That night, the group sat down to discuss, and she introduced herself as Sen, a talented bounty hunter. Jin Hyuk hadn't expected anyone on floor 50 to offer a bounty on them. Sen told them no need for introductions since she always had information about her targets. However, Sen came up with a better idea. She wanted to bet, a bet that would benefit both sides. Hendrik was not fond of betting, but Sen said if they won, she would back off and reveal the one who placed the bounty. Hendrik didn't want to hear more and was about to kill her immediately, but Jin Hyuk ordered him to stop. If the one behind it was the 9 stars or the Star Emperor, they would have been in danger since they started climbing the tower, and this was the information they needed. The bet was set. Sen wanted a fun battle with strong opponents. "Damn it, it's still a fight in the end," Hendrik yelled in frustration, but she added another condition. Whether they won or lost, all 3 had to stay alive. She had to remain alive for them to extract the information, and Sen also emphasized that she had no special intentions toward them. The 2 still didn't understand why she forbade killing, and since it was 2 against 1, Jin Hyuk wasn't allowed to summon spirit. Jin Hyuk agreed as long as he knew what she wanted. He could attack later if necessary, even if it meant severing hands or legs. "As long as we're alive, right?" Hendrik was ready to enter the fight. Sen switched to her automatic aircraft form and opened fire, the automatic gun locking onto Jin Hyuk as the target. But those toys did nothing to him. Sen immediately appeared behind Jin Hyuk, and he activated his soul shield. Hendrik appeared behind Sen and immediately teleported away, maintaining a calm demeanor. Despite himself, Hendrik couldn't stop attacking and struck Jin Hyu. Seeing their chaotic coordination, Jin Hyu grabbed Hendrik by the collar. They argued as he ordered him to cooperate. Hendrik realized that if he entrusted the battle to Jin Hyu, they might actually win. "Hey, you 2 idiots, I know you're both stubborn, but leaving me out is a bit too much." A deadly beam shot down with artillery-level force, glowing so brightly it illuminated their entire future. The explosion leveled the area, and on the forest edge, the 2 young men fell from above. Luckily, Jin Hyuk used instant teleportation, otherwise they would have been in danger. Fighting and running away at the same time, "What's wrong with you?" Hendrik yelled. Jin Hiu immediately covered his mouth. Her helmet was transforming into an automated aircraft tracking them. It was an extremely advanced weapon, clearly indicating she wasn't from Earth. The tower connected multiple dimensions and worlds. She might be from a place with technology far beyond what he knew. This time, Jin Hiu said seriously, "Hendrik, follow my orders if you want to win." When Jin Hyuk suddenly appeared around her, she was confused, wondering if he had given up. "Sorry, but fate wants you to live long enough to become a legend." Jin Hyuk used the blessing spirit to restrain her. She expected some powerful method, but it was the classic approach. A figure appeared behind her. Hendrik swung unexpectedly but missed. Ada fired through his head, but it had no effect. Hendrik's head remained intact, possibly shielded by the blessing spirit. He struck again and this time hit her. But she was still alive. Spells weren't the only tools a mage could use. He could transfer all his advantages to Hendrik. Now he would show her the true power of an omnipotent master. Jin Hiu increased Hendrik's speed, helping him catch up to Sen. She fired continuously, but Hendrik was too fast, like a hard-to-catch prey. He enjoyed chasing a fleeing target like her. Even with a shield, she couldn't withstand Hendrik's enhanced lightning dragon. A deafening explosion, Hendrik landed like a god, but Sen didn't flee. She lured him in to deliver a gift called the nuclear body. Jin Hyuk rushed in but was too late. Another explosion shook the forest. He was helpless, not knowing which world she came from to possess such advanced technology. A bullet pierced Jin Hyu's chest. Behind him, Hendrik surely couldn't stand, leaving him as the only one uninjured. "You think so?" Seems she forgot Hendrik is a giant dragon. He could easily survive the previous blast. Showing surprise meant he hadn't used his full strength. Hendrik returned even more dangerous than before. He didn't want to use his terrifying form. The dragon clan was his eternal enemy. Hendrik unleashed a powerful barrage at Sen, but she remained unharmed. She even counterattacked. The strongest in the tower was truly on another level, but he still hadn't unleashed his full power. As soon as he finished speaking, he snapped his fingers, releasing a continuous fiery assault on Hendrik. The speed and power of the attacks were so extreme that the naked eye couldn't keep up. After the relentless barrage of bullets, what stunned Sin was that Hendrik remained completely unharmed, not a scratch or a single hair out of place. His face still held that arrogant smirk, making anyone want to explode in anger. Using all this just to deal with a single dragon. "You said we agreed not to kill each other, didn't you? Then don't force me to break that agreement." Hendrik roared, eyes blazing, flames erupting around him as he lunged straight at Sen. Though slightly hesitant, she remained stubborn, countering while continuously striking, all while raising her shield at full capacity to prepare for a counterattack. Sen's white bullets collided with Hendrik's flames, producing a terrifying explosion that shook the earth and sky. The shockwave spread across the area. On the other side, Jin Hyuk, despite using divine power, recovered extremely slowly, all because of the bullet Sen had sneakily fired earlier. Not only that, when Hendrik transformed into his dragon form, all of Jin Hyuk's enhanced abilities and defenses disappeared. It was as if Hendrik's presence was destabilizing the magical flow in the area. After the fierce dragon-tiger clash, Hendrik and Sen still hadn't determined a winner. Seemingly not yet exhausted, Sen continued using a new technique, employing three-dimensional illusions to attack Hendrik. "I should be the only one controlling magic in this area. How can this happen?" Hendrik roared with bloodshot eyes, curling his body to dodge the rain of physical bullets around him. The bullets from Sen poured relentlessly. Boiling over with rage, Hendrik sprang up, enveloping his body with magical energy. He gritted his teeth, warning that even if she fired 1,000 times, it would be useless. Seeing Hendrik speak, Sen complied, switching from physical bullets to a massive AK rifle with a cannon-like barrel, sending chills down his spine. "HMPH, so this is your answer." "Exactly, this is the most destructive weapon. I avoided using it, but now I have no choice." Sen curved her lips in response. Since she had made such a bold move, Hendrik didn't hesitate to unleash his full power in return. Hendrik's overwhelming firepower clashed directly with Sen's countless bullets, creating a violent seismic shock. The scene resembled a volcanic eruption, sweeping everything away with no trace left behind. Even the American bomb dropped on Hiroshima likely couldn't cause such a terrifying impact. Everything around was nearly flattened, as if resetting to the starting point. Amid the dust and rubble, Sen staggered and lifted her head. She looked exhausted from the massive explosion she had caused. The immense heat had affected her shield, preventing it from functioning properly. Intending to let the shield rest for a moment, Sen glanced forward and was startled to see Hendrik still standing there. What the hell, can he still fight after that hit? Sen paled, wondering. Luckily, the figure standing there was only Hendrik's charred corpse, which then collapsed in front of her. She grinned widely, proud that she had truly defeated a dragon. Suddenly, a voice from behind made her heart skip a beat. "How careless, 2-on-1 and still careless. Forgot I'm still here." Jin Hyuk, blood smeared at the corner of his mouth, stepped staggered forward with a sarcastic tone. You talk a lot for someone riddled with holes. Do you think that handsome face under your mask will save you now? The weapon in my hand is enough to finish you. Why don't you surrender? Sen grinned, pointing her rifle directly at Jin Hyuk. He remained calm, picking up a burnt scale of Hendrik and biting down hard. He chuckled, even if 20 or 30 times it's still not New Year. Seeing Jin Hyuk calmly eat the burnt scale, Sen felt nauseous. But the surprise didn't end there. After swallowing, Jin Hyuk immediately transformed into a terrifying half-human, half-dragon creature. We really need the information you have. I must know it, even if it means going a bit beyond the limit. Jin Hyuk's dragon wings flapped violently, his entire body radiating a chilling, murderous aura as he spoke arrogantly. The power he displayed horrified Sen into silence, for it was the legendary, majestic authority of the dragon clan. Since acquiring this source of power, Jin Hyuk felt like a completely different entity. He could freely cast all kinds of magic. True to the rumor, dragons are indeed masters of magic. Riding this momentum, Jin Hyuk unleashed the dragon energy that surged through the space, causing Sen to widen her eyes in terror. With a strike sharp as a spear, the intense light combined with dark energy unleashed a fierce attack, forcing the opponent onto the defensive. Jin Hyuk quickly turned the tables, making the opponent flee in haste. Bullets exploded like thunder and lightning, relentlessly chasing her. Facing magic as powerful as a dragon, Sen had to flee in panic, constantly shouting curses. What the hell is this? Could the demon mask also be a dragon? No, his magical energy changed after absorbing Hendrik's energy. Don't tell me he can now use the power of what he absorbed. Sen thought, fearfully acknowledging it was too late. Dian Hiu had already caught up without her noticing. In a desperate moment, Sen swung her sword to counterattack, flames bursting from Jin Hiu's power. Seeing Sen struggle, Jin Hyuk felt immense satisfaction. He taunted continuously, making Sen even angrier. Eliminating a traitor of the dragon clan like you is easy. Fine, I'll end this the way you want, demon mask. Sen, furious, yelled and unleashed a lightning strike at Jin Hyuk. The more agitated she became, the more delighted Jin Hyuk was. Jin Hyuk's powerful attacks scorched Sen until she could no longer stand. Sen fell to the ground, her body shattered, while Jin Hyuk reveled in his victory. The final fire strike destroyed Sen, but also severely injured Jin Hyuk, blood pouring from his mouth. Still not enough to master the power of this dragon clan. I'll need more training. Jin Hyuk sighed, his eyes confused as he looked around at the smoke-filled battlefield. A while later, Sen awoke groggily, her body aching from the battle's aftermath. Finally awake, we were wondering when you'd get up. Hendrik spoke first. You woke up earlier than me. Truly the power of the dragon clan, but where are we? Sen looked around the dark space, curiously asking, this is a magical barrier. You both passed out and this entire area was destroyed. I can't just leave it like this. Jin Hyuk replied, I know. I failed miserably, so I can only sigh in defeat. Jin Hyuk's voice was filled with resentment as he thought about the strength of the four great clans. He answered with irritation and blame. They're definitely trying to make things difficult for us. Hendrik asked why Sen wanted to participate in the fight. Sen replied calmly and confidently, I simply wanted to test myself against a dragon. She continued, we've faced so many life-or-death battles for one purpose only, to reach the underground. Sen's answer left Hendrik and Jin Hyuk speechless. Jin Hyuk sighed, to maintain this magical barrier, I had to use all the mana stones collected from monsters. Truly formidable, but now that you're awake, will you keep your promise? After all, who is it? Jin Hyuk asked, who sent bounty hunters to kill us? Hendrik replied, I wasn't sent by just one person. The bounty notice on you came from an association organization. He explained further, do you know about the punishment? Those climbing higher towers have their abilities limited on lower floors. So they bypassed this punishment by sponsoring and taking over lower-level guilds. Their power was strengthened through this chain reaction, from the highest guilds to the lowest floors. Hendrik explained the association organization. Jin Hyuk listened, his expression changing as he thought of the Holy Nation 9 Stars Ken Pella. Indeed, someone capable of maintaining such power could pull off these actions. In the Holy Nation Association's high-rise, 9 Stars called his subordinates to report that the Holy Nation League had been raided by Jin Hyuk. To prevent other leagues from trouble, 9 Stars decided to plan Jin Hyuk's elimination before he caused further disaster. 9 Stars chose not to act personally, instead using a mercenary to carry out the task. That mercenary was Zen. However, she not only failed but also provided information to Jin Hyuk, causing his team's traces to vanish after contact with her. Sen was captured by the Holy Kingdom Association and became prey for a snake after enduring a brutal beating. In the monster's jaw, Sen's faint cries for help echoed repeatedly, trembling before gradually fading away. Haru was startled by the pleas for help and jumped up. His head throbbed like it had been struck by a hammer, and he wondered whether the scene was a nightmare or an omen. All that remained before him were Jin Hyuk and Miho. Haru nervously looked around, wanting to know where Hendrik and Sen were. That guy had gone ahead to gather information. The ones hunting us are serious. It seems like he'll be spying for a while, even though we already have the information. You seem to be fine. Let's move on to the next stop, the black market. Jin Hyuk smiled and replied. The three quickly arrived at the 51st floor of the shopping district. Dai Hyu allowed Miho to eat anything she wanted before the black market opened, making Miho as happy as a bird set free. Haru was still worried about the afternoon dream, her tense expression making Jin Hyuk next to her also notice something unusual. The sky was getting darker. Before entering the black market, Jin Hyuk feared that Haru would stand out and be detected, so he snapped his fingers and created a cute disguise for her. Miho transformed into a fox and jumped onto Jin Hyuk's shoulder. The three finished preparing and approached the entrance, meeting the entity assassin staff. When they saw the powerful black card in Jin Hyuk's hand, the staff appeared stunned. They guessed that if he didn't have a good sponsor, he wouldn't be able to participate in the auction. After a moment of surprise, they led Jin Hyuk to the VIP seating area. Jin Hyuk's signature mask made a few people in the audience recognize him as the legendary masked phantom. They whispered excitedly. After Jin Hyuk's group settled in, the bidding started. Sitting for a long time without seeing anything worth buying made Jin Hyuk feel frustrated. He noticed that the lower floor was crowded, signaling that something big was about to appear. When the next item appeared, Haru suddenly jumped down to the lower floor like a rabbit, startling Jin Hyuk. Under the astonished gazes, Haru ran straight toward the item. She decided to save the item because she heard the same cry for help as in her dream. But just as she was about to touch the item, Haru was knocked down by the force of the old man and his bodyguard. How dare you touch the item I've had my eye on, such an arrogant girl. Newcomers should stay out of the way. Who just laid hands on someone? The fat old man growled. Jin Hyuk with his full magic power approached to respond, his expression terrifying. The old man briefly realized that Jin Hyuk was the notorious masked phantom. After helping Haru sit up, Jin Hyuk gently asked her what had happened. I heard a voice, Haru pointed toward the item. The chaos made the MC laugh, thinking everyone was too excited about this particular item. Alright, let's keep up this spirit and display the item. He snapped his fingers to draw the curtains. In front of Haru was the Oni tribe hairpin. The sight made Haru recall old memories, her entire body trembling, her eyes wide in uncontrolled anger upon seeing her tribe's item being sold at such a mundane auction. Jin Hyuk stood by, patting Haru on the back, suggesting she save the item. The starting price for the hairpin was 100,000 gold coins. The price increased gradually and stopped at 1 million, set by the old man. Haha, with this, I'll add a new species to my collection. Too bad there's no Oni color, but still, it's fun, haha. The old man laughed loudly. Haru, furious, was about to strike the old man with her sword, but Jin Hyuk managed to stop her just in time with a shout. 3 million! The entire room immediately fell silent, everyone gaping at the enormous bid Jin Hyuk had made. This item belonged to Jin Hyuk, amidst the many murmurs about his wealth. Knowing he had drawn attention by buying the item for such a high price, Jin Hyuk took the item and quickly pulled Haru away. On the way back, Haru hugged the hairpin tightly, happily saying, "Thank you so much. You must have spent a lot of money." "Thank you so much," Haru repeated, happily hugging the item. The two continued walking, with Haru tightly holding the hairpin and smiling gratefully at Jin Hyuk. "Thank you so much," she said, her eyes full of joy. "Anyway, it's not my money, so it's fine. Make sure to thank Goldrich for me later." Jin Hyuk spoke softly. He had successfully reclaimed the hairpin. For a brief moment, Haru vaguely heard someone thanking her, and the sound vanished into nothingness. Tears welled up in her eyes as she silently vowed to take revenge at any cost. At this moment, Jin Hyuk understood why Haru had become so frenzied. Inside the hairpin resided the soul of a deceased owner. As they were walking, suddenly a sword-wielding attacker charged from behind, but Jin Hyuk spotted him in time and countered immediately. Swinging his sword repeatedly, Dayan Hiyu quickly realized the attacker was the bodyguard of the fat old man who had just missed the hairpin. "That's quite rude. Didn't I already give that item to you?" The old man smirked and slowly approached. "If you really want it, just buy it at the auction. Just so you know, you won't get it." Jin Hyuk growled threateningly. Unexpectedly, the old man burst into a cruel laugh. He twisted the truth, claiming he no longer needed the hairpin and now only wanted a genuine Oni like Haru. Enraged, Haru flew into a fury, drew her sword, and charged straight at the wretched old man. He was formidable too, pulling out a massive iron hammer and striking her repeatedly. While warning Haru not to lose control, Jin Hyuk narrowly avoided being stabbed in the face by the bodyguard's sharp blade. The speed and force of his strikes were so intense that Dayan Hiyu estimated his power might even surpass Hendrik. On the other side, realizing the old man was strong but slow, Haru immediately adapted her strategy for a one-on-one fight. Unexpectedly, as Haru launched a furious assault, the old man pressed a button on his hammer, releasing a cloud of toxic gas. Haru's face turned pale as she clamped her nose. She reminded herself to hold her breath. The poison rattled Haru instantly, and the old man grabbed her by the neck, pinning her to the ground. Remember this, little demon. Once you reach the 50th floor, you'll realize every tower climber has a trump card. This is a paralyzing poison, once used in goblin-tainted syringes. I've upgraded it into a gas. You won't be able to move even a finger for a while. I don't care about your revenge, so there's no need to get angry. Your life won't end, it's just a new beginning. To make you obedient, I'll cut a few of your ligaments. You should feel honored to live as an item in my collection. He screamed in madness, then pulled a hidden knife, ready to stab Haru. But at that moment, Jin Hyuk appeared like a god, swinging his cold blade horizontally and severing one of the old man's arms. Curious to see me still move, are you? Unfortunately, the poison doesn't affect me. You're ugly and worthless, not even worth my attention, so I'll deal with you. Dian Hiu spoke calmly as the old man writhed in horror. Blood gushed from the severed arm, making him scream like a slaughtered pig. Before Dian Hiu could sever the other arm, the bodyguard appeared. Quick, aren't you? Had you reacted any slower, it would have been disastrous. Saying that, Dian Hiu opened a magic circle and unleashed the 5-finger spirit bullet, blasting the ground beneath the bodyguard like fireworks. Nothing blocked my attack. He's skilled in both swordsmanship and magic. Does he have a hidden profession? This pressure feels like facing a veteran tower climber. The bodyguard, sweating profusely and pale, thought so. Seeing the disadvantage, he urged the old man to retreat to heal. But the old man stubbornly refused to leave Haru right in front of him. Sweet talk doesn't work, he only understands force. Impatient, the bodyguard aimed his sword at the old man and growled. Have you forgotten the terms of our contract? In return for my protection, you cannot intervene while I fight. Leave. Terrified by the threat, the old man fled in panic, unable to obtain Haru. The greedy old man even snatched the hairpin before running. Haru refused to let him escape so easily. She immediately drew her sword to chase, but halfway the bodyguard blocked her. Jin Hyuk rushed from behind to assist Haru. Each of his counterattacks rang out sharply. Where are you going? If you start a battle, you should see it through. Jin Hyuk raised an eyebrow and asked. In the silent night, he and the bodyguard clashed violently without end. Neither yielded, quickly devastating the surrounding area. Facing him directly, Jin Hyuk felt a pang of regret. That such talent was buried in such a filthy place. Only in dirty places like this can I encounter someone as strong as you. The bodyguard sneered in response. Oh, what? You're just a scared little mouse fleeing the tower climb. Jin Hyuk's words struck the bodyguard's pride. His anger flared, driving him almost insane, making his power and speed increasingly relentless and intense. No matter how strong he is, in the end, he will still take a fatal blow from our very own High Oke. His blood and flesh erupted violently like floodwaters during the rainy season. In the moment close to death, he vaguely remembered the time he first set foot on level 431 and witnessed the true form of the tower. Lies, deceit, betrayal, and all the most despicable behaviors of humankind. After being betrayed by his comrades, he lost his eyes in that filthy place. At least here, people don't hide their dirtiness from others. The bodyguard shouted and suddenly swung his sword, filled with killing intent, slashing straight at Jin Hyuk. Next to a timely sidestep, Jin Hyuk avoided the blow, causing the sword to strike the ground with such force that it shattered the stone like an earthquake had just occurred. I knew that from the moment I was betrayed and killed. That feeling is terrible, but do you realize how weak your mindset is? If you are really that strong, then climb higher and deal with those who betrayed you. Dian Hio roared, fiercely throwing a series of punches at the bodyguard, knocking him several meters away with overwhelming power. He fell into a pile of rubble, and before he could recover, he was hit by another strong surge of dark energy from Jin Hyuk. I don't run away like you because I will destroy those damn traitors. Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth, speaking through clenched jaws, his hands continuously releasing energy that enveloped his opponent. The bodyguard's screams echoed through the silent night, filled with agony. Elsewhere, the fat old man, after stealing the hairpin, panicked and ran, but just as he was about to reach the main road, he was sent to the afterlife by Haru Cho's decisive sword strike. Greed always leads to downfall. After dealing with the detestable old man, Haru accidentally picked up a golden token that fell from his body. Dian Hio unexpectedly stopped himself from finishing off the bodyguard, and even he did not understand why he did this. You still have something to do, right? The bastards treated your eyes like that, destroy all of them. Jin Hyuk turned his head and spoke in a deep voice. When I'm done, I'll come find you and you'll regret not killing me today. The bodyguard curled his lips in response, while Jin Hyuk waited for that day to come. Jin Hyuk's cold demeanor in sparing his enemy impressed Vulcan. Wang can guess that he empathized with the bodyguard because both harbored a thirst for revenge, but Jin Hyuk remained silent and did not respond. At that moment, Haru also returned, informing Jin Hyuk that she had dealt with the fat old man and showing him the golden token she had found on his body. It seemed the token was linked to an auction house, but could not be used directly for transactions. Usually, such an item served as a key to attend auctions for the elite aristocracy. I might be able to get something really rare. Jin Hyuk examined the token, unable to hide his eager, calculating expression. Suddenly, Haru lowered her head to apologize for her anger, which had put everyone in danger. Jin Hyuk didn't blame her, gently patting her head and saying, "It's all right, I know how much that hairpin means to you. I can still handle it. But remember, there are times when you shouldn't focus too much on your revenge." Haru remembered his words, giving him a slight smile and nodding. Thanks to the secret key Haru had found, Jin Hyuk and she easily entered the private auction reserved for the upper class. After observing the entire session, the auction gradually reached its final stages, with one last item being introduced. The guests around suddenly became unusually excited at the announcement. The hall immediately became noisy, and Jin Hyuk curiously waited to see what would happen next. From above, a huge cage draped in red fabric slowly descended. Jin Hyuk guessed that inside might be some mystical creature or divine beast. However, when the red fabric was lifted, Jin Hyuk was faced with a dark elf girl chained up completely, causing him to curse under his breath at the cruelty of the organizers. Such a murderous aura. I'm sure she didn't come here with good intentions, but besides the killing intent, I can also sense the pure mana of a high elf. Dark elves are a mutation that occurs when their ancestors were exposed to demonic energy, while pure mana is a trait unique to high elves. The two opposing attributes cannot coexist. Jin Hyuk closely observed the elf girl, deep in thought. Wang Qin quietly explained that it was possible for a high elf to be forced to come into contact with demonic energy. He continued observing the girl in the cage, feeling the conflicting energies intertwining within her body. The simultaneous presence of two sources of mana made the situation more unpredictable than he had imagined. He wondered what other conspiracy might be hidden behind this. In the heated atmosphere of the auction, his eyes never left the chained elf girl. A vague feeling told him that her appearance would surely bring about great changes. No way a noble elf wouldn't fall so easily. If this is true, could it be that the four clans are behind this? Jin Hyuk felt uneasy and wondered, sweat beginning to drip. The hall grew noisy with bidding, the atmosphere almost explosive. Suddenly, silence fell as everyone froze at the enormous bid of 5.5 million gold offered by Hamiel, the Angel of Eternity. The elf panicked instantly, screaming and struggling. "Hamiel, how dare you? I will never sell to you. Never. If I get out of here, you'll be the first I tear apart," the elf shouted angrily, unable to control her emotions. Hamiel stood there, smiling gently, his expression unshaken. "Don't be so angry, princess. Instead of becoming a plaything for those traders, why not be my pet?" Hamiel said softly. Yet the elf's anger did not abate, her eyes full of hatred, unable to contain her rage. Just as the 5.5 million bid was about to be confirmed, Jin Hyuk suddenly raised it by 4.5 million, stunning everyone, especially Hamiel, with his unbelievable generosity. 10 million gold, the highest auction bid ever on the 51st floor, left those present in awe and whispering. The scene became unprecedentedly chaotic. Hamiel, holding Jin Hyuk's hand, gritted her teeth in anger. She glared at him threateningly. "Oh my, is she using her power to force me to quit? And that's legal?" Jin Hyuk feigned surprise and laughed loudly. "I'm the one who should be asking that. Stop diverting attention. How could you possibly afford this?" Hamiel glared and growled, but then sensed a powerful aura from Jin Hyuk. Knowing she was overstepping, Hamiel restrained her anger and raised the bid to 10 million gold. No one could stop him. Jin Hyuk once again raised the bid to 20 million gold, leaving everyone around astonished. Haru and others were shocked and worried, thinking he had lost his mind. Hamiel also didn't know what to do, her face pale. Full of confusion, Hamiel couldn't understand why he wanted to buy the elf so badly, and stared at him suspiciously. "The more you stare at me, the more I want to gouge your eyes out," she roared. "One day, I will destroy the four clans, but not yet. But with money, I can defeat you, and right now, this amount is enough for me." Jin Hyuk watched Hamiel's angry expression with quiet satisfaction. She still couldn't believe he could have such a large sum in his account. With a 20 million gold bid, Shadow Crane Elf now belonged to Jin Hyuk. All procedures were completed and delivery was prepared. An employee handed him a magical key to unlock the chains. He smiled obsequiously, asking when Jin Hyuk would return. Jin Hyuk coldly ordered him to deliver immediately. Haru was curious, wondering if he intended to use the elf as a slave. "No, I'm not crazy enough for that," Jin Hyuk replied in surprise. "As for Vulcan, no need to discuss, he's already a soul." Jin Hyuk was surprised, not understanding why Haru thought he was so bad. Haru shook his head, explaining he meant no harm. "That elf is simply beautiful, that's all." While the group was talking, another elf approached. She forced a smile and greeted Jin Hyuk. "If you came to steal my goods, forget it. Someone tried and paid dearly," Jin Hyuk said coldly. Of course, that's not the case. I just want to ask if it's okay. Can you tell me why you brought her here? Hamil asked curiously. If you think you'll lose, why ask? Even as a member of the four clans, don't think everyone will treat you kindly. Jin Hyuk smirked, answering coldly. Don't pretend. Faced with his firm attitude, Hamil could only sneer. Then fine, I just want to understand you better. But I've reported on you, and it's already been sent to the higher-ups. Angered by Hamil's threat, Jin Hyuk wanted to strike her, but he kept his composure. No, I can't act yet. If I used full strength, I could handle her, but the consequences are unpredictable. For now, I must patiently wait for the right opportunity. If I stay this weak, I won't be able to face stronger angel. Jin Hyuk clenched his hands, trying to appear calm despite Hamil's provocation. Ah, your hairpin was really beautiful. Too bad I can't see it anymore because I burned them all. Hamil whispered to Haru, the provocation revealing that her true target was still Haru. Afraid that Haru might overreact, Jin hurriedly pulled her back to stop her, but Haru remained calm, only lowering her head and responding quietly. I'm fine, I know it's time for me to become numb. Haru gritted her teeth, her eyes red as blood, trying to swallow her anger down her throat as she said those words. Hamil said in a warm voice that she would meet Hung soon and would wait on the 10th floor, then turned and walked away. She walked so fast that Jin couldn't call after her in time. When he caught up, all that was left was a flurry of feathers and Hamil had vanished. All right, I don't know what she's scheming, but just wait, I'll come for your head. Jin muttered to himself. Moments later, on the outskirts of the 15th floor, Vulcan was busy using his sole weapon to drive away the wandering spirits, ensuring no one overheard the conversation between Jin and the Hark Elf. No one was allowed to come close or eavesdrop on the conversation between Jin Hyuk and the Hark Elf. Jin Hyuk, along with Haru and Miho, approached the cage to show the elf that he meant her no harm. Aha, it all contributes, doesn't it? Then what's the difference between those kids and others? The elf still maintained a cautious attitude toward Jin, sarcastically saying, believe it or not, it's up to you. What's your name? Jin asked in a deep voice. The elf replied, Eluin von Jin Rizzo. Jin Hyuk was very surprised because von Jin Rizzo was the surname of the royal lineage, derived from the name of the Elfan deity tribe. It turns out that the elf in front of him was a noble elf. Jin Hyuk did not know that a group of dark forces was searching for him throughout the forest. She is a true noble elf of a high rank and still has much potential for growth. The dark energy she absorbed when becoming an elf will only grow stronger. It seems Hamil, she holds a deep grudge against the four royal families. She's quite suitable to be a scheming villain, Jin Hyuk sighed, reflecting on everything. While Jin Hyuk was deep in thought, Eli one day was also struggling to find a way to escape because the chains were suppressing her power. No, even if I'm released, I still can't use my power at this time. If he wants to do something, I must find a way out of here. Suddenly Jin Hyuk unlocked the door, leaving Eluin in shock. Get up, I have something to ask. Jin Hyuk said in a serious tone, and Eli, seeing an opening, rushed out of the cage like a bird escaping from a cage. But after only a few steps, she stumbled and fell. Give up. Mana and souls are the strengths of an elf, not physical strength. Jin followed Eli one and reminded, tight, you bought me for 20 million. What do you want? Ah, this place is perfect. No one knows what you'll do, a dark caster without any strength at all. Just like those bastards who wanted to buy me, are you also being used to satisfy your desires? Eli one glared, growling. These sensitive words made Haru blush. She quickly covered Miho's ears and reminded Eli one that Jin was not that kind of person. The system also hurriedly explained to Jin Hyuk that it was too early to discuss those matters, which left him really confused. Wan reassured him he doesn't have any dark intentions toward Eli Wan. It's true that the situation is just as it seemed. While they were busy explaining, an explosion went off, startling Jin Hyuk, and he signaled Vulcan. I think our position has been discovered by some recent tower climbers. They're numerous. Vulcan was fighting fiercely with the tower climbers while signaling Jin. It seems they know that Jin Hyuk bought all the auctioned items, so they came to gang up on him. Hamel's strength is truly impressive, Jin anxiously observed. After Haru and Miho went to help Vulcan, Jin Hyuk stayed behind to talk with Eli one. Eluin had also lowered her guard and offered Jin to lean on her. Thanks to Haru and Miho stalling, Wang Ji summoned a massive soul energy to destroy all the tower climbers at once. In contrast to the chaotic battle, Jin Hyuk and Eli sat calmly facing each other on the other side of the forest. Your teammates are very strong and you control them, making them even stronger. With such power, why do you overlook those weakened by the tower's punishment? Eli Hone spoke up, questioning, even if I acted now, I wouldn't gain anything. Dian Hiu replied in a low voice, you're holding back your emotions for a greater purpose. You're different from me. Have you ever had to cut open a loved one yourself? Eli Hone drank deeply, his eyes filled with pain as he looked at Dian Hiu, leaving him stunned. It turned out that Eli Hone had once been forced to personally kill his own father at his father's request. Before dying, his father entrusted the Jigriso seed and his future to her. Eli Hone's brother Elad had betrayed their people, surrendering to the four kings to gain power for himself. Just before he could catch her, her father shouted, "Swallow that Jigriso seed quickly," but his words were cut short by Hamiel's sharp sword. The seed in Eli Hone's hands was also shattered by Hamiel. Not stopping there, he used pure magic to corrupt her. He wanted to trample the honor of a noble high elf like her, pushing her step by step into a hopeless darkness. Later, Eli Hone was sold into the slave market where she met Jin Hyuk. I see, even elves are targeted by the four kings. But elf at level 300 is too strong for them to kill. Their mana and summoning magic are beyond the four kings' control. So the most effective strategy was to have a traitor arise from within. After hearing Eli Hone's story, Jin Hyuk quietly reflected. Seeing Eli Hone exhausted and desperate, Dian Hiu invited her to join the plan to defy fate, promising to help her take revenge on those who made her a slave and stole her kingdom. Even after clearing the tower climbers, Haru couldn't stop feeling uneasy thinking about Jin Hyuk and Eli Hone being alone together. Haru's overthinking nature flared up violently, making her imagine whether Eli Hone could capture Jin Hyuk's heart. If that really happens, I think I'll go insane with jealousy. Lost in needless worry, Haru almost lost her life to a giant red orc if Jin Hyuk hadn't rushed to save her in time. "How is the dark elf doing?" Haru asked anxiously the moment she saw Jin Hyuk. "If you mean Eli Hone, she's gone." Jin Hyuk's answer left Haru wide-eyed in shock just minutes earlier. After hearing Jin Hyuk discuss the revenge plan, Eli Hone hesitated at the thought of having to deal with her own sibling. "Your siblings treated you like that. I believe they could do even worse to ensure your revenge plan succeeds. I'll make them pay many times over. No, 100 times over. Who do you want to take revenge on, Jiu Xing?" The four kings. Faced with Jin Hyuk's confident questioning, Eli One chose to leave this place. "I leave to reach the level of a human. Once I'm confident in my power, I'll return. By the way, may I know your name?" Eli One asked for his real name, not his current one. Jin Hyuk introduced himself as a necromancer, Jin Hyuk's father. Eli One paused for a moment as if realizing something. "If I sleep, you can use my soul and body at will." After speaking, Eli One turned around and vanished like the wind under the bright moon, leaving Jin Hyuk standing there with a mind full of thoughts. Back in reality, after Jin Hyuk finished explaining everything to Haru, Vulcan had just returned. "If you're done, we should move to another place. Many tower climbers will gather here once the rumors spread." Vulcan suggested leaving because staying on one floor for too long is very dangerous and they should head to the capital on the 60th floor. "Yeah, staying on one floor too long is really dangerous. Let's head to our capital on the 60th floor. "Oh, Goldrich said he would also go to the 60th floor, Jin Hyuk replied. "He doesn't know that on the 60th floor right now." Goldrich is struggling to fight the aggressive 9 stars Chaos Tower climbers, sweating profusely. They even brought an army with them, burning down Goldrich's stores to ashes. All of these stores were originally established by Goldrich under the guise of supporting the rebel who opposed fate. If they fall into the hands of 9 stars, the connection between Goldrich's stores and the rebel will have to be severed. To prevent Goldrich from being implicated, his secretary fought them with all his might, determined to protect this place. Suddenly, a giant figure descended from above. It was the guild leader Josh Ian, nicknamed Giant Hippopotamus, with a large, dark, and imposing body. He swung his sword, intending to slice the secretary into pieces, causing him to fearfully wonder if they really planned to burn this place down. Before the secretary knew how to deal with the fat hippopotamus, a new figure appeared. The guild leader of the White Swallow 100 Tigers Guild appeared like a deity, acting as if he wanted to teach Josian a lesson. "You fool, if you want to eliminate the puppet of the puppeteer, you should target the puppeteer. Those who don't grasp the basics like this should not get arrogant and end up failing." "What? How do you know I don't know? Every time we kill one, the more supporters we have, the more bonus points we get, right?" George angrily retorted, thinking the White Swallow Guild had cornered him and was now trying to claim credit. "Damn fat pig." Beck's insults hit George's pride, making him go mad and curse incessantly. Noticing that the two were arguing, the secretary took the opportunity to secretly fire threads of deadly energy, intending to turn them into puppets. But before he could unleash much power, he was ambushed from behind by Mei, the guild leader of the Gorilla Guild, who caused him great pain. "Looks like while the two were arguing, I managed to grab him. I caught the puppeteer, write it down, Acer." Mei pointed her chin at a Surhull, the guild leader of the God Path Guild, while he condemned them for allowing the demon face to attack, dishonoring the Holy Kingdom. He criticized them for coming here and acting shamefully, leaving Jules and Beck both angry and speechless. "Surhull, I don't need you to lecture me. Don't rely on your petty skills to come here and cause trouble. Do you think you're the spokesperson for Lord Ken?" Mei didn't care much, as long as she was sure she could secure her share of the benefit. Determined not to let them take this place, the secretary recklessly cast the puppet curse on himself. He screamed in rage, unleashing a violent power that made the crowd panic and flee in all directions. His goal was Goldrich and his dream, so even if it meant sacrificing himself, he would accept it if it meant driving them away. While launching overwhelming firepower, suddenly a giant snake appeared, violently striking the secretary repeatedly. One strike neutralized all his attacks, reducing them to nothing, because Snake King Basin and Death King Tun had appeared suddenly. Seeing the two tower climbers at the king level who had reached the 300th floor appear here, the guild leaders were stunned. They were actually mercenaries hired to execute this strategy. They will be the guides, Acer declared firmly. George and Beck immediately objected, not wanting to follow orders from the mercenaries. Even though Acer threatened that this was Lord Ken's command, the guild leaders still insisted on withdrawing, saying they didn't want to participate anymore. You refuse the invitation and want to drink the penalty wine instead. Acer snapped his fingers. The white snake immediately lunged forward, sending all the guild leaders to meet their ancestors in the blink of an eye, blood pouring everywhere, showing that being incompetent was still not enough. You still want to oppose the commander of the 9-star empire. The kingdom doesn't need people like you. This is Lord Ken's will. The CEO had already unleashed fire, giving each of them a slow-burning flame. The summoner then called forth the souls of the guild leaders to control them in eternal service to the guild. His power truly lives up to the title of Soul King. The summoner asked, "Where is the demon face now?" A CEO quickly reported that the two had not yet reached level 60, which surprised the summoner. Everyone believed this was his financial base. "Once we take this place, we will deal with the demon face. He is on his way here." Before a CEO could finish, the summoner cut him off. Ignoring the 9-star's orders, he said, "Give Acer 2 hours. I will find him and bring back the demon face's head," as this was the main reason he accepted the mission. Jin Hyuk heard a wet sound as soon as he met Hendrik. A dive bird sent by Goldrich flew to him and delivered the message. "Urgent. Father Jin Hyuk, quickly ascend to level 60. The base of the rebel schemer has been attacked. Hurry, if no one comes to help they won't hold out long. Everyone try to buy time." After delivering Goldrich's message, the dove vanished like foam in the air. The group, especially Hyuk, could hardly believe what they had heard. Everyone's faces showed shock and fear. Goldrich manages many shops under various names. No one knew how much danger he would face managing all the businesses in the tower. Jin Hyuk held his head, deep in thought. He didn't know what to do next. Wait, isn't Goldrich famous as the strongest tower climber among those who reached level 300? No matter how many people are sent, they couldn't compete with him back then. Hendrik asked, "What did you just say?" If he was that strong, he wouldn't have needed others to represent his shop. When he went to the front lines, it basically confirmed the shop sided with the rebel schemer. If that happens, this attack won't be the end of it. The royal family will completely crush Goldrich's shop. Our objective is secured. We will go to level 60 and destroy the Holy Kingdom Guild. Jin Hyuk proposed this as everyone gathered to prepare for instant transfer to level 60. Vulcan was ambushed from behind by Basin and Tun. "Sorry, but you won't reach level 60. Because all of you must die here." The two laughed mockingly. Behind them, a long serpent opened its mouth, eyes glaring, and unleashed a massive fireball. Under the explosion's force, everything was swept away, leaving no trace. Hyuk only had time to shout for his team to use teleportation quickly. Amid the ruin caused by the fire, Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth and spoke angrily. The situation was clear. The enemy was hunting us. There were other assassins sent here. Basin and Tun quickly confirmed Jin Hyuk's assessment with powerful, damaging punches. Hyuk's team was thrown in all directions, unable to counter the two's fierce attacks. He was an immortal soul summoner. The gloomy figure beside him was a snake magician. Jin Hyuk recognized their identities by their fighting style. Hendrik angrily drew his sword and charged, but nearly ended up in the serpent's jaws. "Wow, you really are pure blood. Do you want to be my pet too? If so, I'll rank you highest. I wonder what color your scales are." She laughed lewdly at Hendrik, making him even more enraged. Both sides clashed violently. Jin Hyuk faced the soul summoner directly, guessing he had reached at least level 300. He could be stronger than Zen Hyuk. Hyuk was curious and excited to see how strong the soul summoner really was. After calling Haru and Miho to assist Hendrik, Jin Hyuk was left alone, quickly snapping his fingers to summon a formidable army of souls. They could directly face Tun's skeletal troops. Both sides clashed violently, deadly energy spreading. Hyuk watched intently. He realized the soul summoner was truly as powerful as rumored and could easily handle his skeleton army. "Your title is Death Soul Summoner, right? You don't deserve that title. Give me your power." "I command you, not a chance," the junior spat arrogantly. Dian Hiu glanced and responded, both hands twisting the rattan to summon countless sharp weapons. Because Jin Hyuk was stubborn, Sun decided to play dirty by trapping both Haru and Miho in the jaws of a steel monster. When Dian Hiu was startled to realize it, Both girls had fallen into a deadlock situation. If you don't hand them over, your teammates will die painfully. Sun growled in threat. Shut up, let them go. This bastard, Jin Hyuk erupted in black fury. Inside him, he was incredibly angry that Sun dared to touch his people. On the 60th floor, the scene became devastated, filled with fire and blades looking like hell. The vanguard and the climbers clashed violently. Gunfire scattered everywhere, making the situation chaotic like a pigsty. So stood still, watching and telling himself that the vanguard was only using one formation to block the enemy. This made it difficult to infiltrate the tower. Is there anyone among them who's a good mage? Although there were no mages, Goldrich with his special abilities was still very strong. With a golden bullet technique, Goldrich could shatter windows and fire artillery shells, making the climbers die like rain. This tactic couldn't be prolonged any further. They would soon realize their true identities. Goldrich worked hard to buy time, sweat pouring down like rain, waiting for Jin Hyuk to come to the rescue. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk was still busy dealing with the Soul Summoner, who was as persistent as a leech, to save Haru and Miho. The two sides fought fiercely, neither giving in to rescue Haru and Miho. Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth, his hand clenched into a fist, channeling his energy straight into Sun. I won't let you save them. I am the Soul King's son. I will seize your necromancer powers and become the true heir of the dark undead, Cha Jin Hee. Jun drew his sword for a counterattack, his voice full of confidence and combative spirit. Jin Hyuk froze for a moment when he heard Toon mention his name, as if he hadn't realized that behind the demon mask was Jin Hyuk. After being swallowed by the monster, Haru and Miho slowly opened their eyes and woke up. Both of them were startled to find themselves surrounded by a powerful skeletal army. Not only that, the vicious monster with its huge jaws was twisting its body to dig into the ground, preparing to take the two girls away, causing Hendrik to get angry. I won't give you the chance to escape. The kids are my limit. Hendrik rushed at the monster. The serpent with sharp fangs lunged at Hendrik, forcing him to struggle to escape its fang. When Hendrik used his sword to block the serpent's throat, another snake emerged from its mouth. This snake, taking advantage of Hendrik's moment of vulnerability, slowly bit into his neck. The world around Hendrik seemed to tilt with the pain, but fortunately, he managed to strike the serpent's face with a decisive slash before the poison could overwhelm him. In his dream, Hendrik panicked as he saw the sky filled with dragons, recreating the day the dragons slaughtered his homeland, and they were also the source of Hendrik's anger to this very day. Do you hate dragons? Hating dragons is so strange. The bite of this kid can erase the painful memories from your past. Moreover, it also transmits those memories to me. But I don't understand, how can you hate such a beautiful sight? Now you've turned into a dragon, isn't that wonderful? Ba approached step by step toward Hendrik, holding the small snake, his voice full of arrogance, poking into Hendrik's deep pain. The heart, already filled with wounds, was reignited with hatred and frustration, almost shattering. Hendrik shuddered, throwing his head back and screaming, "What do you know to say that? The enemy destroyed my homeland. My hatred of being reincarnated into the same species as the enemy prevents me from taking revenge. If you don't understand, shut up. What are you angry over such nonsense? I can't understand. At least you should have erased that hatred once you turned into a dragon. Do you know how many people I've killed to gather this many snakes? To pursue this beauty, those hardships are nothing. To achieve this goal, I had no hesitation in killing many people. Pursuing that beauty, those obstacles were nothing. I am King Basin, who loves all creatures with scales in the world. If you follow me, you will realize your true form." She harbors hatred towards Hendrik but still smiles as if nothing is wrong, with no sign of disturbance. With a cold, malicious gaze, Basin whispers in Hendrik's ear, challenging him. Hendrik is undeterred and even angry, cursing Basin to his face. "I am Hendrik, the soul of the dragon slayer. I am the one who will destroy all creatures with scales." This is an inevitable confrontation between two beings with opposing goals. Basin continuously summons countless snakes, but Hendrik easily slices them into pieces. The battle is not over and Hendrik begins to tire. "Keep attacking me, those snakes can't catch up to me." Hendrik roars while Basin continues summoning snakes. Taking advantage of Hendrik's fatigue, Basin calls a giant python to coil tightly around him. Basin attacks Hendrik with the python, wrapping it around him, causing Hendrik to feel his strength gradually depleting. Hendrik screams in pain, feeling the python's power crushing his body. "I must break free." As Hendrik tries to teleport, Basin seizes the opportunity, appearing and mocking him. "You are too careless, Hendrik. You are still not strong enough to face me. Come with me willingly." Basin uses her snake charm ability to hypnotize Hendrik, intending to turn him into her follower. Basin gazes into Hendrik's eyes, waiting for him to be fully entranced. Basin thinks to herself, there is only one way for Hendrik to escape here, and that is to transform into a dragon and flee. "But I understand you, Hendrik. You can't do it because the hatred for dragons runs too deep in your heart. Hendrik, will you accept yourself as a dragon? Basin's words remind Hendrik of past memories, when Jin Hyuk had advised him not to abandon his power. Jin Hyuk had said, use all your strength, don't waste your ability, fight to the end. These words of advice helped Hendrik overcome his fear and decide to face the challenge. Jin Hyuk advised Hendrik to use all his power to overcome his fear and defeat the enemy. Hendrik transforms into a giant dragon, surprising and frightening Basin. Basin cannot believe it. Hendrik has quickly overcome his fear. I must use all my strength and defeat you at any cost. Hendrik roars, releasing a powerful force that sends Basin flying. Basin is not afraid but desires Hendrik even more, longing for his strength. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk and Tun are still fighting in a tense atmosphere. Jin Hyuk and his soldiers are pushed back, but Tun remains steadfast in battle. Jin Hyuk begins to lose his composure, realizing that Tun is using techniques from his past life. Jin Hyuk thinks to himself, I must save the children and reach Goldrich, but if I defeat him, everything will be over. Though worried, Jin Hyuk reassures himself that everything will be fine if he wins. Jin Hyuk channels all his strength to counter each powerful strike from Tun. Did you learn this skill from the Death Star? Tun replies, yes, and so did you. I will be stronger than the Death Star. I cannot be defeated. As Jin Hyuk charges, Tun uses a teleportation spell to bring him into the midst of his soldiers. Jin Hyuk is not worried, but ready to fight fiercely with all his strength. Jin Hyuk can use both divine and demonic powers, something no one else has done. Tun cannot believe his eyes, unable to comprehend Jin Hyuk's power. Jin Hyuk's achievement is recognized and admired by the system. His body was created in a strange way, a combination of god and demon, incredibly powerful. Yet, how to defeat the Death Star remained a difficult question for Jin Hyuk. Although his opponent was stronger, Jin Hyuk was determined to crush them at any cost, just like those people had done. He decided to eliminate the summoning ritual using a special method and continue pursuing the main body. Although his appearance had changed, inside he remained the same. The method was strange but effective, so Jin Hyuk accepted it. Jin Hyuk felt anxious, then decided to try a risky move. Don't confront Toon, he scolded himself, muttering endlessly and continuing to berate the Death Star, meaning himself. Hey kid, you really call yourself the heir of the Death Star? With this level of power, the original Death Star couldn't have been that strong, right? Didn't he die because of holy power? Jin Hyuk continued rambling and raging Toon, whose eyes turned red and ready to strike. Immediately, Toon commanded the summoning of 500 soul spirits to attack Jin Hyuk. But Jin Hyuk was not easily defeated, ready to face them with combined magical and divine power. Jin Hyuk drew his sword and launched a powerful attack, but Toon remained calm, observing. He knew that with the combination of holy and magical power, Jin Hyuk could not unleash his full strength. As predicted, Jin Hyuk's holy sword could not cut through the soul spirits, Toon's minions. It was all part of Toon's plan. Yes, just as you said, that's how he left. Did you think I was unprepared? You will lie here for daring to insult him, Toon roared angrily. The aura radiating from Toon grew stronger, like death itself. His magical shield gradually pushed Jin Hyuk back, forcing him farther in the wave of mana. Jin Hyuk couldn't understand why his holy power was useless against Toon's technique. Suddenly, an undead attacked from behind, wounding Jin Hyuk. I can't beat him with simple attacks like this. Then I'll focus both holy and magical power in one strike, Jin Hyuk thought, ignoring the system's warning that this was impossible with two opposing forces. With strong determination, Jin Hyuk poured his strength, attempting to combine holy and magical power, the only way to fight Toon. After countless failures and system warnings, Jin Hyuk finally merged holy and magical power, creating a miraculous force never seen before. Seeing Jin Hyuk easily break his shield, Toon couldn't believe it and jumped as if scalded. How is this possible? I made this shield to resist the power of the Four Kings, Toon said in shock. So his power surpasses even the Four Kings, Toon thought. After combining that miraculous power, Jin Hyuk received the merged attribute from the system. He began enjoying his new ability, smirking mockingly. Seeing Jin Hyuk pounce like a hunting cat, Toon hurriedly ordered his troops to counterattack. However, it was too late. Everything happened swiftly and decisively. The bloody battle caused by Jin Hyuk made all fall in an instant. When Toon rose from the rubble, he couldn't believe Jin Hyuk was right behind him, sword at his neck, unaware. You said your name is Tun Nhi, so why are you obsessed with the Death Star? Jin Hyuk asked. He was the only one fit to be the master of the tower, Toon whispered, sorrow in his voice. But he died after betraying humanity. You still respect him? Jin Hyuk asked, pressing further. No, he was deceived by those cursed 9 stars. Toon suddenly roared in anger, surprising Jin Hyuk with the truth. Jin Hyuk was astonished that he had finally met someone who could understand his suffering like Toon. Don't you feel anything? Even when receiving the Death Master title, did you doubt his death? Toon continued, eyes blazing. He was once the strongest Death Master. Then he died in a battle with the 9 stars. The Pelin brothers were bribed. He was trapped by them. Jin Hyuk's father is innocent, Toon shouted, tears streaming in uncontrollable rage. Who knows, maybe greed for power blinded him, Toon continued. Outside, Jin Hyuk appeared cold, but inside he was moved by Toon's sincere feeling. Toon couldn't tolerate Jin Hyuk insulting his idol. He hissed, quills raised, I admit you're skilled, but you are not the heir of the Death Star. He was not only my benefactor, his power surpassed the 9 stars. He is my pride, the goal I must achieve. I will defeat you and inherit his power. Toon's every word was full of determination, making Jin Hyuk feel satisfied. He finally understood what having an heir feels like. Jin Hyuk vowed to make Toon his and prove his worth. Tun, now you must take responsibility, Jin Hyuk said, eyes full of authority. After Jin Hyuk's challenge, Toon roared in fury, using all his power to unleash the 100 Knights Demon Soul technique he had studied for a long time. Tun has not yet perfected his power, but his rage over Jin Hyuk insulting his idol makes him lose control and strike fiercely. Tun does not hesitate to unleash a powerful soul attack at Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk immediately calls Vulcan and counters with the Soul Laster technique. However, the moment Vulcan touches Tun's soul soldiers, he realizes they are not true soul soldiers and are much weaker. Still, they resemble the first soul soldiers he created, causing him to wonder if Tun might have become a Death Soul Master. Tun continues to fight wildly, eyes full of hatred, determined not to stop until he has avenged his idol. Tun recognizes Jin Hyuk's talent and stability. Without reincarnation, he might have become the next Death Star, so he decides to pour all his strength into confronting Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk watches carefully and then charges at Tun at lightning speed, letting Vulcan handle the summoned object. Amid the violent explosions as the two forces clash, Jin Hyuk and Tun continue striking relentlessly. In a brief lapse, Jin Hyuk strikes Tun directly in the face with his sharp energy, causing him to bleed. Jin Hyuk prepares to channel his full power into a critical strike. Tun timely uses a summoned object to block Jin Hyuk's sword, preventing further advance. Tun's incomplete soul soldier suddenly explodes, hurling Jin Hyuk away. While considering a counterattack, Jin Hyuk is shocked as Tun uses the soul landing of 10,000 technique against him. Countless bloodthirsty souls surge in, entering Jin Hyuk under Tun's command. The power of Tun's souls feels like it's devouring the whole world. But Jin Hyuk is not so easily defeated. He quickly turns, tracing lethal energy around him, surprising Tun. Impossible, it's not even complete. Tun is stunned that Jin Hyuk blocked his ultimate soul power. He wonders, can my soul energy not penetrate his soul? Jin Hyuk decides to respond with a true soul landing of 100,000. Jin Hyuk smirks faintly, summons all 500 souls, snaps his fingers, and they all enter Tun's body. Jin Hyuk's demon mask appears, shocking and terrifying Tun. He realizes the idol he admired all along is Jin Hyuk himself. Jin Hyuk waits until Tun is distracted, then strikes him sharply with his sword. Amid flying blood, Jin Hyuk only smiles faintly and says, "Pleased to meet you, Death Star. Soon I will." Tun, breathing heavily, replies, "We will meet again soon." Jin Hyuk smiles mysteriously, looking at Tun with a promising gaze. Despite being battered, Tun is still alive. Tun disappoints Jin Hyuk by rising again after being swallowed by his 100,000 souls, now with a new role and position. Tun appears like a new soul soldier, his aura strong around him. He steps in front of Jin Hyuk and kneels, seeking forgiveness. Tun sincerely says, "Please forgive my rudeness. I did not recognize my lord and I was not loyal even to my comrade." While Tun is atoning, the ground beneath them shakes violently. Suddenly, a previously summoned creature, driven mad from losing its master, goes on a rampage, destroying everything around. As Tun prepares to attack, Haru and Miho emerge from the creature's mouth. Jin Hyuk is relieved to see them safe. Haru explains that Miho used soul-summoning magic to tame the creature, allowing them to escape safely. Miho charmed a deadly entity with soul summoning, while Haru eliminated all the skeletons in the area. Tun is amazed by the abilities of both Haru and Miho. Suddenly, a powerful blast of fire startles everyone. Jin Hyuk immediately recognizes Hendrik's presence, indicating that the battle between Basin and Hendrik has concluded. Instantly, Ba Sing's body falls to the ground, broken, shocking Tun. Tun cannot believe Ba Sing was defeated so easily. "That was my victory, fourth king. Hard as it was, this is your end." Except for the sycophantic serpent, Hendrik flies in with a majestic presence behind him. He pointed the cold blade directly at Basin's face, creating a threat. "It seems like the end has come for us. Please, I am sorry." Basin laid down on the ground, turned to look at his snake, and spoke. His eyes were sad, sharing his regret with it, but everything happened too quickly and dangerously. No one could have predicted it. Basin went mad, biting hard into the Scylla snake, shocking all the onlookers who couldn't believe their eyes. Basin had really eaten his own snake, with its blood splattering everywhere, creating a foul smell. This action didn't bring any benefit. Hendrik, with a look full of hatred, shouted and thrust the sword into Basin's face, but unfortunately, now Basin had become a half-human, half-snake creature after being altered by Ancilla. The missing body parts of Basin were replaced with Snake's body. The snake scales on Basin's body looked terrifying, and its strength was incredibly powerful, able to easily block Hendrik's sword strike in an instant. Aha, now this is the final battle. Let's destroy that dragon together, please. Basin extended his snake tongue, laughing as he spoke to the snake that was merging with his body. Our two snakes now collided, creating a chaotic scene. Everything became chaotic, noisy, and loud. Ha ha ha, this is really funny. People boast about their love for their snakes but use them as sacrifices, and now they even eat them. Hendrik burst out laughing, mocking. What do you understand about our love? There's no greater love than when we become one. Basin's words made Hendrik even more disgusted and repelled. Hendrik's attacks became stronger and more brutal. Dian Hiu and the others around tried to rush to help Hendrik, but Hendrik stopped them, saying that these two Basins were his personal enemies. After a fierce battle, Hendrik accidentally stabbed his sword into the throat of the snake, but before he could pull it out, it extended its tongue, swallowing the sword and Hendrik's arm into its stomach. You can't use your sword anymore, Hendrik. The battle is over. Basin screamed wildly, preparing to deliver the finishing blow to send Hendrik away. Unexpectedly, from Hendrik's wounded arm, a spiny hand grew, appearing out of nowhere. That hand, with its strange gentleness, reached out and delivered a fatal strike to Basin, causing him to fall to the ground, blood spilling out. Not a dragon, not a human. Don't you think you look strange? Before falling, Basin cursed Hendrik rudely. I've learned many things from our battle, and I appreciate that, fourth king. I am the dragon slayer, Hendrik. Nothing can change that truth. Hendrik confidently replied in a deep voice. Finally, Hendrik succeeded in defeating Scylla, the strongest serpent demon of the Serpent King Basin, under the admiring eyes of everyone around. Impressive, your ally is that strong? Tun praised. Yes, this time I will climb the tower with my trustworthy companion. And of course, you will come with us. Soul warrior, Jin Hyuk invited Zetun to join him. Tun was surprised and didn't expect to be invited by Jin Hyuk to join. Tun quietly thanked, and then Hendrik moved forward, brushing off the dust on his clothes, and announcing that the group needed to head to the 60th floor immediately, or they would be too late. Haru and Miho shared Hendrik's thoughts, urging Dian Hiu to hurry up and get going. Yes, this battle is not over. Let's head to the 60th floor together. Jin Hiu spoke up with a suggestion. Suddenly, Tun knelt at Jin Hiu's feet as if trying to stop him. No, you cannot go. The leader of the forces on the 60th floor right now is a Su Hung, the president of the Holy Sect. That is the guild that governs the lower floors of the Holy Kingdom. He is as strong as me, possibly on par with a holy knight on the 300th floor. But the problem is not whether you can defeat him or not. After being saved by the Pelong brothers, he showed loyalty to them. In return, a Su Hung is the only guild leader blessed with divine power by the gods. In other words, he is as strong as the gods on the 300th floor. Hun explained in one breath. No one knows the current situation on the 60th floor. Goldrich is struggling desperately to escape from the undead soldiers resurrected by Acer. So what should we do? You mean there is no way to fight him, and we should just wait for the entire guild to be burned down? Jin Hyuk, after hearing Tun, was confused and asked again. No, there is still a way for you to balance the power in this battle. Tun extended his hand, channeling energy, asking Jin Hyuk to absorb his power here, which amazed him. I have a hunch about your ability. Your power can absorb everything and make it your own. A corpse can also be considered something, right? If my hunch is correct, everything I have cultivated will become yours. Tun shared. Hendrik stood beside him, feeling this seemed reasonable. Hendrik spoke quietly, advising Dian Hiu to continue, adding that the Serpent King and his serpent team were also very strong, if you can absorb them. Jin Hyuk still hesitated despite being granted a great source of power. He wondered whether Tun was truly certain about this, or if someone was waiting for him. He wasn't sure if Tun was confident, or if someone was still waiting for his death. No one, and if there is, it doesn't matter. I am ready to serve you, and if possible, I will dedicate my small strength to you. It would be my greatest honor. Please accept my power, Lord. Tun looked at Jin Hyuk with determination and decisively said, if he has the heart, Jin Hyuk will accept as well. He agreed to absorb the power from both Tun and Ba, asking them for it. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Hyuk clenched his fists and drew all their power straight into his body with full force. On the 60th floor, the soldiers who were once starving were revived by Acer, making them more ferocious than ever. Their eyes burning red with anger, the soldiers began hunting down the remaining mages in the city. Goldrich, hiding behind the window of a building not yet burned, was drenched in sweat, fearing that the soldiers would overrun the city if this continued. Casualties are rising quickly. We need to buy time. First, we must create chaos to scatter their forces, then switch to guerrilla attacks. I am planning the next strategy. Suddenly, a powerful burst of fire struck directly at Goldrich's position, causing everything to collapse in an instant. Debris filled the air with dust. Luckily, Goldrich used teleportation in time, saving himself and the unconscious secretary beside him. His position had been discovered, but with this divine power, the one who caused the riot had finally been found. Goldrich, furious, looked around with hatred. Suddenly, Acea's voice rang out in front of him. I have come to destroy you, the mysterious merchant who aided the masked one. With a pure soul, Aster's brutish demeanor was vividly displayed. His serious voice resonated. The army down there serves only the interests of the Holy Kingdom, right? Goldrich tried to remain calm and asked again. Lord Keen gave me 2 orders. First, deal with the weak leaders. Second, completely eliminate the masked man and his allies. The Lord's command is absolute, equivalent to the word of God, with no need to consider any other conditions. Acer howled like a mad dog, looking extremely frantic. Things won't go the way you think, you fool. Goldrich put all his strength into his arm, angrily attacking. Amid the blazing firestorms, the game of tag between Goldrich and Acer showed no sign of ending. Goldrich had to flee from Acer, while fearing he would recognize his identity. Damn it, if he realizes I'm Goldrich, things will get worse. I must fight without revealing my identity. Can I face that monster while hiding my true strength? Goldrich was both scared and thinking, running while his mind raced with many devious thoughts. Acer was also wondering why Goldrich wasn't using full force like before and was just running away. He looked puzzled, guessing maybe Goldrich was hiding something. In the blink of an eye, Acer, with his superior strength, charged in front of Goldrich. He cleared his throat and threatened, I will make you lose everything. I need to know what you're hiding. You're hiding your power like this. Do you think you can protect your teammates? Goldrich was startled when Acer spoke so bluntly, momentarily pausing, unsure of what to do next. A dragon with terrifying destructive power crashed into the building, leaving Aster frozen in place, unable to move. It was said that a dragon clan was among the demon army's allies. If that's true, did they reach the 60th floor in just one night? And they even defeated Tun and Basin, those who came before. Acer was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Hey, are you Acer Huma? Dianhiu asked, gesturing. Now is the time for me to take his head. Countless bombs exploded in rapid succession, shaking the ground. Hendrik in dragon form and the others waited for Jean Hayek to fight, but they were ambushed from below by soldiers. Acer, we need to deal with the soldiers first. That Acer can even resurrect the dead soldier. Goldrich, carrying the secretary on his back, urgently reported, making the listeners shocked by Acer's ruthless strategy. Hendrik, filled with rage, unleashed his power, with firestorms burning all the soldiers, stopping their ability to resurrect. Meanwhile, Jin Hayek was busy dueling with Acer, both using their best skills to defeat each other as quickly as possible. Jin Hayek's fireball skill caused Acer to bleed, but he had the ability to heal right away. That's an impressive healing ability. To defeat him, I need to strike a blow that he cannot heal. The attack must be powerful, targeting weaknesses, and using a decisive final move. Jin Hayek silently made his plan. Immediately after, he mocked the Pellin brothers. Provoking Aster made him unleash a super thunderstrike at Jin Hayek. Jin Hayek immediately summoned Vulcan, blocking Acer's violent divine power. Acer's expression was now dazed, like a young deer stepping on dry leaves, eyes wide, mouth agape. What's going on? Curious about what happened. This situation truly a useful skill. Wangkin saw Aster standing frozen, then burst out laughing, not forgetting to pull Tun out so Aster could see with his own eye. Seeing Tun on Jin Hayek's side, Aster angrily cursed, accusing Tun of being a traitor. From the beginning, I never sided with anyone. I was just looking for where I belong. Tun calmly explained, making Aster even angrier. He yelled with hatred, swinging his hands and feet, wanting to erase Tun's filthy soul under Jin Hayek's order. Wang Ken and Tun quickly flew in to physically attack Acer and subdue him. Thrown back by Tun's punch, Aster suspected Tun had also gained demon power, being resurrected and now stronger. Dianhiu, taking advantage of Aster's momentary lapse, quietly landed a devastating blow to his face, causing Acer to bleed. After Jin Hyuk's knockout punch, Acer clutched his bloody face and crashed violently to the ground, causing dust to fly everywhere. The lizard crawled up from the rubble and Asio, still defiant, angrily shouted, "Demon, how could you push me to this point? But you can't defeat me. I have the endless healing blessing granted by the Great One. In the end, you're destined to lose." Baxen's serpent tail unexpectedly struck Acer from behind like a snake attack, causing him to panic. Who would have thought you'd fall into the hands of a demon too? Damn, Asio screamed in pain as Baxen coiled around his body, his bones seeming to break, unable to speak. Biso's snake-like arms swiftly decapitated Acer. Blood sprayed out, but his head regrew and screamed in fury. That's not enough to stop me. Vulcan hovered in frustration, decapitated yet still able to regenerate. Tu remarked that if he still had divine power, he could truly regenerate infinitely. I guess I'll need to finish you off with a final blow. He faced the group charging at him. Axel thought to himself, the overwhelming power of the four kings made it impossible for him to move. Even with divine power, you still won't disappear. Is this the power of cultivation? He furrowed his brow, certain. But that's all, you can't defeat me. The three others listened. I thought you'd defeat me with the soul of the four kings. That meant the plan had failed. Tu clenched the staff, replying, we never intended to eliminate you. Axel seemed doubtful while Vulcan smiled. The command we received wasn't to kill, but to offer you as a sacrifice to our master. Purple and gold energy gathered as he spoke. Jin Hyuk contained the energy, then spread his hand, turning it completely white. Full magical power. Acer, in a panic, gritted his teeth. Is that divine power? No, it's not. A notification appeared, showing the fusion of divine power and demonic energy to form a unified elemental force. Jin Hyuk's pupils turned black as he cast a simple spell circle. A massive beam of black and white light shot out, charging directly at Acer. He screamed as he was nearly engulfed by the light. A lightning bolt ripped through the sky, carrying the power to destroy everything. In the end, it left behind a massive smoking crater. He was burnt to a crisp, his body shattered. Jin Hyuk, Vulcan, and Tun hovered calmly. Tun knelt respectfully. This is our first victory, what an honor. Finally, a worthy opponent appeared. Jin Hyuk was confused. Why are you so happy? They're my successors. Hendrik called from afar. We've handled everything down here. He looked at the shattered armor and smoke, restoring the remains. Haru sweated, disbelieving. At least you should have summoned a god or a demon. Have we stopped it now? Looking at the three of them emanating energy, she wondered. He looked up and replied, yes, our first victory. Hendrik smiled. Now I can say my damage was due to being ambushed. Lick helped Bruno, saying, but today was a complete failure after they ambushed me. Haru and Miho smiled faintly. If this news spreads, people will think Jin Hyuk just pointed his finger at the sky. The heavens might be turned upside down. Lick exhaled. So this is a green light for me to spread the news, right? He answered bluntly. Of course, why else would I bring you along? He smiled in the flames. Then I'll head out first. There's still a mountain of things to deal with from today's mess. Jin Hyuk didn't stop him. All right, thanks to you. The two Lick disappeared, leaving only the orange smoke. A red notification appeared and the 10,000 demons cried out, saying their eyes were sharp. When it turned back, the purple screen only had 3 dots, saying nothing, just looking up at the sky. A message appeared, something is about to happen. Miho twitched her ear, looking up as if hearing something. A crack appeared in the center, vibrating violently beneath their feet, making them confused. An earthquake? No, the space is shaking. Miho stared up in amazement. The crack broke open, revealing a white spatial hole with small chunks jumping between the debris, and then a massive golden beam shot down. Everyone shielded their faces from the intense tremors. What is this light? Jin Hyuk calmly analyzed. It's not the sky, it's the Earth's layers being split apart. How can this happen? Hendrik on the other side spread his wings, bowing down. It's coming here. Haru anxiously asked, what the hell is that? Tun pointed ahead. Look over there. The shattered pieces of people were sucked up by the golden beam. That's Hector, the body of Asarum. His eyes shone brightly, with cracks spreading across his body. The outer layer shattered, revealing the body within. Jin Hyuk widened his eyes, realizing this. The divine energy he felt reminded him of the time he absorbed power directly under the cross-shaped magic array. Jin Hyuk clenched his teeth, certain this was the source of that power. He spoke words of gratitude as the bare feet approached, believing they truly were gods. La Axe had fully recovered with even greater momentum, and they had not abandoned him but saved him. He issued a decree that it was time to punish those who did not believe in the gods. The bare feet advanced again. As expected, they were all deities. Acer had fully regained his strength, their aura even stronger, and they did not forsake him but rescued him. He proclaimed judgment, saying it was time to punish the rebels who doubted the gods. Somewhere, a small jar exploded. Baal Lao frowned at the scene. He called Carmen and focused energy in his hand, causing the mark on her palm to glow. She responded that Aserhal, who had reached floor 60, seemed to have been captured. Baal Lao clenched his teeth at the demon mask while she reassured him, but don't worry too much. She added with a sly smile, after all, Acer is a special toy, a guarantee in case the selection failed. She continued, I secretly implanted something there while sharing divine power with Axel, if Axel were defeated. Clenching her hand, she said, then he will be reborn as the representative holding my power. On the other side, Acer smiled arrogantly with a glowing mark on his forehead, stepping toward Jin Hyuk as she instructed. The demon mask was ready to face him directly. Jin Hyuk clenched his teeth in anger. Divine power is that Carmen's divine power. Hendrik grimaced in disgust thinking of the 9 stars. Haru tensed recalling someone his brother had killed. Acer raised his head proudly. He mocked, "Ah, you recognized Carmen's warm divine power." Jin Hyuk muttered, bowing his head, "How could I forget?" He cast a murderous glance at him, clearly feeling the divine power that disgusted him. Axel watched the demon appear behind him, and wondered why someone who hadn't climbed the tower for a year held such a grudge against Carmen. Canon Vulcan seized the moment to shout, "Who are you, you demon?" But he sensed them in time, and a violet explosion erupted before Jin Hyuk. As the smoke cleared, Axel smiled casually, having grabbed Tan and Vulcan by the neck, saying, "You can't awaken, right?" He confidently declared, "With this power gap, those not awakened will suffer even more." Both writhed under his grip. Suddenly, the shadow of a giant dragon loomed as Hendrik in dragon form lunged down. Acer caught the strike with one hand and said, "A dragon, strong too, but now I have the power of the 9 stars with me." He lightly bounced and easily threw Hendrik to the ground. He disdainfully declared that the bloodline of a minor prince could not compare to true princes. He coldly said, "You will pay for daring to challenge them and will die here," as heart-shaped bubbles suddenly appeared. Acer bent down, realizing his body was bound, wondering who had done it, then noticed Miho's wide eyes radiating spiritual energy, thinking it was the offspring of a spirit beast with reversed power. He didn't notice Jin Hyuk behind him raising his sword and shouting, "Begone, puppet of Carmen." He decisively slashed Axel in half, but smoke rose from his body. His body merged back together, laughing mockingly. "Ha ha ha." Jin Hyuk widened his eyes, thinking that was all his power, yet he still recovered. He responded casually, "Now no attack can kill me, so it's my turn, right?" A small light on his fingertips spun into a vortex and expanded into a fireball. Jin Hyuk recognized a completely different power and shouted, "Everyone, run." Miho panicked, raising her hands. The giant beam immediately shot straight from the ore. The ground was torn apart and thrown up. When it settled, the soil was still fiery and smoking. Jin Hyuk propped himself up, muttering, "Damn, my body won't move." He curled up as a voice echoed, "Ah, you're awake." Acer was gripping Miho's neck and said, "You woke up just in time." Jin Hyuk called in panic, "Miho." Seeing Hendrik and Haru collapsed, he wondered if all was lost. Acer sneered, "Your rebellion has failed, demon mask. The moment you betrayed the 9 stars, you lost." Jin Hyuk glared, reflecting on the defeat, realizing he couldn't even reach him before falling to Carmen's minions. His gaze hardened and resolved, unwilling to lose again. Acer tightened her grip on Miho and said, "You first, bratty spirit beast." The girl cried loudly, "I can't breathe." Jin Hyuk shouted angrily, "Stop." At that moment a pink light appeared, confusing Acer. The words changed continuously and Nine-Tailed Fox spoke, "How dare you." As the words vanished, Miho bowed her head and repeated, "How dare you." When she looked up, she had transformed into Gyumiho. Touching someone else's child, her tail radiated a blazing energy, cutting through the dazzling purple light. The girl, her neck gripped tightly, frowned in anger and spat out, "How dare you." Miho lifted her head, her facial features gradually changing. A new face emerged, her cold eyes igniting with fierce killing intent. Touching someone else's child, huh? Then she stared directly at the one choking her with piercing eyes, her glowing tails slowly appearing behind her, radiating terrifying authority. Axel's golden body trembled slightly. He quickly released his grip, gritting his teeth and asking, "What is this?" He leaped into the air, his eyes fixed on her, thinking this relaxed stance could it be. He thought of the superior entity atop the tower above them. Yes. Yumiho tilted her head, a sly smile on her lips, slowly raising one finger as light began to gather. A blinding beam of light swept across, illuminating Axel's furious golden eyes. Jin Hyuk squinted as well, his body tense as he tracked the passing light. Suddenly a blinding explosion erupted, white light spreading to clear everything around, shaking the ground violently. Now in a desolate, remote land with withered trees and a silent, gloomy atmosphere on the 70th floor of Black Forest, a flash of light tore through the night. Dust swirled thickly. As the fog cleared, the foxtails surrounding slowly unfolded, revealing Gyumiho standing in the middle. She had wrapped around the 3 of them and brought them here. Haru sat on the ground, eyes filled with confusion, looking ahead before asking suspiciously, "Miho, no, you are Nine-Tailed Fox, right?" She smiled softly and replied, "Hello, this is your first time meeting me, right?" Hyuk clutched his injured arm, frowning as he staggered to stand. "Where am I?" Yumiho crossed her arms and said firmly, "The 70th floor." "Huh!" Haru exclaimed in surprise, "The 70th floor? We've never gone that high, how did we get here?" She closed one eye, opened the other, thinking about the tower, then explained, Climbing isn't the only way to ascend in the tower. There are shortcuts to reach higher floors. However, you won't gain the same stats as climbing on your own, so you'll still have to return to floors suitable for your level. Then she turned her gaze to Haru and continued. You've never reached the 100th floor, but you were born and raised there, right? Her words startled her, and she suddenly understood. Behind Gumiho, Hendrik rested his sword on the ground, forcing himself to stand and confirm. Wait, is this really Black Forest? He looked at everyone and made a sharp observation. This is uncharted territory. The barren land around, full of black moss. Why bring us to a place so hard to navigate and easy to get lost? Jin Hyuk had a different thought and spoke. No, that's exactly why it's safe here. Yumiho eagerly raised a finger in agreement. As I predicted, you catch on quickly. He noticed her finger trembling slightly. She looked at her straining hand and said, I'm reaching my limit. I am an entity forbidden from directly intervening in the world of tower climbers. I can only help you escape through this child. Her gaze swept over Haru, Jin Hyuk, and Hendrik, reminding them, but this is only temporary. They will find you and come to kill you. Then Yumiho looked at them with determination and warned, at your current growth rate, you can't face them. You must become stronger faster. Jin Hyuk frowned, urgently asking, so what should we do? The method you mentioned to grow stronger quickly, where is it? Please tell me. She crossed her arms, her gaze calm, the tails behind her slowly fading as she said, sorry, time Essa. From now on, you'll have to hear the rest from him. Finally, she smiled and said goodbye, see you later, farewell. He hadn't heard what he wanted and hurriedly raised his hand, running. Wait, hold on. But it was too late. Yumiho immediately vanished, returning to the form of a small fox Miho. The girl squeezed her eyes shut, unconscious, and fell. Haru rushed to catch her and said, got you. He looked at Miho in Haru's arms, thinking, who are you referring to, Gumiho? Suddenly, a sharp arrow flashed past his face. Jin Hyuk nimbly ducked to avoid it as it struck the ground. On the tree, two people raised bows and shouted, who's there who dares enter our black forest? The masked woman with elf ears aimed her bow and warned, outsider, leave now or else. From behind, a voice full of surprise rang out, huh. Jin Hyuk raised his hand, adjusting his skill, ready to counterattack. It won't work, we only need to find one thing here. One of them removed their mask, muttering, didn't expect we'd meet like this. He and Haru were stunned, speaking in unison. You are, then exclaimed. Elian, she greeted cheerfully, long time no see. Masked Elian landed beside them and said, sorry, we're still wary of outsiders. He shook his head, it's okay, but have you formed a force? She frowned, shyly saying, not really a force. Then she thought of the others with similar ears and outfits, explaining, just a few dark elves, all they can do is guard this forest. She lifted her head, her eyes full of pride, but we believed Jin Hyuk had looked in her direction. A flash of light appeared, startling him and making him shout. It was Elian, her back turned to the ancient tree, bathed in light, excitedly introducing H.G. Reso. This was the New World tree, granting us power. Hendrik stared at the tree, astonished. Unbelievable. Haru stood beside him, eyes wide, speechless. Wow, she smiled broadly, full of excitement. This is nothing compared to Jill Rachel, which is much bigger. Then her expression changed, serious. Now it's your turn. How did you let yourself get into this situation, and how did you even get here? He didn't answer, only stayed silent, clenching his fists. After a while, Miho was laid on a small, cozy bed, surrounded by ongoing discussion. So one of the 9 stars, the Holy Star, intervened, and they have someone loyal holding that power. Hendrik crossed his arms and recounted everything to everyone in the room. We got here thanks to Gumiho. He told us to find a way to defeat them here. Elian frowned, confirming, so that power is real. Haru sat aside, anxious and hesitant. I know this is a hasty request, but please, we'll try our best. She looked at them with determination and sincerity. Can you fight alongside us? Hayek stood alone outside, leaning on the railing, silent, displeased, frowning, and deep in thought. He remembered Axel and the mysterious golden energy. I was powerless against the strength Axel had. Then the sudden appearance of Gumiho. Without Gumiho, I would be dead. He recalled Gumiho's victorious words, you have failed, demon-faced. The memories surged, making him angry. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Damn it, I need more power. Suddenly a sound echoed in his mind, sensing a strange energy. Jin Hayek flinched, stepping back, searching for the source. You were placed into Gumiho. Is it directed at me? Sweat dotted his face as he forced a smile. Ha, I don't know who you are. But aren't you somewhat familiar compared to the first time we met? He turned, twisting his body, facing the New World tree. First time we've met long ago. What are you talking about? His master still hadn't recognized him, so he spoke. My name is H.G. Reso. Jin Hayek turned, looking up, astonished. The entirely new power you seek is me. Elian slammed her hand on the table, muttering, an all-out battle. With the 9 stars, and we have to participate, of course. The Dark Elf clan would side with the schemers against heaven. Haru joyfully stood up. Really? Hendrik crossed his arms, worried. Is it safe? We have no say, but this is too dangerous. She bowed slightly and said, I know, but I'm still here and can fight thanks to the demon-faced, no, thanks to that person, Cha Jin Haya. She looked at everyone with determination and clarity. We have a common enemy, so why not join forces? Haru was delighted and grateful. Thank you, my brother would be very happy too. She remained silent, then spoke. But your voice echoes outside where Jin Hyuk stands on the balcony. Where is Cha Jin Hyuk? Hakdai Griso watched him move swiftly and said, You arrived quickly, thanks. Jin Hyuk responded quickly. Since you said so, I wouldn't be late. He frowned, suspicious. Why summon me? Before he could answer, Griso replied, I find you intriguing. Hearing that, sweat dotted his face, frustrated. Those in the tower find me intriguing, hardly anyone normal. Suddenly, the system appeared. The 10,000 demons asked, Did you just mention him? The system changed. The 10,000 demons announced, Don't worry, he's on your side. He looked at the system panel, astonished. On my side? Suddenly, a flash of light shot from H.G. Reiso's trunk. A large flower appeared before him. Jin Hyuk was amazed. This is. The petals opened, revealing a radiant light inside, a sphere full of dark energy, the fruit of the dark tree. It swayed gently, its voice deep and warm. I will give this to you. He frowned, suspicious. The fruit of the world tree. Usually it is given to the upper elf royalty. He hovered in the air, contemplating. But this is a dark tree, and dark elves are a mutation born from demonic power. He looked at the fruit. This is the crystallization of demonic power. Whoever eats it will gain immense demonic energy. He thought of Acer. With it, I could defeat Acer. As the thought concluded, he asked skeptically, Why give it to me? Aren't you the god of elves? You should give it to Elian. He didn't answer immediately, but asked, What do you know about the time before the tower appeared? He was puzzled. It recalls a life formed by a goddess. Jureso, my true self, was created by a deity before the tower existed. That was a gift for his creations, the elf race. Jin Hyuk listened intently to the verdict. The elves are the progeny of the god tree. It constantly thought about the powerful being worshipped by the entire race, the god who poured all his heart and love into the elves. Then it listed the race's superior traits. Beautiful appearance, the ability to connect with spirits, and long lifespan. They even rival the 4 great races. Then it asked, What do you think is the greatest weakness of a perfect being? He answered immediately, pride. Grasso nodded slightly, imagining an elf gazing at itself in the water, then added, Exactly, they are too enamored with their own beauty. Then they isolate themselves, avoiding other races. In its mind appeared a solitary figure, indifferent to others, satisfied with what they had. It hesitated, thinking of those heading to the tower, then grew disappointed in its own race. There's no way they would climb the tower as eagerly as other races. Finally, it slowly mentioned the consequence. After thousands of years, the number of elves who succeeded in climbing the tower remained 0. Hearing this, Jin Hyuk's eyes widened in shock and he shouted, What? It again extended a fruit-bearing branch toward him and asked further, Why do you think the god created life and then made them climb the tower? He glanced at the system. So they become gods and strengthen that being. The text appeared with a prompt. Are you dissatisfied? As if answering a question, H.G. Griso said, So, if a servant receives a wage but still fails to meet the master's expectations, what would you do? He clenched his fist and answered decisively. Obviously eliminate that one and replace them with someone more obedient. As soon as he spoke, he realized the implication and gasped, No way. It understood what he was about to say and thought of Elian. Yes, that person placed hope in me and the dark elf race in Elian. The image of an elf sitting beside an angel, full of sinister schemes, weighed heavily on it. The other elves had gone too far. They were collaborating with the 4 great races to overthrow the tower's order. When H.G. Griso spoke, Jin Hyuk was also stunned. In his mind appeared the Carmen group. At the center was the 9 stars, the strongest humans and also his enemy. He regained his composure and continued listening. Unfortunately, Elian was still not strong enough to accept his power, so it hesitated slightly before continuing. I want to entrust you, the one who defies heaven. The system panel immediately appeared. The god tree progeny offered a contract. Condition, unite the dark elf race, reward the dark fruit. Jin Hyuk read it and smiled. Finally he decided, quickly plucked the fruit and happily said, How could I refuse this offer? The system displayed, accepted, warning. The dark fruit contains extremely strong demonic power. Be careful when absorbing it. He looked at the abundant energy in his palm and muttered, Indeed, if I just casually consume it, the demonic power would erode this body. H.G. Griso moved, reaching out while the system displayed. The god tree progeny offers assistance. He glanced toward its movement. From it, branches entwined, forming a large circle around him. Jin Hyuk nodded, understanding its intention. Got it. Letting this branch absorb it will reduce the effect of the demonic power on my body. Then he opened a gap with his spiritual power, muttering, Summon Ban Kang, Tun. Observing the dark energy of the fruit, H.G. Griso said, I'll prepare to absorb its energy, I'll help as much as I can. Then it turned to command, in the meantime, protect me until I fully master the power or until everything is over. Ban Kang nodded in acknowledgement, understood. Tun placed a hand on his chest, respectfully. As you wish. Jin Hyuk's body surged with swirling purple magic while H.G. Griso's fruit hovered and rotated slowly in the air. He frowned and commanded, absorb. At that moment, Ilian and Hendrik hurriedly ran nonstop, chasing Haru. She shouted, where are you going without knowing the way? Haru ignored it, walking while yelling, hey you! He jumped onto a cliff, pointing far away to grab her attention. Look. A massive surge of power spiraled, entwined with branches, accompanied by a voice. The demonic energy is too intense. He just entered and it became like this. Haru looked up, slightly astonished. This demonic energy is so clear. As she was about to call the name, a loud explosion suddenly erupted behind her. After the blast, the dense smoke gradually cleared, revealing the cracked ground with faint light piercing through the thick mist. A golden figure stepped forward. Flipping two elves aside, he coldly shouted, how dare you escape the punishment of the stars? Acer frowned, his eyes flashing, growling, and hiding here, this time I'll make you pay. A wounded figure curled on the ground, moaning. Acer tightened his grip, making her scream. Ah, ah! He grabbed her neck, sneering, a dark elf. HMPH, you survived thanks to the magic in your body. The elf struggled. How did you know to come straight here? He replied smugly, the eyes of the 9 stars are everywhere in the tower. The places you think are hard to track are actually easier to investigate. He suddenly changed tone. All right, if you don't want to die, call Madine here, ask him to save her. He pressed harder, causing her more pain. At some point, a giant black dragon appeared beside them. He charged straight into the heart of the battle without hesitation. Just in time to dodge the fatal strike from Black Dragon, Asio realized the figure that had just appeared and smirked. Ah. Hendrik and Haru arrived just in time to save her, then heard him ask, what about you? His body hovered in midair, bursting with energy. His voice was full of confusion. Strange, at least you should have brought a demon or some mysterious creature. She stared at him, thinking to herself. After the previous incident, Miho had not yet woken up, probably due to the side effects of absorbing the 9-tailed fox's power. She continued, saying that it would be difficult for her to continue assisting in that state. He looked up at the tall tree absorbing dark energy and speculated, I'm not sure, but the magic on this world tree seems to belong to Cha Jin Hyuk. A figure faintly appeared where the dark energy was gathering. It seemed like he had absorbed some kind of superior power. Tightening his grip on his sword, he made up his mind. He told himself there was only one thing left to do. Hendrik's gaze was determined. He would hold out until Cha Jin Hyuk had absorbed that power and returned. He threw the unconscious body towards her and said, take her away. She quickly caught the body. Panicked, she shook her head. No, we have to hold on until Oriboni returns. He turned and shouted loudly, it's useless for you to stay now, do you understand? She stood frozen, unsure of what to do. Acer slowly stepped forward and guessed that the demon seemed to be plotting something. If that's the case, he raised his arm, charging with energy, and declared, I will kill all of you, and he will not be able to appear. Hendrik swung his sword, cutting through the opponent's attack, then urged, go now, hurry up. As he recklessly charged forward, she turned and ran. While blocking the move, he shouted, you don't stand a chance. Suddenly, his arm was hit by several arrows. From a distance, a girl flew towards them, shooting threatening arrows continuously. He growled, how dare you attack my people? Elian warned, you've declared war on the Dark Elf clan. He thought to himself that this magic was different from the demons. It controlled his regeneration ability. Magic and holy power are inherently opposing forces. If I keep getting hit, I'll be in trouble. Drawing a conclusion, he charged forward and yelled, I will kill you first. Seeing this, she silently panicked. He's too fast. She was about to counterattack when a sword blocked her. Hendrik took her place, stopping his powerful arm. His eyes blazed, his voice full of determination, I will stop you. A glowing red magic orb emerged from his mouth. He was stunned. This is the energy core of a dragon. Realizing the explosive power was dragon's breath, his hand swiftly launched another attack in a different direction. He extended his hand and shouted, run, Elian. She was terrified, drawing her bow. Damn, what is this? But her head was caught by his hand in the blink of an eye. He increased the pressure, slamming her down to the ground, then tossed her away into the swirling dust. Her body collided repeatedly, causing a massive explosion. Her limp body was stopped by the tree. His voice echoed in her ear, I am their leader. He held his stance and said, I told you I will kill you first. The wounds on his body were healing at a terrifying rate. From now on, your fate is sealed, you foreign creature daring to defy the gods. At this moment, Axel noticed the shift in the great tree. Oh, this energy. He pointed upwards and confirmed, so you're there, demon. Hendrik seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, determined not to let him target Cha Jin Hyuk. He shouted boldly, your opponent is me. If you dare touch our guild master, I will take your life. He laughed mockingly, your loyalty is truly touching. With his hands swirling with magic, he challenged, "Try me." He unleashed a ferocious sword strike like a torrent, facing off against the holy power. The clash of the two forces created a massive shockwave, sweeping everything around. When the dust settled, the two stood opposite each other in a deep crater. He knelt on the ground and praised, "Your dragon is quite something. With a little more refinement, that move will be lethal." Axel's figure was visible through the large hole in his stomach, but he gritted his teeth and endured. "Are you done talking?" Hendrik's eyes turned cold as he ordered, "Charge forward, I can still fight." Even with one arm gone, he raised his voice, "Dragons are proud creatures. No, because you're a dragon, you should at least be able to endure this much." His glowing finger pointed straight ahead, concluding, "Wasting that divine body on a piece of trash like a demon is what led to your defeat." He fell silent for a moment and then smiled, "Take care of yourself." His voice rang out, "It will definitely be painful." At the same time, a spiritual swordsman appeared behind him. Countless sword lights aimed at a single target. Haru shouted loudly, swinging his sword, creating streams of light. Acer was hit, exclaiming in shock, "Impossible." She couldn't believe the speed of the attack, her healing ability couldn't keep up. She laughed maniacally. This is the legacy that Oni left behind. In her mind, a man reminded her, "It's useless, you're just buying a little more time." He folded his arms, watching from above. He continued, saying that when she fell into a frenzy, she could overpower him for a short time, but it wouldn't last long. She couldn't defeat his regeneration ability. He pointed to the sky. "The holy power is being maintained continuously from up there. Therefore, unless that source of power disappears, you can't win. I'm certain that even if the name is tied back to my image, nothing will change. Even if the name comes back wearing my mask, it won't change anything." She was silent for a moment, then sighed softly, perhaps it was true. He shouted forcefully, urging, "Then run quickly. You are the last Oni." He snapped, questioning, "Do you want to die uselessly with them without avenging your race?" She told herself that ever since he saved her from the Dark Lord's castle, she had always stood behind him and the others, being protected by them. In her heart, she evaluated that she had received so much help, but still hadn't repaid their kindness. She clenched her fist and affirmed, "Jin Hyuk will not give up. He will definitely find a way." She insisted, "I believe in him and will buy him time." Haru gritted his teeth, relentlessly attacking, launching a barrage of strikes that left Hendrik struggling to fend off the shockwaves. He covered his face and muttered, "Ugh, she's too strong." But then he noticed her eyes were bleeding, a sign she had reached her limit. He was certain she couldn't sustain that power for much longer, even though she continued to unleash one attack after another. She told herself, "Just a little longer, just a little more. I must hold him off for a bit longer." She encouraged herself that she had to protect this place until he returned, but at that moment, her hand holding the sword was suddenly grabbed tightly. Axel had almost fully recovered, mocking, "Now you're slower than before." After speaking, he threw a punch that sent her flying. The violent impact caused her pain, leaving her mouth agape. He hovered in midair and declared, "Ken and Carmen's decision was absolutely right." He calmly said, "If we let you be, you will ruin the 9 Stars plan." At the same time, he gathered energy in his raised hand to finish her off. He coldly stated, "I will kill all of you right here." The power orb grew larger, and she could only watch helplessly as everything unfolded. She realized she didn't even have the strength to move anymore. Hendrik struggled and shouted, "Damn it, get away, Haru." She clenched her teeth, tears streaming down, and choked, "Jin Hyuk, I'm sorry." The light orb suddenly stopped, leaving him stunned and confused about what was happening. The space around H.G. Rizzo suddenly became eerily silent, and he looked around, scanning. He exclaimed in shock, "What? I'm sure I used the holy form's light to burn them." Axel barely opened his mouth before taking a punch directly to the face. Jin Hyuk appeared just in time, and with one strike he sent him flying, causing the trees behind him to collapse as he fell. He calmly repeated, "What happened?" The monster slowly absorbed the holy power and he casually pointed forward, "This is it." Haru, tears welling up, shouted loudly, "Jin Hyuk." He smiled and praised, "Haru, Hendrik, you two did great." Looking at the glowing mass rising, he gritted his teeth and murmured, "That damned bastard, as persistent as a leech." Two figures appeared behind him and said, "Let's take them to safety." One person asked, "Do we need to fight?" The other responded, "Don't worry, I've got this." Facing the dark monster in front, he questioned, "What have you done?" He calmly listed, "That terrifying amount of demonic power and that disgusting thing." While launching an attack, he replied, "Why don't you check for yourself?" He panicked, "That thing is too fast," and cried out in pain as his arm was bitten. He screamed, "Ah!" The monster tore through his arm, and Carmen immediately noticed the anomaly in that arm. She was sweating as she felt a large amount of holy power suddenly drain away. On the other side, he also realized and wondered, "Is he absorbing me?" And furthermore, Axel hadn't finished thinking before he was relentlessly attacked, his mind only asking, where did he get such powerful demonic power? His face, which was slowly disintegrating, still tried to appear tough as he said, "It's useless. No matter how many times you shatter me, I will. Before he could finish, the monster under Jin Hyuk's control bit him in half. Jin Hyuk casually said, "You will keep regenerating. Each time, Carmen will have to spend a huge amount of holy power." He continued, "It was created from a piece of my soul and demonic power, and like me, it's very greedy." Squeezing his neck, he explained, in other words, his eyes turned cold. "It can continuously tear you apart and devour you until it drags Carmen, the one connected to you, down here." Even though his wounds healed quickly, he still trembled and stammered, "No, no," then almost screamed, "No, Master Carmen, stop." He pleaded, "Please don't give me any more holy power." His eyes were cold as death when he said, "It's too late." He raised his hand and ordered, "Devour him." She cursed in horror. She screamed in panic, "What's happening?" Her body slowly faded away, leaving only the sound of a furious growl. The dark sky cracked into pieces, and a beam of light pierced through the crack, striking the ground. A wailing voice echoed, and the person knelt to the ground, murmuring, "Finally." She shouted angrily, "What the hell is going on?" He smirked. "Finally, we meet again." He looked at her disdainfully, reminding her that 10 years had passed. Her face looked even uglier than before. She spoke with venom, her anger clear in every word. His face, hidden behind a mask, was cold as he said, "It's time for you to pay the price." Taylor ran from the monsters behind him while he shouted, "Thank you." The scene rewound 10 years ago. He exclaimed, "Damn it, you can still unleash your magic like that," under the suffocating pressure of purple energy. Gravity seemed to disappear, as rocks were torn apart and thrown up into the chaos of the storm, causing Taylor to scream in despair. On the other side, Jin Hyuk breathed heavily, his body battered as he knelt in the rubble of the battlefield. Jin Hyuk looked at the figure approaching and muttered with hatred, "Traitor." He shouted angrily, You did this. Am I going to die like this?" At that moment, a skeleton statue appeared. Jin Hyuk summoned his power and shouted, causing the skeleton soldier to leap forward at his command. The giant bony hand, wrapped in tattered bandages, shot out golden energy. Seeing it attack, Carmen erupted with power, tossing the skeleton soldier aside as she screamed, "Stop struggling in vain." Observing the situation, Yen Rang thought Jin Hyuk had used up the last of his strength to revive it, then expanded and ended the fight. Carmen's slender legs moved in front of Jin Hyuk and she spoke softly as if declaring, "Yes, your end." She pointed at him, smiled, then continued, "But the name of the 9 stars." She raised her hand and said, "I will take your life. Goodbye, Father Jin Hyuk." A surge of power rushed toward Jin Hyuk. Even though his body was pierced by the brilliant golden energy blade, his eyes still shone with determination behind the face mask. Jin Hyuk spat blood, his eyes wide from the pain. Losing all thought, returning to reality, Carmen gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with hatred as she looked up. He stood in front of her, Jin Hyuk's body radiating a heavy killing intent. Time passed, and Jin Hyuk coldly spoke one line. "All right, time to repay you. Thank you." Mist covered the area, the dark night creating a barren forest with ghastly dry branches exposed. She couldn't believe it, thinking it couldn't possibly be the black forest on the 70th floor, wondering how he had brought her here. Jin Hyuk muttered, "Yeah, normally it would be impossible." Jin Hyuk closed his eyes and thought. When he absorbed the dark seed of Juraiso, he had planned to defeat her. Although Jin Hyuk possessed superior magic compared to Acer, he wouldn't be able to win if Carmen continued to support Axel, who would be resurrected. An invincible entity, strengthened. The way to break that bond was what he needed to find. Jin Hyuk realized that we also have someone with similar power. Granting the freedom to act within the tower was incredibly difficult. This was evident through the binding contract between the gods and their followers. So, what if Jin Hyuk relied on that? Didn't Jin Hyuk also have the right to use the trump card for followers? Thinking so, he ordered the strike. Carmen was shocked and quickly asked, "You want me to go down?" She couldn't believe it. She continued, "Are you using Acer to do this?" Jin Hyuk, expressionless, said, "Because you are just an existence in the tower. You are nothing like the true gods. Your physical body is forced to fall. Your selfish plan is the cause of your death." She lowered her head, smirking. Carmen laughed wildly, stomping her foot on the ground in frustration, then stood up. A brilliant golden energy enveloped her entire body. She spoke, "Kylie, does this mean you've beaten me? You are terribly wrong. A rookie like you hasn't even climbed to the tower's top yet." She pointed at Jin Hyuk, confidently saying, "I'll show you." Carmen raised her hand, the power behind her exploding. She continued, threatening, "What is the power of someone standing on the high floors?" A moment of glory, then the brilliance faded. She froze, shocked. Blood poured from her eyes and mouth, continuously flowing. She quickly covered her mouth, collapsing to the ground. Carmen thought, "What's happening? I can't hold back." Before she could finish her thought, Jin Hyuk's powerful punch slammed into her face. She realized, chosen by the leader, the 1,000-pound punch. Her whole body was sent flying backward in midair, the surrounding rocks shattering into pieces. Her body was slammed into the rock face, creating a deep, wide crack and forming a pit amidst the thick dust and smoke. Jin Hyuk descended from above. He was cold, surely the impact had left him with no memory. This is the 70th floor. Hundreds of punishments from other floors converged here. She sat on the ground, staring at Jin Hyuk with eyes full of hatred. She thought about someone daring to use power here, truly hopeless. Discomfort showed on her face. She wondered if Carmen was feeling something familiar. These eyes she had never seen before. She focused on the energy radiating from Jin Hyuk, feeling fear. Jin Hyuk's face appeared, a devilish smile clear on him. She saw him, tension and anger in her eyes. Carmen swung her hand, firing a blast of energy at him and shouted, "You are not allowed to look at me with those eyes." In that tense moment, he unleashed all his dark power. A purple magical force, dazzling like a scythe of death, surged toward Jin Hyuk, summoning power. It gaped wide. A beam of golden power shot straight at the opponent but gradually got absorbed, seemingly without effect. She felt tense. Carmen was furious, unable to believe her attack had been completely absorbed. Jin Hyuk glided by, his eyes blazing, closing in on her in an instant. His hand cloaked in radiant purple nebula, sharp claws squeezing space, ready to strike a fatal blow. Jin Hyuk's darkness awakened, his face obscured by a grotesque mask. A devastating punch was about to hit Carmen. Life and death were determined as two opposing forces collided, tearing space in the final impact. A massive force hurled her through the air. Carmen reached her hands to her chest, trying to brace her body. She felt a change within her body. Was the demonic energy corroding her? Impossible, unless it was another type of magic. Carmen recognized the wound. It was the mark of the 4 emperors. She looked at Jin Hyuk, pressed close, fear flooding her mind with a scream. No. A black hole appeared, sucking everything in, creating a vortex in space. Its center shone with blinding light. Carmen fell freely with no support, while above, Jin Hyuk prepared a decisive strike with his hand covered in overwhelming power. After a heavy strike, her body collided with the rock below. Carmen panicked and screamed, "You dare touch my body, I will tear you into pieces." She noticed another light drawing her attention. A golden flower of light exploded, carrying pure destructive energy. Jin Hyuk confidently declared, "This is the magic I absorbed from you." He smiled as if knowing the outcome. The object returns to its master. A giant golden beam from the dark power began to form. From above, a roaring sound descended, wanting to crush everything below. Jin Hyuk shouted, "Heaven's punishment!" The overwhelming power struck down, causing a massive explosion, shaking the ground and leveling all obstacles. Jin Hyuk stood alone above, observing the remnants of the battle, then seemed to remember something. He spoke, "Right, this is my revenge after 10 years. In the air, a shrill cry sounded. The demon face has destroyed the enemy. It's time, take the injured away. Haru looked at the rising beam, whispering, "Summon a 9-star, unbelievable." Tun cheerfully turned and shouted, "The enemy has been weakened by punishment, we can win now." However, Hendrik had different thoughts. Hendrik thought, although she was punished, the tower climber had surpassed floor 600 very strong. She would not give up easily. Carmen suddenly stood and charged at Jin Hyuk, shouting, "Bastard." His expression unchanged, he swiftly dodged, then unleashed power, kicking Carmen backward. A massive golden light explosion incinerated the dead forest. Jin Hyuk stood firmly above, calmly saying, "Yes, Carmen, I would be annoyed if it ended like this." Carmen still fiercely retorted, "Do not underestimate me. I am Carmen's hand," surrounded by a swirling radiant power, signaling a powerful counterattack. Carmen launched a powerful punch, a 9-star. She poured all her strength into the attack, cracking the ground and causing a horrific explosion. The ground split, revealing glowing cracks, molten lava, and uncontrollable storm-like power. The battlefield became a massive forge, lava swirling, forming vortexes that sought to burn everything. Jin Hyuk swiftly glided through the air, dodging every attack. He cursed under his breath, "That idiot." Below the explosion spread, everyone panicked and fled. Shouts for help echoed in the air. "Dutran is here, run, save me." Elian urged everyone, "Climb the branches of Dark Jigriso quickly." Attacks with divine power should not have harmed Dark Jigriso. Haru is helping Hendrik cross the lava field. She looks up at the swirling vortex and speaks, "Orabayani." Carmen looks at Jin nervously, thinking to herself, "Demon face." He looks back at her, communicating through his gaze, "You know, don't you, that this attack can't last forever." Everything happens quickly. As in the fiery red storm, she throws a punch with incredible speed. He smiles inwardly, wonderful, and congratulates her as he forces her strength even while being penalized. She clenches her fist, all of her powerful energy focused into a mighty punch, creating an enormous energy ball with destructive heat. At the same time, Jin Hyuk also gathers his strength, preparing to release it. The two forces collide powerfully, creating a burst of light that tears apart the space. When it reaches its limit, a chaotic eye appears in the center of the explosion, swallowing all the light, and a voice resounds, "Thank you, demon. You are just an insect beneath my feet." If I fought with a little more sincerity while being smug, something catches her attention and she turns to look. Jin Hyuk opens his cloak, and from the middle of him, a giant white snake rushes out, opening its mouth as if to devour everything. Jin Hyuk growls, "Congratulations." The white snake slithers and the ground crumbles wherever it goes. He lands and continues, "You're saying that again." Jin Hyuk scoffs, "It's getting worse than 10 years ago. Is it because you gave up climbing and decided to leech off the family's wealth?" Suddenly, the head of the snake bursts into flames. He freezes, unable to believe what is happening before his eyes. The snake's body is torn apart by her explosive power. Carmen screams in anger, "Shut up, what do you know to say such things?" The brilliant yellow energy ball bursts, engulfed in scorching flames, throwing everything into the air. The barren rocky area turns into a sea of lava. Jin Hyuk dodges the attack, standing high, pensive. Although this is the rebirth of a goddess, she cannot escape the punishment given by God. The more power she uses, the greater the punishment will be. "System message, you have been penalized." She yells, "Shut up, I know." Carmen sneers, "I just need to kill him, my body will regenerate." Carmen is now unconscious. She lets out a piercing scream. "We are just acting rationally. We just chose the faster path to become stronger and more comfortable. Not like that foolish one, Cha Jin Hyuk." He sighs softly, then slowly draws his sword. He asks, "Really?" Without hesitation, Jin Hyuk swings a strong strike, cutting off the hands reaching out. He looks up in shock as she launches a powerful blow from the air. Realizing he's too late, Jin Hyuk can only watch. As predicted, Carmen explodes with power and rushes towards him, sending Jin Hyuk flying. He swings his sword trying to defend. After stabilizing, Jin Hyuk speaks. "Considering how you use these mundane skills, this doesn't feel like you at all, seems like you're in a hurry." He looks around, sensing something unusual. Jin Hyuk thinks, "She's not attacking me, what is she scheming?" Before he can get out of his thoughts, Carmen rushes toward him with terrifying speed, grabbing his head. Carmen laughs triumphantly, saying, "I've got you now, demon face." Unable to resist, Jin Hyuk can only watch her remove the mask from his face. Carmen continues, "Let's see your beautiful face." Seeing her face, his eyes widen in surprise. He seizes the opportunity to jump backwards, escaping Carmen's grip. She speaks, "Are you serious?" Cha Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk finally speaks, "How did you recognize me when both my voice and face have changed? Or did you enhance your spiritual power when you were with me? Or was it just instinct? If not," he continues, "could it be that you still recognize your teammate, the one you spent so much time with?" Carmen angrily points at him and yells, "Stop avoiding, tell me clearly. Who exactly are you?" Jin Hyuk smirks. He answers, "Fine, I am Cha Jin Hyuk." Jin Hyuk sneers, "I've crossed through the divine gate and come back to beat all of you." Jin Hyuk swings his sword forward, attacking and asking, "Why, now you want to beg?" Carmen also rushes in. She replies, "Don't be ridiculous." The two strike with powerful blows. Two opposing forces, a brilliant golden flame and a dark purple power, collide violently, creating a battle of light and darkness. Carmen's face is filled with confusion. She can't believe what's happening. "It can't be, he's dead, I'm sure of it." Finally, Carmen screamed, declaring that she would tear her opponent apart herself. The name Jin Hyuk no longer existed in this world. She charged forward without hesitation, swinging down with the intent to finish him off immediately. Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth, angry. Behind Carmen, a dark energy like a blade flared up, causing her to take notice. Immediately after, Carmen's hand was severed and flew far away. She quickly landed and rode a massive golden fireball to keep her balance. Carmen thought to herself she would have to recreate that arm with divine power. Suddenly, she remembered something, sniffed the air, then looked towards the object in Jin Hyuk's hand, feeling confused. "What is that mask he's holding?" Jin Hyuk looked at her, smirked, and slowly put the mask on. A magical circle around his eyes glowed. Jin Hyuk regained his strength, his combat vision activated. Immediately after, he dashed forward at lightning speed. Jin Hyuk growled, "Thank you." Carmen gritted her teeth, glaring at Jin Hyuk. He swung his sword, saying, "I will decapitate you." Jin Hyuk's eyes widened in surprise at Carmen's next move. Jin Hyuk was astonished she had bitten his sword. Carmen used her strength to crush his sword's blade, then said each word, "Father Jin Hyuk." A blinding light flared up. A brilliant rainbow energy circle rose from the sea of molten lava. A fiery orange-red torrent of energy, like a whirlwind, was spiraling and causing intense tremors. The pillar of fire energy blazed fiercely, shooting straight into the sky. Carmen and Jin Hyuk stood in the circle of power, neither willing to step back. Neither would yield, and the two opposing forces collided. Carmen gritted her teeth and asked, "If you came back to life, you should have stayed quiet and lived peacefully on Earth. Why did you come here?" Jin Hyuk answered with a smirk, "I told you, for revenge." He pushed Carmen's body back with force and shouted, "And I will destroy the 4 great noble families who supported you." After Jin Hyuk's shove, Carmen bent down, scraping her hands on the ground to keep herself steady. Carmen snarled, "You really don't know the way anymore." Looking at Carmen's current state, Jin Hyuk assessed, she's weak now, finally reaching the limit where she can't endure any more punishment. With this body, she could only attack once more, skipping punishment. He began calculating whether Jin Hyuk could land the blow accurately. If he could destroy it, this would be Jin Hyuk's victory. From Carmen's body, a surge of golden-orange energy exploded, shattering the surrounding ground into pieces. Carmen's eyes shone brightly. She said, "Father Jin Hyuk, your place is in a nest of darkness. I will send you back there." Carmen raised her hand high. Above, a burning energy orb was swirling, about to explode. Elian looked up, not believing what was happening before her eyes. What is that?" She shouted loudly, "I have never seen divine power like this before. We need to run now, even if we have to." Too big, Elian predicted that if something that massive fell, the entire dark forest would be destroyed. Hendrik spoke up, "So do we run?" A voice interrupted, "No." Haru walked closer to the fireball and continued, "Orabayani is still fighting." Her eyes and voice were full of resolve. "I believe in him. I believe he will win." Inside the circle of power, Jin Hyuk looked towards Carmen, thinking to himself, "I can't block or dodge it." Then there is only one way, Jin Hyuk decided. "I must use even stronger magic to counter it." Just one more moment. Jin Hyuk just needed one moment to channel his magic to surpass Carmen's divine power. If successful, he would win. Seeing he wasn't acting, Carmen laughed loudly, as if victory was already in her grasp. "Stop running around like an ant and die, Father Jin Hyuk." He shot up. Jin Hyuk flew directly at Carmen with incredible speed. Carmen looked on in disbelief. "What? He's charging straight into it." Her voice was full of surprise. "Unification, demonification." The system displayed a message. Both physical strength and skills merged into one, creating a unified power. This power was transforming into demonic energy. Warning: maintaining this state could cause serious damage. The system quickly followed Jin Hyuk's instructions. The demonic energy with a bright purple glow tore apart the space, opening up a deadly black vortex. The energy projectile rushed straight towards the bright fireball on the other side. After the collision, the burst of power exploded with blinding brilliance, combining red light and faint green remnants. Jin Hyuk stood like a shadow, towering after the attack. He coldly reminded, "You can't do anything more now." Carmen still refused to concede, screaming, "What?" Jin Hyuk's wild gaze and eerie smile were enveloped in a powerful purple darkness. Jin Hyuk seemed to have already determined the outcome. He said, "It's over, thank you." The system announced that heavenly force and demonic energy were merging into a unified entity. This unified force was transforming into demonic energy. Warning: maintaining this state could cause harm. Despite the warning, the system remained active under the master's command. Demonic energy. Finally, Jin Hyuk transformed, and his demonic energy was 259. Thanks for the calculation. The attack she threw all her strength into had no effect on him. Feeling Jin Hyuk's powerful presence, he now radiated the aura of a true demon. The collision of the two extreme forces created a radiant X, piercing through space. In shock, she couldn't believe it. Jin Hyuk charged forward and laughed. "Why are you frozen like that?" She raised her hand to her forehead and thought, "Damn it, when did he get here?" Without another word, he slammed his powerful hand into her body. Her eyes widened as if unfocused. A deadly purple beam shot down from above, obliterating everything in an instant. Amid the devastation, a massive purple energy orb blazed at the center. Jin Hyuk fired energy from above, determined to annihilate everything. Carmen trembled in fear. She lowered her head, unable to trust her own senses. Carmen wondered, is this fear? She clenched her fists and looked ahead. That bastard Jin Hyuk, the one who couldn't climb the tower for 5 years. The more she looked, the more panicked Carmen became. No, this can't be happening. The deep eyes stared directly at her. Carmen recoiled in panic, as if ready to flee immediately. Jin Hyuk asked coldly, "What's wrong, afraid?" He spoke directly into Carmen's mind. Carmen gritted her teeth and shouted angrily, Who's afraid of a damned soul like you? I am the strongest. I am a 9-star who conquered the 600th floor. After I kill you, I will become the ruler of this tower." Her system continuously announced, "Warning, you have been penalized." Carmen lost control. "I don't care." Countless golden magical arrays with rotating 6-pointed stars blazed brightly. She roared, "Even if I die, I will kill you, Jin Hyuk." Seeing her go berserk, Jin Hyuk remained calm. Jin Hyuk said coldly, planning to risk it one last time. Dark purple energy radiated around him like the wings of death. Jin Hyuk landed and said, "Fine, I'll go all out with you." Carmen charged with explosive cold energy. Die, Jin Hyuk! From the center of the magical array, devastating energy beams shot out. Golden fire and energy rings plus signs exploded through the air. Jin Hyuk summoned a power orb in his hand and roared. The destructive collision of the two opposing energies, a purple thunder orb versus blazing golden fire, created a massive light explosion. The orb continued absorbing the opponent's power. Outside, Hendrik raised his hands, trying to resist the orb's explosive force. Hendrik shouted, "Jin Hyuk!" Tun yelled anxiously, "My lord!" Nearby, Haru called out, "Orabayan." The mixed energy orb of purple thunder and golden fire reached its limit, creating a black hole that devoured everything at the center. The black hole expanded, sucking in all surrounding light and leaving only a blazing stream of deadly energy. The rocky terrain seemed fully corrupted, soaked in dark purple energy and streaked with lightning. Jin Hyuk, wearing a fatigued mask, panted. The system announced, "You have sustained physical damage from demon transformation. System recommendation, address this condition as soon as possible." He smirked in response. "Not done yet, this is just the beginning of my revenge." Carmen was thrown back, her back slamming into a rock. After a moment she collapsed, crawled, and thought, "I can't put all my strength into my body." Jin Hyuk approached her, speaking coldly, "It's time to end this curse." Carmen suddenly burst into tears, full of anguish. She trembled and pleaded to Jin Hyuk, "I'm sorry, please spare me. I'll do anything you want. I'll take you to the Holy Kingdom. I'll give you all the items and money I have. Please consider the time we climbed the tower together. We were happy." Carmen clasped her hands and said, "Jin Hyuk, please forgive me." He coldly extended his sharp claws toward her. The hands she had clasped in prayer were suddenly severed, leaving her stunned. Carmen suddenly realized something, her eyes quickly scanning her surroundings. She clutched her hand, emitting a purple aura, and shouted, "Spirit energy, it's in my hands." Jin Hyuk kept a cold, expressionless face and said, "Forgive? How can I forgive someone who died 10 years ago?" Jin Hyuk declared that he would never forgive Carmen, while her hand was pushed back. Carmen trembled, clutching her arm, staring at Jin Hyuk speechlessly and turning back as if to retrieve her arm. She cursed, "Damn it!" as Jin Hyuk stood coldly behind her, raising his hand, his sharp claws shooting a beam of energy towards her leg. Carmen was caught off guard, falling down, clutching her hand, then panicking, shouting, my leg, my leg." Before she could react, a foot slammed into her face, distorting her features. Jin Hyuk crazily stomped on her head with his foot, not stopping but pressing Carmen down. After a while, he coldly said, "You don't know how long I've waited for this day." Carmen screamed, "Wait." She continued, "Then let me live as a servant. Don't you want to command me forever?" Jin Hyuk kept speaking, "After you killed me." Jin Hyuk was determined to do one thing when climbing the tower again. He recalled his deep resolve. Wait, Jin Hyuk would not turn them into summonable creatures. He thought further, "I will consume your souls so that you can never be reincarnated." Breaking out of his thoughts, Jin Hyuk confidently declared, "I will consume your soul, thank you." Carmen screamed, "Stop, Father Jin Hyuk, you son of a bitch." Carmen struggled, pleading, save me, I don't want to die." Carmen's face was slowly pressed down into the hard ground, and she let out her last cry, "Damn it." In the end, there was nothing left under Jin Hyuk's feet. Only a thin green smoke rose. Carmen turned into a soul and soared into the sky, screaming, "Do you think I'll just lie there and do nothing?" She swore she wouldn't let you consume me and end me. Sharp fangs appeared before Carmen. She quickly dodged and said. Carmen stepped back, shouting, "Again, it's this damn monster. Damn, my soul is being sucked into." Jin Hyuk stood below, watching, raising his hand and saying, "Kill her once." Then Jin Hyuk tightened his grip and continued, "It still doesn't satisfy me." He commanded, "Swallow her, Tam." Carmen couldn't escape, her soul being swallowed by Tam's mouth. She managed to shout, "Father Jin Hyuk." After dealing with her, Jin Hyuk retracted his power. The system announced, "Demon purification complete. All stats returned to normal." "Mission accomplished," he muttered, and the mask and outer shell around his body gradually dissolved. Half of the mask glowed brightly, falling down as the final mark. He lowered his head and sighed, thinking to himself. Jin Hyuk raised his face and shouted, "Finally, I have avenged myself." "You are the traitor." The air reverberated with curses full of hatred. Damn it, damn it. After the release, he stood still, thinking quietly. Oh no, the consequences of demonification. Jin Hyuk couldn't move. Just as he was about to pass out, a shoulder supported him. Harry Wu appeared, wrapping an arm around him, and Hendrik did the same. Everyone gathered around Jin Hyuk. Vulcan smiled, "You really did it, you took quite a risk." Hendrik continued, "One down and 7 more to go." Haru sincerely said. Congratulations, Orabayani. Hearing that, he remained silent for a few seconds before smiling contentedly. Thank you, everyone. In the distance, Elian walked over. She complained, my forest is in complete chaos. Looking at the debris, Elian was dissatisfied. He reassured, don't worry. He continued, I'll do everything I can to restore this place since I made a pact with the world's entity and gathered everyone. Jin Hyuk said seriously, don't worry about the funds. He affirmed, I have a reliable backer. Soon after, a notification appeared above Elian's head, and she questioned it. The system explained that it wouldn't be surprising if more spirits appeared at any time. Among them, there was another celestial spirit who had lost their family and would come to seek revenge for her. The system warned that fighting Ken Pello right now would result in death. Receiving the information, Jin Hyuk continued, thinking carefully. Finally, he said, yes, now we should lay low and prioritize strengthening our power. Jin Hyuk smiled confidently, like this time I won't retreat in shame again. I'll sneak up and give that bastard Pio a painful punch. The scene shifts to a pair of mysterious feet walking over parched stone, as dark clouds gather in the sky. The clouds begin to cover the sky, rain falls lightly, and under the gloomy sky it drizzles steadily. A figure stands beneath the canopy of a giant tree, thinking that Carmen has vanished, suddenly pulled down to the 70th floor and hasn't returned since. Under the rain, Pio Lao appears, observing the surroundings and assessing the traces of destruction left behind. Lightning streaks across the sky along with thunder. He frowns, thinking that this is all that remains. Lightning twists down from above, and in the center, a giant stone skull glows with a ghostly blue-white light, lying silently. Pio Lao grits his teeth in anger. Death Star, Father Jin Hyuk. He thinks to himself, the Star of Death. This is Father Jin Hyuk's symbol, known only to him and the 9 stars. Pio Lao continues speculating that Carmen sent Kot ahead to the death mask. This place must be connected to him. Why is this symbol here? He frantically searches, Carmen, where are you? A cold voice cuts through his thoughts. Long time no see, the voice comes from the death mask channel, flashing with a surge of power. The voice continues, it is I. Pio Lao startles, shouting, what? Pio Lao pales, yelling, death mask. The voice continues like an announcement, I have killed Carmen. Pio Lao receives the shocking news. He freezes, fists clenched, roaring, bastard, someone like you dares to kill Carmen. The death mask remains silent. The voice from the death mask directs its blazing purple eyes at Pio Lao. He meets its gaze, seeming to recognize something. A memory flashes, Carmen pressed down by the feet into the stone layer. The image of her transforming into a spirit rising into the sky, all in the blink of an eye. Carmen screamed Jin Hyuk's name before being attacked. Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth, hands trembling with anger, while Bao Lao let out a loud hiss. I thought about it, but if you really are Jin Hyuk's father, how could you dare kill my only family member like that? I will never forgive you, Father Jin Hyuk. The death mask replied coldly, a figure never moved by a comrade's sacrifice, yet today weakened by the death of a little sister. Listen carefully, Ken, it's your turn now. A voice like fate itself warned Pello. I will destroy you step by step, very slowly. He went mad, screaming, foaming at the mouth. Bao Lao unleashed his power at the death mask, shattering it into pieces. The death mask challenged, continuing. Wait, Ken, scene shifts. The 9 stars Carmen lay collapsed under the death mask's hand. Down the street, citizens cheered loudly. Hooray, hooray! The news shook the entire capital. Everyone held a newspaper, talking non-stop, seemingly unable to believe the truth. Did the death mask really kill the 9 stars? Unbelievable, is he really that strong? No, the 9 stars must have been too weak. Scene shifts, a shout echoes, bastard! A Holy Kingdom soldier angrily points. This area is under Holy Kingdom control. Who allowed you to enter here? A stretcher smeared with blood dragged across the ground. Someone exclaimed, what celestial kingdom? Kim sat proudly in the middle, speaking. You think that guy can scare us? The figure of guild leader Inoa appeared. He interrupted, you dare not respect the celestial kingdom. That courage you think you have will kill you. He was the celestial kingdom's allied guild leader, Inoa. He shouted like giving an order, retreat. Kim stood up laughing loudly, funny. The leader is dead, yet you're still here prattling. Guild leader Inoa was furious. What? Why should we obey you? Kim shouted, we will protect our own justice. He swung the stretcher forward, shouting, attack! Kim's followers immediately advanced. The Holy Kingdom soldiers panicked slightly. One said, what the hell? Another replied, they won't submit. Guild leader Inoa drew his sword and shouted, don't panic, they're just a bunch of brats. Kim also swung the stretcher and charged, saying, let's see if those weaklings dare enter 9 star. A deadly, precise strike, but he was blocked at the decisive moment. The sword flashed, forming a sharp blade. The Celestial Kingdom had lost one of its leaders. 9 stars could no longer consolidate its power as before. Nearby guilds began to threaten them. Moreover, challengers to heaven started hiding like ghosts. Scene shifts, a warning notice is posted on the wall. Months later, a wanted notice is issued. Citizens gathered around the notice board, buzzing, "Wanted death mask." Still not caught, that person beside him is his follower, dragon swordsman, last enchantress Ho Yu. Who is the last one? How come they haven't been caught? Hiram stood in the crowd, arms crossed, asking. No news on the people who caused chaos in the capital yet. Chan's son beside him replied, who knows, maybe 9 stars will destroy them. He continued, but why is that death mask guy so strong? He laughed and said, haven't you heard what people are saying? Chan's son explained in a low voice. Actually, the real identity of the death mask is that dead star. Inside the modern room, facing Pello, a voice spoke as if hearing a joke. You want me to believe that? Ken, he spoke without denial. Yes, and I truly find it hard to believe. Bayo Lao gritted his teeth and continued. But after investigating the remnants he left, that bastard is definitely Father Jin Hyatt. Taylor laughed loudly. He pointed at him. Ken, are you crazy? Going mad just because of your sister's death? Behind Taylor, a fierce power surged. He sternly warned, watch your mouth. His next words left Pello stunned. Only because you're the next target of Father Jin Hyatt are you so terrified. Hit at a weak point, he frowned, thinking, these bastards, they know everything. Do they want Father Jin Hyatt to kill Bayo Lao? Taylor sat coldly on the chair, continuing, Ken, do you realize it? The reason they chose you and Carmen to lay is because you both hold 2 of the 9 pieces of power. He's excited now we're all on equal footing. No, now who will follow you? Taylor pointed around, although even he wasn't sure if he could defend the piece of power. In fact, no one showed up today. Bayo Long angrily slammed the table, interrupting. Does everyone, including him, think that way? Taylor laughed loudly, challenging, wanna try? You think a healer with power equal to mine could stand a chance? The tension was thick in the air as Junla's face appeared on the screen, reminding, enough, we will share your power with each other. Ken Bayo Long gritted his teeth in frustration. It's all because of the death mask. His face was full of hatred as he thought, it's not Cha Jin Haya. It's all his fault. I will destroy you, even if I have to face danger. A messenger bird flew in the sky over the city, a hand gently brushing its feathers, whispering, Ken has begun to act. Jin Hayek said, is it our turn now? A pair of hands caressed the messenger bird before speaking softly. Ken will do whatever it takes to eliminate Cha Jin Hayek from us. Lick said seriously, unlike Carmen. He's resilient, his sharp eyes glaring at the person in front of him. Rash actions will be difficult because he has lost the support of the 9 stars. They will not help him. Instead, they want both the Holy Kingdom and the rebellious to be destroyed. The last thing we need is money. They will use us, the lower class, to gather evidence, preparing the best for the attack. From there, Lixit concluded that we will buy and sell the assets they discard at a high price. After hearing the idea, Elian asked, aren't we giving them exactly what they want? Lix spun a gold coin in his hand. Tranan, don't worry, money is the most addictive thing in the world. After the conversation, he fell silent, contemplating. This is the beginning of my revenge. I will make them addicted to money. Lick stood up, reminding, get ready, liars, something busy is going to happen here. Same goes for you, Dankul. It's time for you to pay for what I funded. Elian lowered his eyes and replied, I think I'm being hooked by a lone shark. Puppet clenched his fist with determination. Please leave this to me. Goldrich Lich continued calculating. That's it. That's the plan. The rest transitioned based on the power they gained from training, after being separated for a few months. What someone thought was enough hope. At this moment, Miho in fox form ventured deep into the quiet forest. In another corner, Baiyang asked, are you sure, sir, that the tall one is really the companion of the demon-faced one? Duangsu laughed and confirmed, yes, though it differs from the wanted poster, it can't escape our hunt. He raised his gun and aimed. For us, it's terrible prey, already at level 500. We will take the reward from the 9 stars. Biyang aimed precisely at Miho's tiny body. She sensed something. Miho turned around to observe. The massive snow mountain stood tall under the cloudy night sky, creating a magnificent and mysterious backdrop. The loud sound of the gunshot echoed. A hand emitted a strong dark energy, purple-black bullets spinning at the tips of the fingers. Gai Ung Hun stood in front of the gun's muzzle, protecting Miho. Jingsu suddenly pointed and shouted. He blocked the fire bullets with his hand. Baiyang looked through the scope, also stunned. Impossible. Before he could react, he rushed toward them. Gai Ung Hun swung his arm, sending Baiyang flying backward. Duangsu worried. Damn, the old man thought to himself, where did this monster come from? Duangsu's pupils froze as he realized something. The white tiger warrior uniform and the outer coat. Gai Ung Hun's face was covered, and his muscular body threw a powerful punch, enveloped by a sharp emerald energy. Duangsu pondered, not believing his eyes, telling himself, no way. Before he could shake off the thought, the punch landed on Duangsu's face. A stone flew up from the ground under the explosive force. Byung Hun stood observing the aftermath of the attack. Before losing consciousness, the old man could only think. Gai Ung Hun, the source of combat power. He held Mi Ho calmly, his gaze cold as she fell before him. The scene shifted to feet planted firmly on the dry ground. On the 100th floor, Haru looked down at the view below and spoke. We took longer than we thought, Yan Hiu beside him replied. Climbing is more exhausting than I imagined, and we also had to avoid being noticed. Everyone's late for the meeting on the 100th floor today, Yan Hiu said. She fell silent, pondering a nearby Oni village not far from here. Seeing Haru didn't respond, he remained quiet. Suddenly, Jin Hiu asked, You want to go to the Oni village, right? She quickly waved her hand to deny it. No, now is not the time for that, Haru replied, observing his expression. I know the Oni village isn't far. She lowered her head, speaking softly. Sorry, we're about to reach a crucial milestone and my mind wandered. Jin Hiu snapped his fingers in reassurance. Well, it's okay, we can just watch from afar. Vulcan suddenly appeared from behind and said, All right, we'll go with her. Tun agreed, please leave it to us. She turned to thank them. Thanks, I'll return soon. A flash of light appeared and all three vanished before Jin Hiu's eyes. Left alone, he stood in thought. So far, we've succeeded in increasing our power. But Ken, Jin Hyuk's summoned assassin, was completely useless against his divine power. The reason we won is because she was overexerted to overcome the penalty. He wasn't sure we could defeat the other using the same tactic. Jin Hyuk clenched his fists, determined. Ken, I must be stronger than him to eliminate that stubborn, ruthless one. His power-up key lay with Choi Jeonghun. Jin Hyuk needed to meet him and his master, Vo Hong Tet, to learn. If it's Tet, a grand master, he could surpass them and deal with the other. He sighed, wondering where he was. Just then, a flash of light appeared from the forest behind. Startled, he turned. That was the direction Haru had gone, where Haru's group was fighting intensely. A shadow emerged from the smoke. I told you, Hamil slowly stepped out. I'll wait for you on the 100th floor. Haru glared at Ada in anger. Jin Hyuk assessed the power and realized, this divine power belongs to Hamil. From behind, someone charged at a terrifying speed. Jin Hyuk hadn't noticed yet, still thinking, we need to act quickly to help. As the figure approached, he glanced at Taylor, who was attacking with full force. He raised his hand to block and shouted, Tam, he's determined. You survived my sword, returned from the dead, Cha Jin Hyuk. He stared into Taylor's eyes, replying coldly, and you, Holy Sword Donald Taylor. After the explosion, a figure was thrown into the air. The opposing powers of Jin Hyuk and Taylor clashed directly. He laughed challengingly. What's wrong, Cha Jin Hiu? Didn't expect such a grand star to only defend. He asked coldly, why are you here? Taylor swung his sword ready to attack, replying, surprised I came down to the 100th floor myself. Jin Hyuk swiftly blocked his slash. In a circle of energy from the clash, the two faced each other in tense silence. Taylor asked, don't you know why I came down here alone? He continued, it means striking you won't even make me sweat, even if I take the penalty. Jin Hiu flinched at this. In his distraction, Taylor seized the chance to fling him backward. Following the momentum, Jin Hyuk could only go with it, unable to resist. The clock tower shattered and the people below panicked. What? Something just flew past. Who's causing chaos on the 100th floor of this grand city? Taylor flew toward them saying, I'm glad you survived. He recalled that day 10 years ago. Memories flashed through Taylor's mind. He burned behind Jin Hiu. Taylor seethed, you're still strong despite betrayal. I used everything to defeat you, but you mocked me in the final moment. He swung his sword as a declaration. Today I will humiliate you. The system issued a warning. Warning, penalty has been applied. Taylor ignored it, cutting the alert line. He frenziedly continued charging with his sword, attacking Jin Hiu. Taylor blurted out with a sneer, HMPH, I couldn't care less about this punishment anymore. Right in front of Taylor, a blinding burst of energy flared up, signaling that a devastating attack had just been unleashed. A stream of purple energy surged from the center, distorting the space around it as dark streaks sped away at a terrifying velocity. A vortex of energy appeared before Taylor. In its center, a black sphere spun at a terrifying speed, surrounded by wild gusts of white wind. He paused for a moment, watching the object charging toward him. It was a massive black cylinder, wrapped in a glowing, sharp blue energy net. Passing through the object, heading straight for Jin Hyuk, Taylor coldly asked, so you're planning to fight me while still under punishment? You couldn't even defeat me at the end of the match, and now you're teaming up with that trash down there. And now you want to humiliate me again? You're unbelievable. Meanwhile, the black hole formed from the massive purple energy swirl seemed ready to devour everything. At its center was a small glowing point with a black wing symbol, signaling the impending annihilation attack, and Jin Hyuk charged with all his might toward the opponent. Looking down from above, Taylor laughed and said, is that the power Carmen discarded? Look at your face. He suddenly froze and exclaimed, huh. Jin Hyuk's demonic shadow was clearly reflected in Taylor's pupil. Jin Hyuk closed in, his arm with sharp claws raised, full of murderous intent. Before he could react, Taylor fully took the punch from Jin Hyuk. his body losing balance and being knocked away. His body fell from the sky, crashing to the ground, causing the earth to explode and sending debris flying from the ruined building. With a swollen face, Taylor gasped and thought, "Damn it, what's happening? Why does it seem like you're getting stronger every time I meet you?" Jin Hyuk spoke in a cold voice. "Oh, your face looks even uglier than before, Donald." Taylor froze. "What?" Jin Hyuk chuckled in response, not hiding his sarcasm. "Did you think I did know? You had surgery to make your face look like mine." He just stayed silent after hearing this. He continued mocking. "Well, my previous face was already quite handsome, and I was very famous, but you not so much. Donald, with that ugly face, you only leave a terrible impression on us. You think I don't know that you've always secretly watched me because of my fame?" Jin Hyuk paid no mind to the way Taylor's body trembled with anger. He casually continued, "I'm not sure if you realize this, but to me, you're just repulsive. I see you desperately trying to become more like me. Oh, of course, you can't copy me perfectly, because of that ugly face of yours." Struck by the pain, Taylor gritted his teeth and hissed, "I'll make you regret every vile word you just said." Jin Hyuk smiled and replied, "Give it your all." At his command, the entity in front of them opened its mouth wide and charged as if to swallow Taylor whole. Taylor wasn't in a hurry, standing still as if already having planned his move. His face now looked demonic, a crazy smile stretched to his ears, his golden eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Then a jet-black sword energy slashed out. The cutting streak ripped through the air, severing the clock tower, and at the same time, Jin Hyuk's arm, which had been beneath it, was also cut off. Taylor laughed with satisfaction. "I told you, I'll make you regret this." He screamed and wildly charged toward Jin Hyuk. "This is the end for you and your pathetic friends. Your teammates are probably already dead by now." Elsewhere, a beam of intense golden light struck down, causing massive damage. Hamill smiled. "Oh no, are you all tired already? Your demons are pretty strong, but they're still just zombies. Facing angels, it's really an unfair fight. Now it's just you left, succubus." Haru was sweating, her eyes filled with hatred as she glared at her. Hamill continued, "Then you should use up every last bit of your strength, because the one who burned down the demon village is standing right in front of you." Hearing this, she was stunned, unable to process the truth, and the sound of clashing swords rang out. Leaning on her sword to stand up, she said, "Thank you for coming to me. I have trained and suffered only to wait for this day. I, the last sword of the demon race, will strike you to avenge my people." Hamill covered her mouth with a mocking smile. "You plan to use the power of that sword, so you're relying on that unstable strength from your training. I can't believe it. You, an immature child, are the last hope of your people. The demon kin buried beneath our feet must be ashamed of you." Haru held the sword out in front of her. Her entire body was now engulfed by a surging force. She gritted her teeth and said, "I no longer hold any grudge against your taunts." Because she drew the sword from its sheath, her eyes filled with murderous intent as she lunged at her in the blink of an eye. A massive purple light exploded violently, signaling the start of her attack. Hamill smiled awkwardly and said, "Oh, now I can finally call you a demon." Haru appeared behind her unnoticed. She spoke up, stating that from this moment on, she would rely entirely on her own strength to fight. Hamill jumped in surprise and glanced behind, wondering to herself, is Ada still using a sword while conscious? Haru, with a cold gaze, attacked Ada with a powerful slash that emitted a brilliant pink energy, clearly showing her ruthless nature. The force released from this side destroyed all the surrounding buildings. A resident looked up and shouted, "Those buildings are being cut in half." The person next to him was also panicking. "Who's fighting? Has the four kings shown up?" Up above, Taylor flew after Jin Hyuk, saying, "You think you can run that far?" Jin Hyuk was stunned when he saw the name of the Death Star Reborn running away. After losing his arm, he could no longer use the great transformation skill. He wondered how that bastard knew about the demonic energy. Taylor raised his sword and said confidently, "The power of the Dark King is not for people like you." With the storm of purple sword energy wildly tearing apart the city, his figure glided gracefully as if dancing with death. The ground cracked open and collapsed into a massive pit, with the aftershock of the purple energy still surging violently. A streak of light appeared on the other side of the building, making Jin Hyuk grit his teeth in annoyance. His demonic energy surely came from those demons. The one who killed him with the chosen technique and received small rewards from them, as if handing a treat to a loyal dog. Jin Hyuk refused to succumb to that. Holding his severed arm, a surge of power from behind caused the building to split in two and sent him flying. Jin Hyuk growled in anger as something flew straight toward his neck. Taylor grabbed Jin Hyuk's neck tightly and growled, "You can't fight me anymore. My hands are the ultimate swordsmanship and demonic energy. Now I am invincible." The strike from above was thrown down on him. Taylor stabbed his sword into Jin Hyuk and said, "It's over." Jin Hyuk's pupils widened, staring straight ahead. In a dominating stance, Taylor made a punishing strike from above. He pinned Jin Hyuk to the shattered stone floor, with the sword's blade soaked in destructive purple energy. A stream of black energy erupted from his mouth, marking pain and destruction. The collision released a storm of wild purple energy. The earth and stones were sent flying, creating a scene of devastation. Having achieved his goal, Taylor laughed tremulously and shouted, "I did it, I finally did it. I am better than anyone now, Cha Jin Hyuk. The one who defeated the Death Star is me, the Sword Saint Donald Taylor." As he reveled in his joy, a voice suddenly interrupted. "Is that all?" Taylor froze. One of Jin Hyuk's hands touched the gate. He coldly said, "It's been 10 years, and all you show me is this, the little reward you received from the Dark King by wagging your tail to please them." Taylor, eyes filled with hatred, stared at Jin Hyuk, thinking he had stabbed him with a sword wrapped in demonic energy. He shouted, "What are you playing at?" He shot up into the air, throwing the sword's blade off his body. Jin Hyuk declared, "I'm not like you. If I want something, I'll take it with my own hands." The unified celestial technique displayed a message. Demonic energy and divine power are transforming into unified force. All unified force transforms into divine power. Taylor shouted, "What?" amid the holy golden light. Jin Hyuk's awakened form appeared with black wings and a halo, asserting his position as the ultimate being beyond all limits. A close-up of the golden mask exuded a cold yet divine authority, his eyes shining brightly as if seeing through everything, marking the complete transformation into supreme power. Taylor looked up at Jin Hyuk, stunned, thinking to himself, "Has my severed arm regrown with demonic energy? Could it be that my demonic energy was overwhelmed by Cha Jin Hyuk's divine power?" Taylor realized that Cha Jin Hyuk always surpassed predicted data, constantly striving for a higher realm. Taylor roared, I hate this to the core." He rushed at him madly. Jin Hyuk pointed and summoned the power. Heaven's punishment, Book of Anguish. The power exploded as if to devour the space, leaving a lone figure at the heart of the terrifying power source. Taylor's pupils contracted with madness, baring his fangs and growling, his face twisted in the bloodlust that had just awakened. The energy burst, ripping the earth apart and sending massive stones flying in all directions. Dust swirled, obscuring vision, leaving only streaks of water spreading like spider webs on the ground after the attack. Taylor stood motionless in the center of the power, preparing for the next strike. The energy gathered around him, erupting with brutal force, causing the ground to tremble. His face contorted with rage and bloodlust, his pupils contracting, the energy around him ripping through all obstacles, stones flying in the glowing halo. Dust enveloped the entire view, leaving only the water streaks like spider webs on the ground, remnants of the devastating attack. At the bottom of the abyss, Taylor Gim's sword plunged into the ground, wedged between shattered cracks and a cloud of dust. He lay sprawled on the ground, while Taylor kept a cold gaze fixed ahead, where Jin Hyuk was slowly approaching step by step. He spoke, 10 years ago in the 9 stars, you were the strongest. Even if others had unique skills, I never cared about their fates, but in my eyes, you were truly the strongest. Taylor winced in pain, struggling to rise. Father Jin Hyuk, this time I will surpass you. He removed his mask, replying coldly, but your sword is far weaker than before. You were too arrogant, relying on demonic energy, a power not truly yours. That's why you are defeated. If you had spent the past 10 years honing your swordsmanship, then today the loser would be me. Taylor gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it, Jin Hyuk said nothing. He silently looked down at the defeated body lying motionless beside the great sword, casually holding the mask in one hand, exuding a chilling aura. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Jin Hyuk clutched his chest as he knelt, massaging it while thinking that using 2 different methods of fusion left heavy aftereffects. To freely wield fusion, one must be even stronger. But first, he moved to finish Taylor. Taylor's soul shot upward into the sky, while Jin Hyuk reached out to grab his head. He lowered his voice chillingly. Do you think you can die peacefully? Let's end this quickly, my comrades are still waiting. Under the deep blue sky dotted with drifting clouds, the mountain rose proudly. Suddenly, the space was torn by a brilliant pink-purple light, erupting above like a Death Star descending, shooting sharp beams through the clouds. Haru and Hamil were engaged in intense combat. The strikes caused Hamil pain, teeth gritted, and her recovery could not keep up. Everything happened incredibly fast, and Haru immediately seized the opportunity to strike with her sword. Her eyes lit up as she summoned the battle mind Tri-Heaven Eye, reaching out to grip her opponent's neck. Hamil struggled to break free, thinking, when did she get this close? The blinding pink-purple light continued to explode above like a descending Death Star, emitting sharp energy beams. Looking down at the abyss, Haru said, do you know where you're falling? Your greed destroyed this place. This is my homeland. She charged forward with rage, heading toward her enemy amid the destructive force of the purple light tearing the ground. Hamil was completely powerless, letting her body fall freely into the chaotic void. She shut her eyes, saying, if not for the punishment, Haru shouted, you've been dead for a long time. Hamill dared not face her, closing her eyes silently. That gaze again, if I get hit, I'll lose. No, wait, lose, I'll be defeated. By a mere demon. No, the supreme being of the tower, who has trampled countless weaker races. How could I fail against a lowly demon? She unleashed her power, screaming like a declaration. I will never allow it. The system continuously warned. Warning, high energy reaction. Warning, high energy reaction. Warning, high energy reaction. A radiant energy sphere exploded, engulfing Hamill, creating a terrifying shockwave that hurled debris and blew everything away. She screamed into the air, descend. Haru could hardly believe her eyes. Descend, impossible. Dark clouds were torn apart by the blinding light descending, a bolt of power striking down as the system displayed. The first Sandalahorn has accepted your summoning. A supreme being of the tower is descending. Use your body as a vessel. She smirked. I didn't want to do it this way, but my pride won't let me lose to human. Haru froze at the overwhelming pressure radiating from the supreme being of the tower. I absolutely cannot let them descend into Hamill, she shouted firmly. Do you think I'll stand by and let you run rampant? Haru lunged but suddenly stopped. No, why is my power weakening now? Within a golden halo, Sandalahorn's dark mysterious face appeared, eyes cold and sharp, radiating supreme authority like a god. His pupils flashed with power. Sandalahorn spoke. My follower, why do you call me? Hamill stood below, explaining. There are threats here on this floor. Please grant me the power to destroy them. I will do whatever you wish. He did not ask further and immediately agreed. Very well. Seeing the crisis, Haru shouted, no. A powerful beam descended from the sky, and she raised her hands to shield her body from the violent explosion. Sandalahorn declared coldly, I will grant you my power, however, once the condition is fulfilled, I will take your body. His soul entered Hamill. The radiance gradually merged into her body. The aura shifted violently, pressure spreading through the space. Hamill lifted her head, eyes glowing with alien light, new power surging through every vein. Haru gritted her teeth, seeing her opponent completely transformed, knowing the next battle would be far more brutal. The body immersed in the brilliant, holy light descending from the heavens, Sandalahorn spread his wings wide, reaching out to receive the bestowed power. Divine punishment had arrived. A golden lightning bolt curved through the sky and struck downwards. It tore through the night and exploded into a blinding halo in the valley, shaking the earth and sky. The ground couldn't withstand the tremendous force, cracking open and shattering. The violent shockwave swept across, crushing the solid structures into fine dust and submerging the entire scene in a sea of destructive golden light. From above, Sandalahorn observed the remnants left by the attack he had just unleashed. Then Sandalahorn slowly descended to the ground. He thought to himself that this body seemed to be struggling. Could it be because she was hit by Yuma's attack? Suddenly, something caught Sandalahorn's attention. In his line of sight, a blurry figure gradually appeared. On this side, Haru also slowly opened his eyes, exclaiming in surprise, what just happened? Standing in front of Haru now was Ji-Young-hun. Sandalahorn stepped closer and asked, how were you able to block my divine punishment? Without saying much, Ji-Young-hun reached out and grabbed his head. Sandalahorn responded, who the hell are you? As soon as the words left his mouth, Ji-Young-hun slammed him forcefully into the hard stone ground, cracking the rock. A huge emerald light pillar descended from above like divine punishment, embedding deep into the earth and sending everything flying in the violent shockwave. Haru watched in shock, unable to believe it. He just struck a celestial being, a descendant of the gods. Hamill, bloodied and lying on the ground, grit her teeth and looked up, asking, you are Choi Ji-Young-hun? At the mention of that name, her eyes widened. Choi Ji-Young-hun, the only 9 stars who didn't betray Orabayani, his friend. Hamill didn't stop there, closing her eyes and calling out, Sandalahorn, Sandalahorn. There was no response. Could there be a problem with the link? Just with a single punch, she screamed in fury. You, how dare you interfere with the divine manifestation? Do you think you can escape? Do you know who's backing me? Ji-Young-hun again used one hand to press Hamill's head down, silencing the shrill sounds from her mouth. He calmly replied, that's what I should be saying. Did you forget who's backing me? War God Tess, you've made my master angry. Hamill groaned in pain, muttering, War God Tess, a peerless existence on par with our gods. Ji-Young-hun lowered his voice and added, and you've also driven me insane. Unable to believe what she just heard, Hamill panicked. He's Tess's disciple. Don't tell me he's here because of Tess. If Tess is involved in this battle, I have no chance of winning. Finally, Hamill shot into the sky, intending to flee. Before leaving, she called out, I'll remember this. Watch out for me. Haru gritted his teeth and shouted, you're just running away, you coward. Hamill laughed dismissively. We'll see who wins next time. I hope you're still alive by then. Having been silently observing, Ji-Young-hun finally spoke. Who said you were allowed to leave? He activated his pursuit power, not letting her escape. Hamill frowned, thinking, can he catch up with the speed of a celestial being? A strong hand reached out and gripped her wing tightly. Ji-Young-hun coldly asked, where do you think you're going? His eyes gleamed and a surge of green energy swirled violently. He clenched his teeth, pouring all his will and fury into the strike. Celestial Emperor technique, first form single strike. Hamil screamed in pain, completely unable to resist. The compressed energy exploded, creating a terrifying emerald burst. The destructive shockwave was released, sweeping away everything in its path. The scene shifted to a room filled with mounds of golden copper. Taylor slowly opened his eyes in pain, a voice echoed, "Hey, are you awake?" His body was suspended, bound in the air. Taylor panicked and asked, "What is this? Why am I hanging up?" Jin Hyuk coldly stepped forward and said, "Seems like you're back. Tell me, what's that bastard Pialo scheming?" He struggled fiercely and resisted. "There's no reason for me to tell you now that I'm dead. You're done for. I've heard there's an angelic warrior coming here to kill you. They'll burn your allies and then come for you." Suddenly, the chain on Taylor's hand tightened. He glanced nervously. Thud, Moku yanked Taylor's hand, causing him pain until his face went pale. Jin Hyuk laughed mockingly. "Calm down, you wreck. Do you think I'm just hanging around without reason? That pigeon was defeated by Choi Jiang-hun while you were still asleep." He broke into a cold sweat, not believing and asking, "What, Choi Jiang-hun?" He replied calmly, "Yeah, my friends are on their way here now. Unlike you guys, they understand what loyalty means. They will never betray." Suddenly, a punch flew straight at Jin Hyuk. He turned abruptly, still speaking, "Me, this crazy bastard." Jiang-hun struck. The compressed energy exploded into a terrifying emerald burst, releasing the destructive shockwave that swept away everything in its path. He took the full punch from him, thrown back by the force release. Taylor watched it all unfold and froze in shock. Taylor laughed with satisfaction, clearly enjoying it. "Looking good, Jin Hyuk. It seems Choi Kyung-hun isn't on your side." A pair of hands reached out from the golden heap. Jin-Hoo shouted, telling him to be quiet. Tam appeared beside him without him noticing. Its mouth opened wide, scaring Taylor and making him scream. "Wait," Jin Hyuk said. He retracted his power and spoke, telling Tam to be patient. Jin Hyuk faced Ji Young-hun, wondering to himself, has Ji Young-hun still not accepted the fact that he is Jin Hyuk? He spoke first, curious about the relationship between him and Jin Hyuk. "But if I let the one who killed Kyu Tin go, I'll run into serious trouble." As expected, Jin Hyuk smiled and said, "I knew it." He misunderstood. Then he surged toward Ji Young-hun with power, taking him by surprise. Jin Hyuk smiled, "I'll show you who I really am." A fourth awakening move by Choi Kyung-hun, the full spinning kick, was unleashed. Within the whirl of purple energy, the two figures collided in a powerful clash, creating a shockwave that shook the space around them. Suddenly, hurried footsteps could be heard. Vunkin exclaimed, "So fast is he even human?" Haru whispered Orabayani. She slipped, froze, and looked at the scene before her. Jin Hyuk and Ji Young-hun fighting fiercely. Haru called out loudly, "Orabayani." Over here, Ji Young-hun smirked. "You threw that pretty well," Jin Hyuk said cheerfully. "Your punch was too predictable." He clenched his fist, energy surging through it. Before striking, Ji Young-hun spoke, "Let's see if you can dodge this one." Time seemed to stop as their faces came close. Their glowing eyes met, creating a sharp aura between them. Jin Hyuk smiled and spoke with impact. "Our little bedwetter has grown up. Now you're thinking of how to stop me." Ji Young-hun's hand shook as he asked, "What do you mean?" Jin Hyuk continued nonchalantly, pretending not to know. "When you were 5, you wet the bed and got punished at the orphanage. I still remember you crying and running into the bathroom. Afterwards, you were called the bedwetting kid for a long time." Vunkan was stunned and Haru beside him too. He turned red and said, "Stop it." Jin Hyuk seemed oblivious and kept going. "No matter how much you deny it, the past cannot change. You've repeatedly failed." Unable to hold back, Ji Young-hun punched him and shouted, "Stop it, it's so embarrassing." Jin Hyuk held his head, crying out in pain, "You bastard." "Wait, did you just say Jin Hyuk? You already know I'm Jin Hyuk, right? How can this crazy bastard be angry while pretending not to know?" Seeing Jin Hyuk scold him, Ji Young-hun jumped in to argue. "How can I not be angry? If you came back, you should have seen me first instead of doing other trivial things. That way, no matter what, I could still help you." Jin Hyuk froze as he heard that. He pointed to himself. "Even if I am a cruel betrayer of humanity," Ji Young-hun turned away and replied, "Of course I don't believe that. My friend would never do that." Then he glanced toward Jin Hyuk. Young-hoon rushed forward and hugged Jin Hyuk tightly. He said excitedly, "So glad to see you again, my friend." Jin Hyuk replied cheerfully, "Let go of me, you smell terrible." He squeezed even harder, freezing Jin Hyuk in place. Jin Hyuk had to warn, "Let go, I'm suffocating." Young-hoon held on and said, "What? Humans don't die that easily." After struggling, Jin Hyuk finally relented. "My neck, you're about to crush my neck." I'm also glad to see you." On the side, Vulcan felt quietly relieved seeing how close they seemed. Hario only muttered softly, clearly not pleased. Jin Hyuk tensed, trying to break free, constantly saying, "I said let go." Suddenly a small fox crawled out from Young-hoon's collar. Miho smiled and called out softly. He whispered, "Miho." Above, the sky was covered with rolling dark clouds. The massive white mansion appeared, looming and grand, but shrouded in a grim, suffocating silence inside. Beolao spoke coldly. You've arrived, those who abandon demons and possess great power within the tower, masters of selection and elimination. He said he had met representatives of each race. The angels' representative was Hamiel, but unfortunately something happened to her. Izzy asked, Meg is late again, what about the demon representative? The highest floor reached the 600. Nen replied irritably, have you ever seen that giant show up here? They're always slow, watch the performance, then leave. The dragon representative was Nen, who had reached the 600th floor. Next to him was Maria, looking calmer. She whispered, this is my first time here, but I will do my best. Maria was the temporary angel representative, who had reached the 560th floor. After the greetings, Beolao went straight to the point. Everyone's here, so that means the 4 emperors have agreed to my plan, right? The main goal is to select and eliminate the demon-faced one and those opposing the world. Canon smiled cruelly in approval. He said there's no choice but to agree. This plan is nothing compared to last time. Izzy smirked, this is the first mission since the demon village incident, so we need to relax a bit. Maria added, I hope to see those lowly insects fall easily. As soon as she finished, a voice called out, and a sword came flying toward her. Same here, Maria angrily turned. Are you Hamiel? She moved closer. She lowered her voice, Hamiel, then added firmly, this is my spot, leave. After defeating Maria, she trembled, holding her sword firmly. Oh heavens, you all, why are you so impatient? I wasn't even here and you quickly found someone else to replace me. I feel so sad. On the side, a piercing scream sounded. What, you lost to Hamiel? Jin Hyuk grabbed Yoonghun's collar and shouted, you fool, how could you lose to her? He quickly explained, do you think I wanted that? She's an angel. I would have guessed she would abandon her wings to escape. Hamiel struggled forward and smiled. Beolao looked at her thinking. Hamiel, didn't Jin Hyuk's father kill her and Donald? Kenan excitedly said, well, look who's here. Izzy added, you're still alive. Hamiel replied, I cannot die. Those who trample the pride of angels, I won't die until I've killed them all. Kenan's next words made her pause. The angels will chase away traitors by cutting their wing. She had to endure being both an angel and not. Well, that's the only meaning I know. Doesn't that mean you have no pride left? Izzy mocked Hamiel. You're not on our level. She ground her teeth, thinking, these bastards, they dare to underestimate me. Hamiel swung her sword threateningly. I will take revenge. If you don't take me, I'll kill all of you until someone accepts me. Suddenly, a large figure appeared behind her. Meg threw a powerful punch at Hamiel's face. His eyes glowed with deadly intent, condensing a blinding energy before releasing a destructive blow that tore through space. Hamiel was struck and slammed against the wall. Meg said, pathetic Hamiel, being pathetic is terrible. She gritted her teeth. You. At that moment, a voice announced Meg as the representative of the giants, who had reached the 620th floor. Nen stepped forward. Hey Meg, why are you late today? He raised a hand to his mouth, deep in thought. The hall remained tense after the punch, all eyes on Meg waiting for an answer. Hamiel staggered up, wiped blood from her lip, her eyes still burning with unresolved hatred. The meeting of the tower's elite continued in a tense, calculating atmosphere. Jin Hyuk froze when he saw a giant bug ahead, while I had already caught it. Everything happened quickly. A scream echoed, causing Hendrik to kneel and worry that without divine power it would be extremely dangerous. He could only make it this far. Haru's group rushed to Hendrik as golden light shone on the crisscrossed wooden beam. The beam cast shadows onto the worn paper floor, filling the space with a quiet, nostalgic aura. Hendrik opened his eyes after being unconscious. Haru anxiously asked if he was awake, and Jin Hyuk commented on his disheveled state. He croaked, if I didn't have divine power, it would have been dire. Hendrik said he had shown everyone his shameful state. He asked, did the 4 emperors attack you? Hendrik nodded, yes, a giant. He was very strong too. In the 120th floor desert, Hendrik noticed something that hadn't appeared before and had to scan the area. Hendrik said he was ambushed when a giant hand emerged from the ground. The giant hand then slammed down, and who would win was obvious, Yi Eung-hun remarked, leaning against the wall. Hendrik explained that because he revealed his identity, the tower was aware of his location, helping him locate everyone quickly. Hendrik said the enemy did the same, openly tracking everyone. He exclaimed, why did you reveal your identity? Fool, why put your teammates in danger like that? A voice interjected, it's because of this. Hendrik replied, I've collected all of them. Miho held a green stone. Me too, I collected it. Yi Eung-hun asked, are these rare crystals? Jin Hyuk nodded. Yes, we divided them to make collection easier. He recalled the system notifying that before entering the 100th floor, players had to reveal their name or nickname to the tower, which punishes failure. Players had to start the challenge to become an apostle and receive rewards upon completion. The system provided a method to create desired items, requiring a contract and cooperation to fulfill conditions before reaching the 100th floor. floor. Jin Hyuk candidly said, "Reveal your name or nickname to the whole tower." "I'm not hiding my name, Jin Hyuk." Jin Hyuk's father was known as a criminal against humans. He also stated he had completed this task. The system continued, saying the peak of all wickedness feels deceived. He finished reading and laughed. The system reminded that players set foolish conditions and repeated the question about the type of contract they wanted. Back in the present, Jin Hyuk clenched his fists and requested, "A weapon I can use while climbing the tower. I'll eliminate the weeds with it." Yi Eung-hun stood helplessly, thinking silently that he was as greedy as ever, asking for such a thing. The peak of all wickedness sighed, still with a stomachache, while the nine-tailed fox laughed. He pondered the beautiful scene, noting that if Ban's power could achieve it, it was feasible. Jin Hyuk then turned to Haru. Jin Hyuk said, "We've collected enough crystals, and I've brought them to the tower's craftsman." The item creation method seemed complete. He said, "All right, let's make the strongest weapon together." Gino interrupted, "Sorry, I cannot do it." He and Haru were stunned. Jin Hyuk shouted angrily, "Why not? I brought all the ingredients listed." Gino calmly replied, "The problem isn't the ingredients, it's the maker." Haru tried to persuade, "You are the best craftsman of the Mama clan, even you can't do it." Gino honestly shared. Gino said, "I'm at a loss too. This must be a weapon granted as supreme. It's extremely complex." He explained that the item required many elaborate steps and had to be completed in a short time. Only a craftsman of his level could accomplish it. Jin Hyuk placed his hand on his chin, thinking, "I need to find a trustworthy and skilled blacksmith like him." He wondered how to find one, and was determined to create the item by any means. He came up with an idea and asked, "How long does it take for someone to reach your level?" Gino shared, "It also depends on talent, but even the best take decades to reach this level." Jin Hyuk replied, "No, I need just one day." Everyone froze, unable to believe his answer. Jin Hyuk stepped forward, raised the hammer, and prepared to forge the sword. He confidently said that his skills were all-powerful, capable of mastering anything. Jin Hyuk asserted, "I can do this, I'll become a master blacksmith in just one day." The crackling sound from the fire echoed as the flames roared fiercely, seemingly corroding everything. The fire in the stone furnace was burning the coals, each hammer strike sending sparks and powerful waves of heat into the air. Sparks flew from the glowing metal block, and waves of heat twisted like a vortex in the air. Jin Hyuk kept hammering. A voice from beside him spoke, "Don't just use strength, you need to distribute the force evenly when striking the metal. Don't mess up the sword again. If you can't forge a proper sword, just abandon that great weapon." Jin Hyuk carefully placed the sword into the furnace. He smiled, thinking to himself that he was getting used to this job and knew when to heat the sword and when to cool it down. Gino stood by, watching each move Jin Hyuk made. He reminded himself that he could do it and was determined to forge the perfect sword. "I'm definitely going to make the perfect blade this time," he thought to himself. Jin Hyuk muttered, "Another failure. I thought this time would work. But I know how to do it now," he said to Gino. "I'll try again." Jin Hyuk was determined. This time he would forge a complete sword. Gino interrupted, "Enough, take a break." Sweat dotted Jin Hyuk's forehead and he turned around in surprise. "Why? I was just about to succeed." "I just figured out how to do it and you're telling me to stop," he asked. Gino turned away without explaining further, simply saying, "It's pointless to continue. Don't waste the precious iron and go take a bath," Gino ordered. Gino continued, "After you finish your bath, prepare the materials that Ban gave you and come back here. This type of artificial steel is hard to adjust. Even a skilled blacksmith faces difficulty," Gino explained. "A newcomer who doesn't ruin it would be a miracle," he added. "Your practice time is up, your skills are complete. Now let's forge that damn weapon together," Gino continued. Ji Young-hun suddenly rushed in. "I'm here," Haru said, swinging her sword to block Ji Young-hun's attack. Ji Young-hun shouted, "Speed is your strength, don't block the attack, dodge and counter." Suddenly, Miho appeared behind Ji Young-hun. She darted forward as fast as lightning, but Ji Young-hun noticed and grabbed Miho. Ji Young-hun threw Miho toward Haru, and the girl flew forward. "That ambush was too obvious," Ji Young-hun remarked as he saw Miho flying toward Haru. "What are you two doing? Get up, don't just lie there," he reminded them. Haru, determined, responded, "I can still fight." Miho sighed, pointing at Ji Young-hun, "Let's go." Suddenly Hendrik appeared, interrupting their conversation. "Can I join?" Hendrik asked. Ji Young-hun turned around and asked, "Your name is Hendrik, right? Is it all right to move like this?" Hendrik asked back. "Lying in bed all the time isn't me anymore. The important thing is I can't miss the chance to defeat a 9-star, Hendrik added. Ji Young-hun, excited, said, "I like your determination," as he massaged his wrist. Just then, a loud explosion went off in front of Ji Young-hun. What's that?" Hendrik asked, while Haru replied, "It's his fault." Everyone hurried toward the source of the explosion. "Over there, are you okay?" Haru shouted. Gino leaned against her, quietly saying, "I'm fine." Hendrik asked, "What about Jin Hyuk's father?" "Looks like you two failed at forging the weapon," Hendrik asked. "Haha, failed," Gino laughed loudly. "He won't be happy if he fails," Gino said, just as a massive column of purple light appeared. The purple light erupted, tearing through space and throwing everything into chaos. Everyone stood still, observing this miraculous event. Gino said, completed in a day like this. Jin Hyuk clenched his fist, the bracelet on his wrist glowing purple. The purple light radiated a powerful energy, and Gino praised, this is indeed a great success. Scene transition, Cobalt is grinding his teeth while biting something. Taylor is tightly bound by chains, with a creature beside him gnawing at his body. Vun watches closely and says, the soul is being gnawed, yet he remains silent, just as expected from a celestial being. He really keeps his mouth shut. Taylor is sweating from the pain but doesn't say a word. How is it? Has your interrogation come to an end? My soul is nearing its limit. It will vanish soon. And all of you will be killed by Bello. I will meet you all in hell. The Holy Soul Soldier interrupts him. Wait, you cannot go there without my permission. Taylor panics and screams, what's happening? The Holy Soul Soldier raises the golden staff, its bright light shining down on the crucifixion. Parts of Taylor's body are being gnawed by the kobold, but now a surge of power envelops him. He looks at his hand and screams, my soul is recovering. How about it? No more mercy. The Holy Soul Soldier slices off Taylor's newly grown hand with a sword. He is in so much pain that his vision is nearly gone, sweat pouring down his body. A calm voice speaks, you will not be freed until you provide information. Jin Hyuk approaches and threatens, these holy soldiers can restore your soul whenever they wish. Now the fallen one crumbles. How many times will you be recreated? Ko Bong continues to cling to Taylor's soul. He screams in panic, you. It doesn't care, continuing to gnaw at Taylor's soul. He can't take it anymore, screaming, you demon. After a while, Taylor's body is torn apart before Jin Hyuk's group. Tun speaks up, 15 no, 16 times, 17 times Lord. Beside him, Ko Bong clings tightly to his soul, and the Holy Soul Soldier Jin Hyuk reminds, keep speaking, if you do, I will purify you properly. After the torture, saliva has dripped from both corners of his mouth. Taylor swallows a gulp to stop the drool. Scene transition. Bello stands still under the punishment erasure machine, his face darkening. Bello is gathering forces to destroy the tower. On this side, after a round of interrogation, Jin Hyuk coldly asks, a weapon, what kind? Taylor rolls his eyes and answers, I don't know the details, but it contains the power of gods and demons. He nearly growls, definitely not. He turns his head, seeing Kobold and the Holy Soul Soldier preparing to fly over, stuttering, it does, believe me. Bello has been isolated by the other Celestial. With the money he got from selling the guild base, what else could he do with those funds? Please believe me, it's all my fault, so just kill me. Jin Hyuk stares at him, remaining silent for a while. Finally he speaks, all right, we'll take a break here. Seeing that Jin Hyuk spared him, Taylor sighs in relief and says, finally. Before he can rejoice, Jin Hyuk interrupts, but I don't think I can solve your soul. That soul will feel pain bit by bit as it melts in the furnace. Realizing he was tricked, he grits his teeth in anger. Even in the end, Jin Hyuk remains dry, gluttonous. Tam rushes forward as if to swallow Taylor whole. He screams in panic, bother Jin Hyuk. Everyone gathers in another area. Jin Hyuk speaks, just live, Bella will latch onto Sada and start the selection and elimination strategy. We'll face the most cunning and ruthless celestial being. Jiang Hun raises both hands to crack his knuckles, grumbling angrily. Those bastards, how dare they deceive and betray my friend? I won't forgive them. Hendrik remains calm, speaking up to remind, you can't forget the Four Kings. The demon village and your homeland. Countless people died at the hands of the Four Kings. No one knows when or where they will strike. Vulcan nods, adding, more importantly, the weapon Donut mentioned. It will become the biggest variable. Jin Hyuk narrows his eyes, expressing his thoughts. We can't stop their tactic. I have no choice but to respond in kind, but there's one thing I get to choose. On this side, Bello has a similar thought. He says, a battle. After hiding their traces on the 100th floor, the ones on the opposing side still haven't shown themselves. He asks, so what you're saying is, after proper preparation, they might ambush us. Meg is mentally prepared. He urges, I want to eliminate them right now. Hamiel, who has been silent, also chimes in. Then where will they prepare for the battle? On Jin Hyuk's side, Hendrik suggests, or should we fight them here? We have strong support and they will receive heavy punishments on the 100th floor. Jiang Hun interjects, dissatisfied. No, I disagree. After facing them directly, I understand. Our strength is not enough to fight the Four Kings' army. Therefore, everyone needs to strengthen themselves by climbing the tower. Cannon guesses the thought, extending his hand to continue, which means it should be a place that's neither too high nor too low, right? They were really troublesome. Bibo stood silently, thinking about a place that met all the special requirements he was looking for. There was no such place, but Jin confidently stated, that place really exists. The ideal place, not too high, not too low, where our allies would support us. Hendrik asked in surprise, allies, who are they? He replied, you probably know them, Hendrik. He pointed at his face, looking puzzled. I know them. 2 weeks later, in the capital of the 190th floor. A shout rang out, "Move quickly, everyone. Do you know how much needs to be moved to the shop today? Let's go, move fast." The people in robes blended into the crowd professionally. After everyone had gone, Miho stood alone. A pair of hands reached from behind, lifted her up and shouted, "What are you doing? Come here, all disguises must be removed." Jin Hyuk said, "Good, we got into the 190th floor easily." Jeong Hoon happily claimed credit. "Thanks to the guidance of my fist, it worked." He reminded, "Stop saying strange things, I only explain once. Our goal is to expose the wingless one's plot. They are hiding to avoid the angel. This won't be easy. First we split up and find someone who knows Uriel." Focusing, a pair of arms wrapped around Jin Hyuk, holding him tightly. "Look clearly at that person," Hendrik shouted. "You," Miho exclaimed in surprise, "it's the one from before." He, with tears welling up, impatiently asked, "Why are you here?" Uriel did not answer his question, only said, "Hold on tight, everyone." A glowing energy sphere, like a miniature sun, suddenly exploded in the middle of the old town. A violent shockwave spread, shaking the space, cutting off the voices of Jin Hyuk's group. "Wait, what are you doing?" A delivery man passing by accidentally saw it and stopped. He turned to look, only seeing a cloud of smoke. The delivery man wondered, "Strange, did I just hear something?" The people ahead shouted, "Why are you staring into an alley?" "We're busy," someone nearby interrupted. "No, wait, did I mishear today?" The energy sphere, like a miniature sun, shot up into the sky and exploded over the old town. A violent shockwave spread, creating a piercing scream. Too fast. A golden energy arrow shot through, piercing the clouds. From the fog, the fiery circle gradually dissipated into the air. Inside the sphere, Miho staggered, saying, "The world around me is spinning." Haru lay face down, groaning. "I think I'm going to throw up." Hendrik calmly asked, "What's happening?" Uriel approached Jin Hyuk, softly explaining, "Sorry for bringing you here abruptly. Mortal, I can only descend to the human world briefly." He wearily replied, "Human world, so this is." Jin Hyuk's eyes hardened, staring at the scene. She introduced, "Welcome, this is where we live, and this is your battlefield." Looking at the majestic scenery, Jin Hyuk praised, "I heard rumors about the tower's secret location, but I didn't expect it to be so well hidden." Uriel stepped closer, gently explaining, "If it were hidden somewhere obvious, the angel would attack us." Jin Hyuk seemed to remember something unpleasant, asking, "But how did you find our location?" She pointed at him and said, "It's simple." Jin Hyuk looked at the light from Uriel passing through his body, panicked. "This is," she continued, "I found your location thanks to this." Jin Hyuk pondered, "The feather you gave me back then is what helped you find us." He realized quietly, understanding why she said not to let anyone take that feather. He worriedly asked, "Is it okay? We're turning this place into a battlefield. The hideout you painstakingly made might disappear." She smiled, reassuring, "Don't worry, your visit to the upcoming battle is something that was predicted." Hearing Uriel's cryptic reply, Jin Hyuk asked in confusion, Are you talking about your god?" Uriel did not answer immediately, only looked at him, a mysterious smile on her lips. She did not deny it, only nodded slightly, confirming that the angel had been abandoned by heaven. Uriel gently mentioned a name full of authority, Lucifer. After a moment, she opened the door and led Jin Hyuk inside. Uriel called out loudly, "Pontifex, I've brought the one from the prophecy." Pontifex turned, calmly greeting, "Ah, you two have arrived, can you wait a moment?" She gently reminded them the warriors were still praying. Jin Hyuk looked at Pontifex's face and silently thought that she was an aged angel. It was his first time meeting her. He spoke up. "All right," the door behind her opened, Pontifex said. "Ah, they've finished praying." She continued introducing them as the main force of the wingless sword. Uriel went ahead to guide them. She pointed inside and said, "Please come in." Jin Hyuk passed through. Venian walked slowly. He suddenly stopped, glanced, and whispered disdainfully, "Just a human." Jin Hyuk heard Venian's words but kept his calm expression unchanged. After a moment, Uriel cheerfully reminded him, "All right, from here on you go on your own." Jin Hyuk turned, puzzled. "Oh, you're not coming in," she replied briefly and slammed the door shut. "He only allowed you in." He confidently looked ahead and said, "Fine, so you summoned me here. Also, you witnessed my victory." Jin Hyuk spoke deeply. "The angel has been abandoned by heaven." "No, Lucifer," sparks hissed in his ears. Running along the cold face of the Lord, he continued, "Say something." Words appeared before Lucifer. "The angel has been abandoned by heaven," implying the path here must have been very difficult. Jin Hyuk wondered, "Why don't you reveal your true form?" He decided to call, assign, and summon the nine-tailed fox. Two systems, one purple, one red, responded in turn. The nine-tailed fox answered, "The pinnacle of all evil." Yan Hiu coldly questioned, "Why did you pull me back to defeat the four emperors? Why?" He looked at Lucifer, shouting angrily, "Why did you resurrect me?" The system continued transmitting information. "The angel has been abandoned by heaven," said he would explain. Before the tower appeared, an endless battle had already occurred. Jin Hyuk began to ponder. "A battle, endless," Lucifer continued. "Immortal beings began an unending war to protect their own power. That period felt like hell and everyone was exhausted." just as Evan said, you only start using your power when you're about to die. He cursed silently. Evan, that bastard, hasn't used it yet. The system continued. During the battle, someone built the tower by arranging their works inside it. It made them face each other fairly. This match replaced the battle with a competition to acquire the highest number of works. However, as you know, that fair match was selected and destroyed. The four emperors killed those with potential to become strong and began monopolizing the opportunity to dominate the tower. Here the nine-tailed fox said, "That's not right." The pinnacle of all evil judged that his goal is similar to yours. Jin Hyuk calmly stated his thought: to eliminate the rules of the four emperors and the gods who believe in them, in other words, to oppose the world. The notice board appeared again. The angel has been abandoned by heaven predicted something. Your destiny is to achieve that for them. He mouthed it as if understanding something. Finally, Jin Hyuk burst out laughing, mocking Lucifer. You really think I'll fight using you as a pawn? Ridiculous, a sick creep spying on others. The system responded. The pinnacle of all evil muttered. He knew this would happen. Lucifer continued. However, Lucifer asked, do you want to continue your revenge? Jin Hyuk replied immediately without hesitation. He pointed at him, declaring, but I won't do it your way, I'll take revenge my way. Lucifer's next words shocked Jin Hyuk. The angel has been abandoned by heaven smiled and spoke alone. He spoke the prophecy. It would become reality. He just gritted his teeth and said nothing more. Finally, Yan Hiu spoke. Do whatever you want, just don't interfere with what happens to us afterwards. The notices appeared again. The pinnacle of all evil just evaluated that you really are uncontrollable. The nine-tailed fox asked, isn't that why he looks so captivating? The angel has been abandoned by heaven agreed. The angel has been abandoned by heaven asked, do you want to sit and have some tea? It's been a while. After some conversation, Uriel came to guide him. Jin Hyuk followed her, irritated, stepping firmly. So the prophecy will come true. HMPH, I don't like it, feels like I'm a pawn. Uriel gently placed her hand on the door, comforting him. First, just drink the tea we've prepared. As soon as it opened, a shout echoed through the air. What's happening here? The Venian forces were surrounding Hendrik, Miho Jiang-hun, and Haru. Did he want to fight? When Jin Hyuk appeared, the girl called out to her brother. Venian followed Miho's gaze and turned, surprised. You're back, demon-faced one. No, it must be the Chazin Hyuk of the Dead Star. Uriel stepped forward, loudly reminding Venian to pay attention, as they were the main force leading the holy battle. He objected, explaining that this was their vengeance and their holy battle. Before Jin Hyuk could finish his sentence, a powerful punch landed squarely on Venian's face. He continued, saying the divine sword should lead the holy battle, but the punch sent Venian flying, crashing hard into the cracked stone wall under the force of the purple energy. Jin Hyuk roared in anger. How dare you aim your sword at me? I'm not in the mood and you provoke me. Let me give you a proper beating. Venian dragged himself up, touching the mark on his face, and said, how dare you attack me, commander of the divine sword? Then he swung his sword angrily and shouted, I will kill you. Jin Hyuk was not afraid. Instead, he was excited. This is a perfect chance to test my new weapon. The circular aura flared, and Venian lunged like an arrow, sword raised, ready to strike. Jin Hyuk formed a purple energy sphere to counterattack. Suddenly, a shout rang out. Pontifex appeared in a blinding halo, causing Jin Hyuk to freeze. He looked down, thinking he couldn't move. His hands trembled as he tried to act, incredulously saying, what? Pontifex held the supreme staff, speaking with authority. We can be different from those who abandoned me. In the dream realm, attacking allies is forbidden. Pontifex looked at Jin Hyuk and Venian, declaring that anyone who violated this rule would be considered an enemy. He shouted in frustration, Boniface, but she calmed and asked in a serious tone, are you planning to defy Lucifer? Venian, everyone gathered here is summoned by him. Boniface reminded that those intending to oppose the world should preserve their energy. Jin Hyuk explained, I will if they don't attack me. She shouted, lowered her sword, and Boniface forcefully struck the staff, continuing, everyone return to your place. Everything settled down. Pontifex turned to leave, saying, Uriel, show the guests their accommodation. She replied, yes. Below, Jin Hyuk coldly muttered, lucky for you, Boniface. Benny remained silent, recording his resentment, thinking, I can't acknowledge you, Jin Hyuk's father. He thought to himself that he would make them leave the city in the dream. After the scuffle, Jin Hyuk and Vulcan observed from above, judging that the angels here were stronger than before. He leaned against the wall, saying, these people were exiled for opposing evil in the angelic council. In other words, each here had certain influence. The fire of anger in Jin Hyuk flared. He thought irritably, but why? Why is this guy training in front of our quarters? Venian was unaware of Jin Hyuk's presence, standing below in strict training. Again, hold your sword firmly. Watching him gesture, Vulcan thought, that Venian kid is overdoing it. Jin Hyuk muttered, this is for the kids. He can't attack me, so he's trying to apply pressure. After a while, Venian encouraged everyone. Good, your swordsmanship is excellent. We are all Lucifer's sword. We will defeat the upcoming enemy. He glanced sarcastically. It won't matter whether I have those small humans or not. Hearing that, Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth. He's mocking us. Vulcan nodded in agreement. We can't let this slide, he continued. If they don't let me rest, it will affect more important battles. Jin Hyuk clenched his fists, thinking, he's annoying me too much, I can't hold back. He leapt onto the window ledge, time to mess with them a bit. Vulcan saw Jin Hyuk about to act and shouted to stop him. Wait, isn't fighting here forbidden? He ignored him, jumped down, only managing to shout. Jin Hyuk quietly approached from behind Venian. Venian noticed and glanced back. Finally, you show up, human, Jin Hyuk immediately replied. I can't rest properly with your pigeons being too well behaved. He turned and approached him. Looks like you're really annoyed. What are you going to do? Attack me again? Venian pointed at Jin Hyuk, confident with his army behind him, raising his voice in warning. But anyone who does that will become an enemy immediately. We, the divine swords, will end their lives right here. Venian clenched his fists, taunting. Go ahead, charge at me, you can't do anything, right? So leave the city of dreams. Amid a radiant purple aura, Jin Hyuk calmly slipped his hands into his pockets, emanating invisible power around him. He said coldly, fools. Someone panicked. Is that demonic magic? Venian froze at the sight. He whispered in disbelief. Impossible, how can a human do this? Venian shouted, do you possess both demonic energy and divine power? Jin Hyuk expanded his strength, replying, yes, amazing, as you already know. A proud smile appeared on his lips as he casually displayed his power, one hand holding darkness, the other radiating blinding light. Jin Hyuk laughed, reminding, don't I remind you of someone? An angel looked up at the glow in awe, mouth agape. Finally, everyone knelt and shouted together. Lucifer, the angel abandoned by heaven. He is of Lucifer's lineage. Venian hurriedly intervened. Wait, everyone. Jin Hyuk stepped forward, placed a hand on Venian's shoulder, and confidently said, that's right, you all should kneel too. I am the representative of the god you all serve with life and death. From below, everyone responded in unison, Hail, Apostle. Achieving his goal, Jin Hyuk smiled inwardly. He disliked using the name of the snooping one, but if he wanted to annoy him, there was no other way. He sighed, talking too much is tiring. Jin Hyuk looked at Venian and commanded, Venian, get me some water, go yourself. An astonished angel said, oh, as predicted. The one beside him smiled and added, the apostle personally chose the commander as his partner. Everyone cheered happily, making Venian so angry his face turned pale as they all shouted, we are proud of you, commander. In the end, he had to agree despite his reluctance. Venian whispered, I will be back later. Over here, Haru sat down exhausted, gasping for breath. Someone handed her a bottle of water. Uriel spoke, asking, training okay? Haru looked up and realized it was Uriel. The two observed Jiang Hun and Jin Hyuk training ahead. Uriel continued. Just tell me if anything's off, Haru quickly replied. No, with you here we can finally relax like this. She took a sip and smiled, continuing, this past week was amazing. We're getting closer to Uriel, the wingless, and the divine sword. Uriel replied, satisfied. It's remarkable that everyone managed to tame Venian. Haru shared, I feel stronger after each training session. Remember the first time climbing the tower with Orabayani? She winked playfully and asked, am I being too carefree even though battle is near? Suddenly, a strong aftershock shattered the glass surface. The punishment erasing machine shot up. Uriel and Haru turned toward the source of the noise. A shout echoed through the air. Enemy ambush. A giant Lucifer with half-god, half-demon wings appeared, exuding an eerie pressure. His eyes suddenly lit up with a bright blue energy, glaring down at the tiny beings with murderous intent. The ground trembled and cracked under the immense force, exploding and sending debris flying like a torrential rain. Jin Hyuk looked up to observe. The area with the penalty erasing device was billowing smoke. Just as he was still doubtful, a Uriel beside him spoke in concern. The temple is under attack. Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth and replied in frustration. Has it started already? The information hasn't leaked yet. Suddenly, something made him stop immediately. Behind Jin Hyuk, a massive column of red fire erupted like a monster, swallowing the entire forest. The wrath of destruction flattened everything around it. He narrowed his eyes and shouted, here too. Jen tossed massive chunks of rock into the sky, turning the space into a deadly meteor shower. All the penalty erasing devices were heavily destroyed. The hexagonal energy shields quickly interlocked. They formed a solid dome bracing against the weight of the falling debris. Uriel strained and shouted, the ground. Miho, trembling, said, it's tilting. Hendrik asked, what's going on? Her face became serious. Uriel remarked, this is bad. Dream City floats because of Pontifex's power. Jin Hyuk looked at her in worry. Pontifex, is it her? Where is she now? Uriel explained that she was probably praying in the temple with the Holy Sword soldiers. Jin Hyuk's face went pale. What? He looked toward that direction where only ruins remained. Countless people were injured and buried under the rubble, making him extremely anxious. That was where the first pillar fell. This side wasn't safe either, with people lying wounded, their faces pressed to the stone floor. Right in front of him, Pontifex collapsed, pierced through by Pio Lao. Vinian weakly called, "Pontifex." He looked at her with a vicious glare. "Now tell me, where is Jin Hyuk's father?" Pontifex struggled to open her eyes but refused to answer. The thick dust couldn't hide the ferocity of the rocks crashing down relentlessly, turning the space into a narrow tomb. The sky remained wide open, but what fell wasn't the warm sun but a rain of black hailstones, plummeting like deadly meteors. Not receiving an answer, Pio Lao threatened. "Oh, still trying to protect the tower climbers while you're in danger yourself. Such a futile will. If this city falls, those climbing the tower on the 190th floor will be crushed under the rubble of the mortal realm without anyone ever knowing." Pontifex gasped, trying to speak. "We value life unlike you and that person." As if struck in the wrong spot, Pio Lao clenched his jaw and growled, "How dare you disrespect our god?" He summoned a sharp spear intending to end her life. Pio Lao declared, "Die, heathen." As he was about to strike, Vinian yelled, "Pontifex." At that moment, a world-shaking explosion erupted. The shockwave exploded, a blinding light tearing apart the space. At the same time, a familiar voice rang out, and Jin Hyuk was tightly holding Pontifex. In front of them, his father blocked the blow from Pio Lao. He spoke, "You're still alive." Vinian looked at him, pleased. Pio Lao laughed, "So I didn't need to search for you." Jin Hyuk's father smirked and greeted, "Long time no see, superstitious fool." Jin Hyuk gathered his strength to move Pontifex toward Vinian. He instructed Vinian, "Take her and escape. Protect her at all costs." "Got it." Vinian leaned forward to take her, replying, "Understood." As Vinian left, Pio Lao stood high, looking down and said, "You really are alive. I can't believe I'm meeting you now. I had some doubts, but seeing you in the flesh, it's truly a surprise." Jin Hyuk smirked and asked, "Afraid, chatterbox?" Pio Lao began raising his hand, summoning power. A golden glow erupted around him, releasing divine energy that overwhelmed the entire space. Pio Lao replied, "There's no need for words between us." Jin Hyuk's expression darkened and he said seriously, "Let me ask you something. You regret killing me?" Without hesitation, he answered, "Not at all." Pio Lao charged straight at Jin Hyuk. He continued, "You've been punished. The only regret I have is not having killed you properly." On this side, he tightened his grip, ready to face Pio Lao. Jin Hyuk responded, "Yeah, that's what you should say." Pio Lao growled, "That just makes me want to kill you more." From the mysterious ring on his hand, a long, sharp sword appeared. He stood firm amidst the destructive rain of light. Around Jin Hyuk, an eerie purple death aura rose. He gripped his weapon tightly and charged like the wind. With a fiery, powerful gaze and a body engulfed in dark purple flames, he unleashed a strong blow that tore the space apart. Haru remained calm, swiftly dodging the attacks. Opposite Haru stood me. He growled, "Don't move." She planted her foot firmly to maintain balance with the musical mallet, recalling Uriel's reminder, "We have two objectives." She stood before everyone and said, "First, we need to destroy the towers in each region. If we do that, the Dream City will not fall." Hendrik chimed in, "I can feel an immense power emanating from each of the towers." Jin Hyuk looked at him and said, "That's the second task." Uriel nodded in agreement, "Right. I believe each tower holds the enemy's power within. They will protect these towers." An angel was burned to ashes in the firestorm, screaming in agony, "Save me." Cannon destroyed everything, clicking his tongue disinterestedly. He watched the devastated landscape set ablaze by the flames. Cannon continued, "Is this all you've got, you useless fools? Make me enjoy this more." A figure appeared before him and responded, "Let me handle this." Hendrik placed his hand on the sword hilt, thinking that defeating the enemy would destroy the tower. He introduced himself, "I am Hendrik the Destroyer." Across from Uriel stood Hamiel. In another corner, Vulcan held a dark staff behind Hiji, Haru, and Miho as they teamed up to attack Mega. A scream echoed, and Jin Hyuk smiled eerily amidst the remnants of the explosion. He moved like a shadow, his eyes glowing brightly, the gaze of a hunter playing with its prey. Jin Hyuk said, "Let's end our unfortunate fate here." Bei Lao summoned the power of holy light. A massive wall of light surged towards him, challenging, "Fight me, you blessed one." A close-up of his glowing eyes, blinding white light, and a surge of purple power erupted from his body, creating an absolute pressure that shook the space around him. Opposite him, Pio's face twisted into a maniacal grin, his hands full of wild energy. His eyes glowed with madness as he reached out to crush Jin Hyuk in the blinding golden light. The ground trembled violently as two destructive forces, one mystical, the other golden, collided head-on. The impact created a massive column of light that pierced the sky, sweeping away all obstacles. A deafening explosion shattered the stillness. The energy burst, hurling rocks and debris. Uriel calmly extended his hand. "At least we can talk. I was once your guide." Hamill laughed upon hearing this. She spoke as if it was the most obvious thing. How laughable. Didn't I sever ties with you that day? The timeline seemed to slow down. 10 years ago, Hamill wore a victorious expression. She held 2 wings in her hands, her body trembling beneath, blood flowing everywhere. Hamill screamed, "The day I cut off your wings." Uriel calmly looked at her and said, "You agreed, you failed." She responded softly, "I don't need to fight, for we are both failures now." Looking at Uriel nonchalantly, she growled angrily, "Don't treat me like this. I'm just like you." Hamill pointed at him, screaming, "I will carve you." She summoned her power. A massive fireball erupted, radiating golden light. Hamill declared, "I will return to the embrace of the divine." Uriel, motionless on the ground, held the energy ball tightly, cupping it with both hands, and mockingly said, "Poor soul." She swung her hand, sending the blast of energy toward Hamill, shouting, "Divine punishment." The punishment machine still loomed high above. Hizzy stood directly beneath it, watching slowly. Vulcan glanced at Hizzy and asked, "Who is that? He hasn't moved the whole time." Hun guessed, "Is he sunbathing?" Vulcan didn't want to waste time explaining. "No matter, I still need to remove him from the tower." Tun replied, "Understood." The dark purple streaks of light ripped apart the night sky. The shadow focused immense power into 2 radiant energy spheres, the white core contrasting with the purple mystical hues, applying such pressure that it seemed to crush everything in its path. The energy surged and weapons were thrown out. The purple power gathered and exploded into a giant column of light. The wind-powered vehicle sped directly toward the epicenter, as if trying to pierce through space. Both shouted "Soul Light" as they sensed the danger, and he turned to face backward. His eyes shone brightly, revealing the power hidden within. Suddenly, a figure rushed forward before Dai could raise his hand to block the attack. Tun suddenly thought, "Did someone block my attack?" He asked, "Who is it?" "A zombie." In front of them stood a demon. A dark mist surrounded her, restrained by chains. Hizzy calmly explained, "It's a zombie. I don't use such crude and savage skill." He tightened the chains in his hands and continued, "She is a demon." She hurried over to Hizzy, bowing and pleading, "Lord Hizzy, I did well, didn't I? My reward, please, please give me more mana." Hizzy looked at the demon, smiled faintly, "All right, if you kill them, I will give it to you." She happily accepted the order. "Really, you promise?" A faint light appeared and faded. Hizzy reminded, "But remember, in the Black Lake, countless bright eyes are watching from within like tigers waiting to pounce." He continued, "You will have to share with others." Wang stood still, observing the situation before him. Before he could recover, a group of demons charged forward to attack, shouting, "They are all enemies of Lord Hizzy. Eliminate them." Hizzy stood still, and after a moment spoke, "Using your own body to fight is not elegant." Wang pointed and summoned Jacobo, who replied, "Yeah, I agree. Let's see whose commander is better." Over here, Cannon rested his hand on his hip, surveying the surrounding. "What is this? Why does everyone look so happy?" He looked at Hendrik, who had collapsed in front of him, and remarked, "Only I have encountered the useless one." He stepped closer to him and continued, "Our dragon race is more respected than the other 3. Cannon raised his hand, proudly admiring it. "Above all, we possess strong and beautiful bodies. Don't you think it's lucky to be born a dragon? Yet you forsake that luck for those wingless thugs. They turned their backs on their own gods. Losing their wings, they must suffer punishment. I really don't understand. Maybe you can help me understand." The one who destroyed Hendrik's line. Hearing these words, Hendrik clenched his jaw, thinking, "Damn it, this is frustrating, but I have to accept it. He's stronger than me." "The gap between dragon ranks is huge," Cannon continued sarcastically. "I've never seen such a useless dragon like you. You hold that sword with such care. And you even have black hair." Hendrik gritted his teeth and replied, "What does the color of my hair have to do with you?" Cannon smirked and asked, "What, you don't know? The hair color of a dragon and its scales reflect its magic power. A red dragon use fire. In other words, we are fire dragons. You're quite strange. This is the first time I've seen a dragon with black hair." His red glowing eyes flashed with a fierce aura, and his face was shadowed by darkness. He casually activated a massive magic circle, its blinding light and explosive power surging fiercely, as if ready to burn everything. Cannon spoke, "Anyway, I guess you're just trash with no talent. I'll burn you like burning trash." Hendrik heard these words, slowed down, and thought about his abilities and his origins. Amidst the crimson lightning storm, a muscular figure stood motionless, calmly facing the epicenter of the blinding white explosion, releasing enormous waves of energy. Hendrik rushed toward the tree, shouting, "Don't run, where did the pride of a dragon go?" In a split second between life and death, the tree gritted its teeth, pouring all its strength into the hand, emitting dazzling golden light, launching a decisive counterattack. In the midst of the roaring red firestorm, a magic formation created by the tree appeared, and it shouted, "Go, go away." A deafening explosion rang out, tearing through eardrums. As the impact point exploded into a blinding white light, a red firestorm and wrath swept away everything in its sight. A violent storm passed by, and everything around was obliterated in an instant. Everything was swept away by the tremendous power, leaving no trace behind. everything sank into darkness. And in that night, only the twinkling lights from the released energy illuminated the silent space. A moment of silence, then the sound of a sigh echoed in the quiet space. The battle was over, everything had stopped. Only the echoes of a terrible battle remained. A final scream echoed, and then everything fell silent. The space seemed suffocated by the sudden stillness. But in the darkness, pairs of eyes still gleamed, mysterious and waiting, as if something was yet to end. Something still existed in the air, an invisible power that enveloped everything. And then everything slowly faded into the night, leaving only a faint trace in the vast space. In the swirling crimson light, like blood spinning violently, Hendrik, with his cold, sharp gaze and icy aura, radiated an oppressive killing intent, facing the foundation tree. Suspended in midair, his dark red cloak billowed like flames as he coldly extended his hand to control the dark energy flow. Below, Hendrik also swung his sword, creating a massive crescent-shaped slash that swept everything in its path. Kennen gritted his teeth and hissed, "Damn it." His face was drenched in sweat, his eyes bloodshot and wild as he screamed in madness. He unleashed all of his power, turning into streaks of dark red light that tore through the surrounding space. "Damn it, damn it, damn it." Hendrik silently observed his frenzy. Kennen continued to push his power, shooting firebolts at his opponent and shouting loudly. "Get out!" The swirling flames formed a massive vortex beside the punishment eraser, as if wanting to sweep everything away. Kennen hoarsely muttered in disbelief. How can such a pathetic kid be the demon dragon? This is where the tricks you've learned end. You can't defeat a high-level dragon clan. One eye with a vertical golden-yellow pupil suddenly widened, filled with eerie intensity. The sharp gaze, filled with overwhelming rage, seemed ready to devour the enemy at once. Under the intense and threatening gaze of the giant demon dragon, dark red smoke swirled into a deadly point of energy right in front of its mouth. Signs indicated a devastating blow was about to strike. Kennen opened his mouth in horror, his breath mingling with demonic energy. From above, Hendrik in his dragon form spread his wings and released his fury by shooting a beam of dark red energy from his mouth. The beam pierced through the night, heading straight for the target with unstoppable destructive force. The breath of the demon. He couldn't counter or evade, only able to scream, "No." On this side, Bao Lao, who was in combat, noticed something unusual. He softly said, "The monarch of the foundation tree is gone. It's impossible for him to be defeated." Seizing the opportunity, Jin Hyuk leaped into the air, preparing to strike. He shouted, "You're letting your guard down," as Jin Hyuk's shadow descended from above. The massive purple sword descended with destructive force. The golden light from Bao Lao exploded to counter the attack, creating a tremendous shockwave. The violent purple-black energy surged through the rock layers, causing intense shockwaves, smashing the ground around into countless pieces. Jin Hyuk taunted, "What's wrong with you? Fight me properly. It's no fun fighting you." And Van Bin launched an energy sphere towards Pello and said, "Aren't you here to kill me?" On this side, still unsettled, Bao Lao murmured, "What has happened?" Kennen, who reached the 600th floor, was defeated by a dragon like this. Jin Hyuk pointed and continued, "What's wrong? Can't focus. Is it because you can't believe that my teammates have defeated your teammates?" He smirked and added, "Ha, teammates." "Father Jin Hyuk, don't tell me you really think they are your teammates." Upon hearing this, Jin Hyuk paused for a moment. From above, Bao Lao mocked, "It seems your standards have dropped severely since coming back to Tin. If you let those scum follow you, it's like you're deceiving yourself into thinking they are allies." Of course, I'm not talking about Choi Gyung-hun standing up there in the sky. I'm sure the reason he's not involved in this battle is because he's wary of all of you. Bao Lao's face darkened, as if he had already secured the victory, seeing the others as mere outsiders of the tower. "They are nothing but insects, incapable of making a sound when slaughtered. If I were you." Bright flashes began to appear around him. Bao Lao pointed and unleashed his power towards Jin Hyuk, continuing, "I would have killed them all, turning them into zombies." In the center, an energy sphere appeared, firing dazzling arrows down onto the spot where he stood. The flashes around him exploded continuously, but Jin Hyuk remained calm and unmoving. His face gradually became shadowed with an ominous expression. Amidst the destructive power tearing the space apart, cracking the ground, he stood firm with a cold demeanor as if he was the only one controlling this chaos. After the collision, the moment the arrows hit the ground, they triggered a blinding explosion. Bao Lao's back remained unyielding, still standing proudly at the epicenter as if savoring the brilliant display. He proposed, instead of being with them, cooperating with our 9 stars would be more beneficial. Jin Hyuk's response made Pello pause. "They can't compare." He smirked as he stepped out of the smoke. Jin Hyuk raised his shield confidently and declared, "My current teammates are much stronger now." Bao Lao silently observed him, deep in thought. Where could something this big come from? He looked panicked and asked, "What are you planning to do?" ignoring the shockwaves from the explosion. He lunged forward with a manic grin, his eyes glowing a strange purple as his hand stealthily reached out. Preparing to face a terrifying dark power, Jin Hyuk said, "It's too early to be surprised." A purple energy orb gradually formed. The support team's weapon was versatile, holding limitless power within. Jin Hyuk advanced, raising his hand with sharp claws, creating a chaotic relic of countless shapes. Bello stood still, contemplating the weapon's shifting forms. His speed was so fast it left only streaks of light behind. Jin Hyuk shouted, "Bello, my ally is stronger than all of you. We've come this far because of trust and protecting each other. Even if my teammates are in danger, I won't let them die." His eyes glimmered as he looked at Haru, who growled. "You can't run," a powerful strike accompanied by destructive force. He continued, "Die, beast," facing him. Haru held her sword tightly, calm and ready to counterattack. The cold blade swung, revealing only Haru's eyes, reflecting every move of the enemy. Suddenly his eyes rolled back, glittering hearts flying around him. Taking advantage of this, she and Miho launched a fierce combined attack. Jin Hyuk shouted, "Allies never abandon each other." Everything ended in this moment. The cold blade tore through the air, flashing across the enemy's face, leaving a bloody cut, ripping the space apart. Jin Hyuk clenched his fists and charged forward, saying, "Now." Bello couldn't avoid the sudden counterattack. In rage, the punch pierced through space, unleashing a blinding purple energy toward Bello. The god's punch was formidable. Jin Hyuk smiled lightly, voice steady, "We will win." His punch struck Bello directly. Bello writhed in pain, eyes wide, blood spewing from his mouth. He was hurled backward with great force. Bello panicked, thinking, this weapon doesn't just change shapes. A chain wrapped around him, carried by dark air. He wondered if the weapon was enhanced by the power of a god. The chain tightened around Bello's body. He gritted his teeth, calculating whether it had been empowered by a divine force. Jin Hyuk grabbed the chain, lunging forward, laughing loudly. "You dare run." Jin Hyuk stood firm as an anchor, using his hand to pull Bello toward the punishment-erasing device. Under the pull, Bello slammed into the machine, causing it to explode, destroying everything around. The red orb on the device shattered. Smoke filled the air and Jin Hyuk's voice echoed. "We come this far because of trust and protecting each other." Bello slumped, recalling Jin Hyuk's words. "Even if teammates are in danger, I won't let them die. That's why we will win." His gaze wavered slightly, Bello thought. "Allies, allies." Scene shifts, a roar of anger. "Where are you?" The lizard godlord bellowed. "You cowardly humans, floor 120. The lizard godlord stomped through the corridors, scanning around, then said, "Running only delays the inevitable. This dungeon belongs to me." Below his path, a small hole allowed someone to hide. Bello was inside with Carmen. Seeing his footsteps fade, he peeked out and whispered, "He's gone." Behind him, Carmen shivered and called, "Brother, I'm so cold." Bello turned, looking at her, calculating silently. "A lord-level monster just appeared. It's been chasing us for days, and both of our powers are drained." Bello sighed, letting his hands drop, thinking, "Is this our end?" Carmen asked with an innocent face, "Brother, will our teammates come to save us?" Bello sat down and replied, "No, we just met them in the tower. What benefit would helping us give them? No one helps orphans like us, not here either." He leaned against the wall, pondering, "The strong prey on the weak. That's how this world works. We're not strong." His eyes scanned a small crack in the wall. Bello turned, Carmen hesitated and whispered, "Lord." She screamed, "Lord-level monster." The lizard godlord opened his mouth, breaking the wall, charging forward. He roared, "Finally." The image of the lizard lord appeared with its mouth wide open, glowing red pupils reflecting. It was said to grow stronger thanks to its ability to track the weak. A dark staff appeared surrounding a sphere of energy, from which a powerful white beam shot straight at the lizard lord's body. Pello shouted in shock, "Spirit bomb, no way." He took the full force of the attack and roared furiously, "How dare you? Who attacked me?" A mysterious figure in black, radiating purple aura, asked from below. "Hey brothers, are you still alive?" Jin Hyuk reminded, "Jump if you want to live." Pello froze, not responding. He thought to himself he should have been devoured by the lord-level monster. "We are weak. The lord-level monster is strong. That is the power the strong are allowed to wield." In the darkness, a cluster of fire flickered, spreading warmth. Pello's thoughts were interrupted by Jin Hyuk. Pello and Carmen sat by the fire. She clutched him in fear and screamed. "I thought I was going to die," Pello heard someone ask. "What happened?" He pondered, risking his life to save us. Why did he do that? I can't understand it. No, I don't like this." One day, being gradually drowned by an incomprehensible frustration. Fate gave me a chance. Za gave the mission, kill Jin Hyuk, destroy the hateful one who dared climb my tower. Pello knelt before him, tears in his eyes as if granted a blessing. He was furious, realizing this was the overwhelming power of the strong. Jin Hyuk withdrew his thoughts. Jin Hyuk slowly approached and said, "Oh no, are you done for?" Pello assessed his face. "You are the one unworthy of that tower." Jin Hyuk laughed, continuing, you don't look so good. Aha, is it because you fought while under punishment? You didn't recklessly use your power like Cayman, but it seems you're injured too. The bracelet on his wrist glowed, leaving a trail of energy light. Jin Hyuk gave Pello no chance to resist, judging it a mistake to underestimate punishment. He held his weapon tightly, speaking lightly, it's over, Pello. Jin Hyuk raised his weapon, ready to strike, shouting, I'll reunite you with your sister. Pello stood still, taking the hit, not moving. Suddenly, a pale golden glow surrounded Pello. His eyes widened as a reminder appeared. No, the three Sky Lords said it's too early to end this. A dent appeared on the rocky ground, emitting bright, sparkling light. In the golden light with flying debris, Pello stood tall, as if bursting with power. Jin Hyuk was thrown back by the blast, struggling to stabilize, realizing Pello's divine power had surged. He wondered, hey, Ban, who is that monster-looking guy? Do you know him? Jin Hyuk received no answer, urging impatiently, hey, say something, system display, impossible. Pello radiated aura from above, looking down, speaking, you said you wouldn't let anyone die, so you win, right? How ridiculous, Cha Jin Hyuk. He pointed and smiled savagely, continuing, then I just need to destroy all of you. Worms. A moment of silence. A large red lock appeared, surrounded by chains of light, symbolizing the limit of power. The system detected irregularity. Chains tightened until the lock cracked into pieces. The system responded. The punishment on the tower climber Pello was removed. Skeleton soldiers rushed to attack but slipped away, vanishing, and the demon also fell weakly. Hizzy Fi arrived, shouting, all the soldiers are dead, only the spirits remain. He faced Vulcan closely. Hizzy spoke. All right, let's begin the main battle. He gripped his weapon, preparing to attack, responding. You said fighting with the body is low class. Hizzy paused, tossing his weapon back, saying, I never said I couldn't fight. He extended his sharp claws forward, almost declaring, I'll finish you, spirit. He bared his teeth in anger. Damn it, his eyes radiating menace, startling Hizzy. His body seemed to be on fire under the mystical power. Hizzy screamed in panic, what is happening to my body? Vulcan was also surprised by his body. He was being absorbed by the pillar. Above, the punishment eraser machine was drawing oxygen from Hizzy's body. Hizzy cried out in horror, why is the weapon absorbing me? When he realized the truth, Hizzy's eyes froze, unable to believe it. Then Hizzy screamed, so that's it was like this from the beginning. Cannon beside him was also gradually vanishing. Hizzy's voice echoed, are we just material for this weapon? At the top of the punishment eraser machine, a misty red gas spread out. Hendrik stood below, looking up, puzzled. Why is it absorbing its own ally? A bright red spherical object, sitting on a mechanical base, surrounded by light, emanating golden crystal light from its center. The punishment eraser machine began to collapse. A brilliant red energy shot down, creating a beam of explosive power. Hendrik watched the light beam sliding, realizing the direction. He shouted to Father Jean Hiu Time. The brilliant red energy finally hit the ground, creating an explosion of bright white light spreading around. In the red glow, a white sword-shaped crystal appeared, glowing from the center, promising unmatched power. After the explosion, the red energy sphere with the weapon symbol inside remained glowing intensely in the crater. Jin Hyuk steadied himself. Behind him, Bella was locked tightly. He smiled. The red chain wrapped around the lock seemed to neutralize the power. The warning system detected anomalies. After the chain burst out, causing the lock to break into pieces, the system continued to report that Bello's punishment for climbing the tower had been removed. Bello, standing in front of the punishment eraser machine, looked down. A deep voice echoed, this is the weapon I have prepared for you, a punishment eraser. Jin Hyuk thought to himself, it erases punishment. In the brilliant golden-orange glow, Bello, his eyes covered in darkness, grinned smugly, holding the glowing sphere with both hands. He confidently said, for someone who has climbed the higher levels, you must understand what this means. Father Jin Hyuk, you cannot win. Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth in anger but didn't respond. The punishment eraser machine, like a massive spiral, stretched straight up to the sky, shining brightly, surrounded by a rainbow halo, with the red sphere at the top. The golden light source burst in the center, creating spreading circles of light. As nearby stones were thrown up by the explosive force, all angels and Venians were knocked away. Screams of agony rang out. The dream city was about to be destroyed. A series of gold-orange explosions occurred, leaving clear, bright cuts on the ground. The chaotic scene of a destructive attack. He knelt on the stone floor and asked, is everyone okay? A nearby angel replied, no, we're fine. Venian asked in panic, what about the disciple, where is he? Venian looked at the scene. Golden-orange light streaked down, piercing through the massive rocks. He thought to himself, no way. Is he still fighting the enemy? Bello looked down from above at Jin Hyuk lying under the rock, and mocked, you were talking so much earlier, why so quiet now? Haha. He struggled to stand up. Jean Hiu shouted, shut your mouth, then paused, deep in thought, a punishment eraser. Is this the weapon Donald mentioned? Jin Hyuk continued, you have some interesting toys, Bello, but going against the tower's will, you will face severe consequences. Bello pointed confidently at the punishment eraser machine and said, I have sacrificed my allies. I can use it after sacrificing the 4 kings and climbing over 600 levels. Behind Bello, a shadowy figure appeared, holding a sword ready to attack. He was unaware and continued speaking. Anyway, they're on the brink of death. Over here, only Jin Hyuk noticed the situation behind Bello. He thought to himself, one of the divine sword members. One of them is still alive. Through Jin Hyuk's eyes, he finally saw Bello skillfully swing his sword, splitting the body of the ambusher in two. His eyes rolled back, blood pouring from his esophagus. He sneered, you can't fight. On this side, the mask on Jin Hyu's face appeared. As Van Bin charged forward at an incredible speed, Jin Hyu shouted a warning, you bastards, stop right there. Seeing the situation, the angels began to worry. A 9-star without punishment before we couldn't defeat them. The man next to him added, we're done for. Venian interrupted, no, we can't give up. Venian shouted determinedly, we are Lucifer's sword. We must defeat the invader at all costs. As everything was escalating, a voice stopped them, no. Haru, standing above, commanded, retreat immediately, move to another area quickly, it's too dangerous. Above, a gigantic hand reached out, gripping the red energy orb tightly, and the punishment eraser machine became unstoppable. Haru noticed the anomaly and immediately turned back on guard. Below, Venian stood stunned, shouting in surprise, this can't be. The system displayed a warning of an anomaly in operation. Meng appeared behind the punishment eraser, gripping the orb, and the system continued to alert. The punishment on Meng was removed. Meng growled, his roar filled with fury and rage. The roar caused the punishment eraser machine to collapse. Everything around shook, as if affected by the sound. Uriel, confused, glanced in the direction the sound came from, speaking in disbelief. Hamil was crouched on the ground, arrows sticking into him. She said Meg's punishment is gone. Uriel asked in surprise, what? She confidently continued, now you're all finished. Ming will destroy everything here. The giant was not highly intelligent and didn't crave power too much. However, their position in the 4 kings was never shaken. The only reason for this was their overwhelming power, which was superior to all other races. A confused angel spoke, unable to believe that a giant was without punishment. The person next to him also trembled and added something. What does that mean? Uriel turned around and yelled, trying to calm everyone. Don't give up, we need to go assist over there. Suddenly, Hamil interrupted. No, you must not do that. She had now borrowed the power of Sandalahal. Hamil yelled, no one is allowed to take another step. Over here, Megler sensed something, extending his hand to observe and think. What's that? I just heard a vague scream. And suddenly the bugs are shrinking, or have I grown? Meeksit decided to take action, chopping his hand with determination. Well then, he swung his fist, I can use my power to destroy everything, so I don't mind. Haru turned to assess the situation. He's here, she shouted. Everyone, let's go. Venian gritted his teeth, thinking that avoiding something this big was impossible. Meng began charging forward. Hendrik and Vulcan rushed to meet him in battle. Both were fully focused, not a second of slack. Red and purple energy blasts surged toward him, causing Meng to lose balance, slightly leaning backward. He roared angrily, his fierce gaze locked on Hendrik and Vulcan. Megid let out a scream, shaking the space. That hurts, you bug. Hendrik raised his hand to defend, then shouted, dodge. In the moment the power was compressed, he with cold eyes unleashed a powerful punch, surrounded by blue and black energy. The punch tore the ground apart, blue light shooting out. Hendrik and Vulcan were pushed back by the overwhelming power. Above, rocks hung suspended in midair. 2 energy blades, one brilliantly golden, the other a cold blue, clashed violently. Bao Lao and Jin Hyuk were facing off in a tense situation. He swung his hand, violently tossing power, causing it to explode, pushing Jin Hyuk back. His gaze shifted to another location. Jin Hyuk thought about the situation. The punishment on the giant had been lifted, but those below were still in danger. He had to help them himself. A brilliant golden-yellow beam suddenly shot down from the top of the rocky mass, freezing him in place. Hamil, with radiant golden wings and a dazzling aura, slowly descended opposite Uriel. Jin Hyuk quietly speculated about the sudden light. It felt like a devastating attack. Hamil's eyes were deep and merciless as she spoke. So it's you, the one who defied the selection and killed me. Uriel wasted no time, soaring upward. Beolao chased from behind, saying, you can't afford to be so careless. Jin Hyuk, furious, looked at the beam and cursed it under his breath. Damn it! He quickly landed on a nearby rock as the powerful light shot past. Jin Hyuk braced his sword, trying to maintain balance. His entire body was covered in dark purple energy which gradually dissipated. He muttered, damn, he broke through my defenses. He glanced over himself and realized he didn't have enough mana left to maintain protection. Still not enough to deal with Bello. No more punishment. Beolao looked down from above, arrogantly speaking. What's the matter, Father Jin Hyuk? You can't focus because you're distracted, right? You gave me an opportunity just because of your useless teammates. Up in the sky we have Sandalahan, on the ground we have Meng. Your teammates will all die, I will kill you. He stared at Jin Hyuk as he declared this. Bello pointed and chuckled. All right, to punish those who defy the will of the gods, right here I sentence the defiers of the celestial realm to death. Jin Hyuk smirked and replied, I told you my teammates are not like yours. Meng remained silent, turning to look at Vulcan and Hendrik defending each other. He continued, we won't let our teammates die. Meng bowed his head, speaking in a deep voice, magic of evasion. As a knight, this time I will destroy you. Before he could finish, a coin fell in front of him. Out of nowhere, a cascade of gold coins rained from the sky. A warm voice spoke. Golden rain. Meng panicked. Money, it's floating. Lick stood high above, continuously tossing coins down. He said, 5 million gold. A flash of light appeared above Sandalahan, catching his attention. Sandalahan turned, guessing, that's what I just saw. The man in the cloak floated freely in the air. Every place he passed radiated brilliant energy. Sandalahan was astonished, apostle of Tet. Gai Ung-hun grinned wickedly, his eyes glowing brightly in a green aura. Gai Ung-hun unleashed the first blade technique, swinging the great sword downward. A powerful strike sent green light straight at Sandalahan's head. A fierce jade-green force shot from above, causing an explosion of light and scattering debris around. Lick held a gold coin in his hand, his voice cold. Our victory. Jiang Hun, excited, added, this is just the beginning. A figure shot up from the abyss, surrounded by dim green light and ruin. Sandalahan's body was thrown far away. Jiang Hun landed powerfully, his eyes shining with immense strength. Jiang Hun looked at his hand, feeling the sharp pain, and said, hurts more than I thought, might have to stop using this hand for a while. His hand trembled uncontrollably. Jiang Hun thought, sacrificing this hand to expel a god without obstacles, definitely worth it. Sandalahan had vanished. A pair of slender legs approached Jiang Hun. Hamil, with a cold demeanor, said, you're waiting to expel Sandalahan, aren't you? What, you dare? Hamil rushed forward like a madwoman, screaming. How can a human like you dare to defy the gods? Jiang Hun remained still, clutching his aching arm, replying, and what about the gods themselves? Instead of worrying about them, Jiang Hun continued, forcing Hamil to stop. Don't you try looking at yourself first. Work on developing yourself, don't demand the power of gods. Immediately after, parts of Hamil's body suddenly severed. Jin Hyuk summoned a power arrow, preparing to launch forward. One bow, divine energy, boundless chaos unleashed. One arrow radiates power. His silhouette hovered against the dark purple sky, shooting a rain of brilliant purple energy arrows. Everything will be torn apart by this power, Jin Hyuk shouted. Fission arrow. Pello was forming an energy sphere. He said, how many hits will it take for you to understand? Father Jin Hyuk. Bello prepared to unleash the sphere, confident that even using all his skills, a brilliant light sphere would explode. The sphere was wrapped in massive energy ring, accompanied by a loud sound signaling its power release. To me, you're nothing but a wriggling bug. Jin Hyuk observed the situation, frowning. Damn it, a blinding white explosion erupted, creating amplified energy rings. In a powerful moment of collision, fragments flew in all directions, and in midair, he landed on a large stone floating, maintaining a low, vigilant posture with his black cloak fluttering in the wind. Blood dripped from the corner of Jin Hyuk's mouth as he pondered, realizing that Pello's light attacks were having a considerable impact on him. Jin Hyuk observed Pello from above, quietly strategizing, knowing that he couldn't defeat Pio for long without taking damage. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and began to decide, focusing on the penalty erasure device. The penalty erasure device still stood firm, its red orb prominently displaying a white crystal at its top. Reflected on it was Hendrik, raising his sword, preparing to strike, the dark energy flowing from the blade stretching outward. The powerful light streak left in the sky of high and long, Meg extended his arm horizontally for a strike, assessing that there was nothing to worry about. Hendrik crouched low to the ground after striking, while the massive body above Meg was covered in blood and bright red gashes from the previous attack. Han gritted his teeth, silently thinking that he had made it this far through diligent training. A figure appeared beside Hendrik, startling him, realizing he couldn't inflict any harm on his skin. He whispered, oh no. With a delayed reaction, Meg decisively threw a punch that shattered the ground, shouting, got you, you little bug. Meg continued, looking at Hendrik collapsing on the floor. The bug I let slip last time finally caught it. Around them, Ben Yen, Haru, Vulcan, and others were down. A voice said, the others are down. Meg no longer needed to stop any more bugs when suddenly a powerful strike hit his face. A voice shouted, Meng will be there now to help Bello. After the attack, Lick flew above, asking, where are you going? I'm still here. Meg replied, strong huh. A symbol of a lock appeared on Lick's hand. Lick continued, you have a penalty. If you strike me, your body will suffer countless wounds. Meg grasped the orb on the penalty erasure device, confidently saying, I have no penalty if I can protect this machine. Meg said, I have no penalty if I can protect this machine. His eyes gleaming brightly, he charged straight at him, roaring, then I will win. Upon hearing this, Lick muttered in frustration. Lick realized not all giants are foolish, they know how to fight. To overcome the situation, Jin Hyuk realized he needed to act decisively. A beam of golden white light surrounded by a greenish aura descended and he shouted, Bao Long, watching the energy stream. Bao Long calmly asked, so you haven't given up yet? He looked at Jin Hyuk in his unified form, continuing. Jin Hyuk had exhausted all his divine power, and before he could speak, he vanished in a streak of light. Bao Long looked up in surprise. What? Then Pello chased after Jin Hyuk's figure ahead. Bao Long shouted, are you running away? As he followed, he sneered. You know you'll lose, so you're trying to give up on revenge and run, huh? Jin Hyuk shot him a cold, silent glance. He pointed his supreme staff straight at Bao Long. You're giving up something important. Bao Long gritted his teeth, watching the object that had just flashed by, realizing Jin Hyuk was aiming at the penalty erasure device. Bao Long raised his hand, focusing energy that shimmered at the tips of his fingers, preparing for a counterattack. Bao Long said, you think that stupid strategy, the golden-orange arrow shot toward Jin Hyuk, continuing. Bao Long continued, will work according to your plan. The golden energy arrow pierced his arm, creating a burst of light and speed at the point of impact. Despite being injured, Jin Hyuk stood firm, raising his staff to create a black energy sphere surrounded by dazzling mystical rings of light. From the staff, a fiery red energy column exploded, shooting forward at an incredible speed through the sky. Jin Hyuk shouted, divine power shot. Bello recognized the problem, missing the shot due to a strike from his own spear. He muttered angrily, almost. However, Jin Hyuk thought, no, I didn't miss. He looked toward Meg, realizing the original target was the penalty erasure device of the giant. The beam of light shot directly into the center of him, aiming at the penalty erasure device. After the strike, Meg was bewildered. What happened to my penalty erasure device? Seeing him distracted, Lick took the opportunity to create a brilliant golden energy sphere. He chanted Kim Dot. Lick continued sternly, UK Kim. Meng, with sharp hands and a pained expression, was engulfed in a sea of fiery energy. Bello turned his head in joy, not believing his eyes, shouting. Bello shouted angrily, no way! Looking at the ruins and Lick standing above, he realized that from the start, he had aimed at the penalty erasure device of Megal. After being attacked, he fell with blurred eyes, nearly losing consciousness. A large hole appeared in his massive body. May fell freely from above, roaring, you won't escape. Blood spurted from May's mouth. He continued, I will ignore the punishment and enhance myself. We will die together. Suddenly, behind May, Hendrik appeared, raising his sword, ready to strike. No, only you will die, Hendrik declared, demon dragon slash. In an instant, his shadow swung a deep red energy sword, executing a decisive strike. Seeing the situation worsen, Pello gritted his teeth, trembling, and hissed, Cha-Jin Hyuk, he's crazily blaming, if you don't return, everything will go as planned. Pello raised his hand and formed an energy orb. He asserted, this time I will really kill. Suddenly Ji-Young-hun shot up, asking, who do you intend to kill? Ji-Young-hun's eyes blazed with emerald energy as he threw a whirlwind punch. He roared, how dare you betray my friend? He unleashed a stream of emerald energy, exploding into a powerful beam with speed trails spreading everywhere, saying, take this. In the critical moment, a protective shield made of glowing hexagons suddenly appeared to block the attack. Pello stood behind the shield, speaking, attacks like that cannot break my divine power. He asked Ji-Young-hun, you really aren't punished, huh? A fierce attack struck the shield and Pello flinched, raising his hand to defend. He looked down, saying, you. Pello continued shouting, Goldrich, are you also on Cha-Jin Hyuk's side? He flipped a gold coin, replying, I was never on your side, Pello. Finding no allies, he calculated that if both of them risked their lives to fight, then the power they wielded would rival his own. Indeed fortunate. I need to protect the deletion device and attack them simultaneously. Suddenly, a dragon appeared above. Pello looked at it in surprise, thinking, a dragon over here. Uriel, Venian, and other angels were performing a ritual. She softly said, we have used all the divine power we have. Uriel looked up and pleaded, please. A streak of light passed through the dark river's body. Miho leapt down in free fall. A voice shouted, Mystic Fox. Miho smiled happily and called out. The red orb on the deletion device exploded in a surge of power, shattering the surrounding debris. Pello's sturdy shield was destroyed, scattering leady energy fragments everywhere. The nine-tailed fox appeared, looking down at Pello, saying, hello, servant of the Supreme Heavenly Lord. He was startled. The nine-tailed fox descended. Pello extended his hand while a small energy orb formed amid a strong glow. He roared in anger. If that body is harmed, your lineage will end. The nine-tailed fox scowled, saying, Ice bind. Suddenly, Pello's body stiffened and he thought fearfully, I can't move. She glanced back and signaled, now is the time. Jin Hyuk crouched ready for battle, raising a large sword covered in dark energy. The nine-tailed fox shouted, my dear. Jin Hyuk declared, it's over, Pello. Pello panicked but couldn't resist, only crying out in despair. No, with an explosive strike, Jin Hyuk swung his sword, creating an energy orb that would obliterate everything around with overwhelming force. Pello's entire body was thrown backward by the force. He raised both hands, trying to maintain his form. Pello gritted his teeth, thinking, I blocked Choi Jeong-hun's punch, but I'm pushed back by just this strike. Suddenly, a lock symbol appeared above him. Pello froze. His pupils glowed red. Oh no, punishment. Jin Hyuk grabbed his collar, saying, that's enough. Pello's hands trembled as he called, Cha Jin Hyuk. The nine-tailed fox smiled from above. Perhaps I've won. The system appeared beside her, saying, the pinnacle of all wickedness, and added, it's been a long time since any group attacked the heavenly realm. They asked if the gift they prepared has been received, supreme heavenly lore. On this side, Jiahee's system didn't respond. The nine-tailed fox asked, why aren't you saying anything? His system zoomed away. She said cheerfully, did they run away? The system replied, they're laughing and speechless. Lucifer quietly listened to the entire exchange without intervening. Bello avoided looking directly at Jin Hyuk, stubbornly thinking, no, it can't end like this. He told himself he must build a paradise where the strong rule and destroy anyone trying to take over the tower. Jin Hyuk said sternly, if you do that, no one will climb the tower anymore. That's not paradise. He just laughed coldly, that's the way the world should be. He believed everyone must know their place and bow in submission. Jin Hyuk, losing patience, interrupted, stop talking nonsense. Behind him, Tam was summoned. Jin Hyuk continued, it's time for you to receive your punishment, Bello. Bello glanced at the mouth bearing sharp fangs, thinking, I can't die like this. Someone must understand my ideal. He still hadn't seen the world the master created, so he shouted in defiance, I won't die like this. A streak of light appeared in the sky. A massive black hand outlined in white squeezed and tore the sky like glass. From a crack, a body gradually emerged. Yahee stepped out of the void with a muscular, colossal frame bathed in white light, exuding immense power, ready to face the world. His face was covered in white beard and radiant aura, projecting authority with eyes radiating intense energy. That presence symbolized absolute supreme power. Suddenly, a blinding light tore through the sky, catching Jin Hyuk and Bello's immediate attention. Jin Hyuk widened his eyes and asked, what is that? The nine-tailed fox stiffened, saying, impossible. Bello smiled confidently. He answered my request. Vun Kanonte and even Haru looked up. His voice echoed, the strongest angel, no, the strongest god of the tower. The Uriel also tilted their heads to the sky. Jeong-hun and Lik stood observing. Bello shouted, supreme sky lord. A gigantic hand reached out, tearing the sky. Yahee emerged in radiant light, his eyes blazing with power. Yahee spoke, divergent fleet. He lowered his gaze with authority. He extended his massive hand forward, as if issuing a command or preparing to unleash ultimate power. Seeing this, the nine-tailed fox jerked back and shouted, everyone run. Light shone from his fingertips. Immediately, a brilliant X-shaped energy sphere formed at his fingertip, signaling its release. An ancient castle stood tall under the blue sky on the 190th floor. Below it, a bustling marketplace filled with lively voices. A voice called out, all right, this is cheap. Those climbing the tower take the gear. The shopkeeper offered a red apple. Try this, it's sweet. A buyer asked happily, really? He took the apple and whispered, thank you. But as soon as he touched it, the raised hand suddenly vanished into nothingness. Only a long shadow remained on the white ground. The buyer's eyes widened, confused. A powerful white light from the corner of the sky tore space apart, erasing Trotfort Castle and the city below as if they never existed. Everything gradually vanished into the void, tall buildings swallowed by the blinding light. Only streaks of light and irreversible disintegration remained as the entire city was engulfed in white radiance. The intense light destroyed massive structures, crushing them mercilessly. All that was left were fiery red fragments of destruction as a violent energy surged downward. The explosion tore the sky, hurling debris into the air. Then, the giant buildings were crushed and collapsed catastrophically, creating total annihilation. The hand that held the apple fell and gradually disappeared. The survivors panicked. The city, it's gone. Horror was etched across one man's face in the epicenter of the disaster. A golden light erupted like lava, tearing the ground into burning trenches, black smoke rising high. The scene was engulfed, leaving only a blazing pit with twisting golden-orange energy. Yahee's finger lowered, the pit of destruction still glowing. Under that colossal figure, Bello laughed proudly. What a magnificent sight, you bastards. He roared, this is the power of my god, the true ruler of the tower. This is the strength of divergent Hao. Suddenly a fiery energy pierced Bello's chest, freezing the defiant smile on his face. Behind him, a voice sounded, enough, Bello. I need a vast amount of divine energy, the price must be higher than descent. Within the golden light, Yahi slowly raised his hand. He unleashed immense power to destroy Bello before him and coldly said, "So give me all of yours." He panicked. "Wait, I still," but Yahi ignored him. He continued, "This is what you desired, the fate of one ruled by the strong." Bello's body gradually dissolved into nothingness, screaming in agony. "I have always been loyal to you." While Jiahi's body emitted a golden light full of power. The light sucked all the life and strength from Bao Lao, causing him to gradually disappear. Bao Lao frantically begged, "Spare me, I don't want to die." The destructive power surged into his mouth. After absorbing the immense power, Jiahi bent down and spoke, finally able to move properly. Jiahi, with the power of divine strength, leaped forward. Jin Hyuk stood ready to strike with his sword in hand. Jin Hyuk asked, "You're the one behind all of this, right?" Jiahi responded without hesitation, "Yes. I will kill people like you and create my own paradise." Jin Hyuk smirked, confidently declaring, "If I kill you, everything will end right. I'll kill you to punish you for killing the traitor Pilo." He laughed in reply. "You are indeed interesting." At that moment, Jiahi understood why the gods liked Jin Hyuk. The system spoke. The ban, the law forbidding supreme beings, disrupts the tower. The system continued. "Do you think the other gods will forgive you?" Jiahi coldly looked at the screen and said, "The other gods, which god dares to oppose me?" He pointed arrogantly. "After I burn level 190 and execute that bastard, everyone will understand." Jiahi raised his hand, and the palm of his hand gathered into a pure white light sphere. The sphere shone brightly like the most precious gem, and Jiahi declared, "I am the master of the tower." A fierce orange-red energy beam shot out from the light sphere in Jiahi's hand, ready to destroy everything in its path. Caught off guard by the attack, Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth, remembering that strike, and realized it was faster. The figure of Vanillin appeared and his thoughts continued, "I can't dodge it." In that life-or-death moment, he hugged Jin Hyuk, using his body to shield Jin Hyuk from the incoming fiery energy. Vanillin gritted his teeth, looking behind. The streak of fiery light shot up into the blue sky, slowly fading into the endless space. Jiahi raised his voice, criticizing, "Are you Lucifer's minion? Resisting is useless," Jiahi said. Immediately, a powerful purple energy shot straight at his face. Jiahi turned to Jiang Hun and the fox spirit, angrily saying, "Do you plan to interfere?" The fox spirit and the apostle of the test replied without hesitation. "Of course," Jiang Hun answered, cracking his knuckles. "I didn't learn everything just to remain silent." He smiled determinedly, his gaze sharp. Raising his hand, an energy sphere was summoned. "All right, bring it on." The fiery energy shot down from above, creating a massive explosion right on the floating stone in midair. Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth in the smoke and dust. He turned to Vanillin and said, "Vanillin, thanks to you I'm still alive." Suddenly his eyes widened in panic and he exclaimed, "You!" He knelt down, shouting loudly. "Your leg," Vanillin whispered. "Apostle, I can't bear to see you die." Jin Hyuk was startled and quickly explained, "Why go this far? I'm not Lucifer's apostle." He responded, "I know." Jin Hyuk paused and asked, "Huh?" Vanillin continued to explain, "If Lucifer has chosen someone to free us from that evil god's rule, it's you. Then I will protect that prophecy." He clenched his jaw and glanced over at the glowing angelic souls around him, saying, "I have already agreed with it." Jin Hyuk observed and thought, "The souls of the dead angels," Vanillin earnestly said. "Fight with us, Jin Hyuk, by devouring our souls." Jin Hyuk gasped and shouted, "Devour everyone's souls. Do you all understand what that means? It means you won't escape this rule. You won't be reborn or become zombies." "That's it," Vanillin replied seriously. "I've prepared for this." Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth, but Vanillin interrupted, "Only you can defeat Dai Hao." He urged, "I don't have time. Jin Hyuk, you need to do it now." Jin Hyuk clenched his fists, shaking. He nearly yelled, "All right." His gaze burned, his face fierce. Jin Hyuk opened his mouth wide, swallowing the souls of the angels. He declared, "I won't let your efforts go to waste." Jin Hyuk tilted his head back, continuously drawing in the souls of the angels. He shouted loudly, feeling the power rejuvenate. Vanillin lay below, watching closely. Finally, he smiled in satisfaction. Thanks, a blinding sphere of energy suddenly erupted, and at its center, a mysterious black spot split into 4 pieces. Jiang Hun and the nine-tailed fox combined their powers to launch an attack toward Yahi. He clenched his fists and threw a wind-slicing punch straight at the old man. A thought crossed his mind that his opponent was a god, and continuing like this might be useless. On the other side, the nine-tailed fox also condensed an energy sphere, ready to strike down. She silently calculated that they had to go all out to ensure victory. The nine-tailed fox stood amid a radiant pink-purple aura, streams of energy spiraling out with immense power, mystical fox energy. Enveloped in a fierce jade-green glow, Jiang Hun clenched his fists and charged forward. His eyes blazed violently, ready to deliver a destructive punch, the ultimate direct fist to crush. 2 radiant streams of power, one jade green and one pink purple, flared up. illuminating the aged but formidable face of Yahi. After the collision, a colossal force exploded on the old man's body, sending a shockwave tearing through the space. Instantly, thick black smoke rose from Yahi's head, covering his entire face. The nine-tailed fox turned to ask about Ji Young-hun. "Are you okay?" Tessa's disciple, he held his arm and replied, "I can't use this hand because it's penalized." A massive hand suddenly lunged toward Ji Young-hun as if to grab him. He hadn't noticed yet and continued, but with all this power, even a supreme being could. Mid-sentence, Ji Young-hun realized, immediately turned his head and shouted, "Damn!" Yahi's giant hand clutched Ji Young-hun's body, while the other hand reached out, refusing to let go of the nine-tailed fox. Yahi looked at them coldly and demanded, "How dare you resist the king of gods? I will not forgive you." He roared in rage, "I will not." Yahi stood tall, his body shining in brilliant golden energy, fists clenched while cursing, "Insolent insects." Then he slowly declared, "I have decided. I will kill all of you and destroy the lower levels of this tower. Then you insolent insects will never crawl out again." Below, people looked up in horror at the cracking sky, while Yahi's voice echoed, "I will block all doors to every tower. I will create my own paradise where no one dares challenge my power again." Ji Young-hun's eyes rolled in pain, and so did the nine-tailed fox's. She gritted her teeth and struggled to resist. Suddenly, a pitch-black slash moved with terrifying speed, instantly severing both of his arms. Yahi froze in shock at what had just happened. A familiar voice rang out, "Ridiculous." Ji Young-hun whispered, "Gong," then a piercing shout, "Cha Jin Haya." In front of them, he lifted his sword onto his shoulder, looked down and said, "Who said I'd let you do that?" The nine-tailed fox observed Jin Haya, silently estimating the colossal divine power that had just severed Yahi's arm, wondering if he had absorbed the wingless power yet. But if that's the case, Yahi suddenly laughed darkly, then roared in anger, "Fool, just a tiny human, yet so greedy, daring to devour Lucifer's minion. It seems you have gathered power nearly on par with a god." Unscathed, Yahi spread his severed hands wide, emitting a violent energy and declaring, "You do not have enough authority to wield that divine power." Jin Hyuk nimbly dodged through the beams of light, avoiding Yahi's strikes. His voice continued to echo, "You have received power beyond your level. It will keep burning your body and you will fall." He gritted his teeth, staring straight at Yahi. Despite everything, the giant hand still reached out. The hand seemed to try to grab Jin Hyuk, flying with pure white angel wings. Yahi shouted, "I will crush you." Jin Hyuk's eyes widened, pupils glowing with blazing purple magic fire. Black and pink-purple auras swirled around him, showing the eruption of his power. The giant hand lunged, colliding violently with the radiant purple energy from Jin Hyuk. An explosion of light and blinding lightning erupted in midair. Yahi shouted, "That is..." Below, Ji Young-hun couldn't help but be astonished. He exclaimed in disbelief, "Demon energy, but the power Jin Hyuk absorbed is divine power." The nine-tailed fox stiffened, murmuring, "Impossible." Time seemed to rewind as Jin Hyuk absorbed all the angels' souls into his body, shouting, "Power acquired." Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth, absorbing all the energy. Suddenly, he opened his mouth, releasing a blazing golden energy sphere from within. Jin Hyuk braced himself, thinking the divine power kept flowing in. If this continues, the system suddenly appeared, reminding, "Stay calm." Jin Hyuk tried to look at the system's screen, calling Lucifer, which continued, "Surely you have clues to solve this problem." He recalled the moment standing before Lucifer's statue, its image deeply imprinted in his wide-open pupils. A massive dark purple wing with prominent veins suddenly swung out, tearing through the air. On the other side, a pair of pure white angel wings appeared. A thought flashed through his mind to adjust the divine energy flow and redirect it toward dark magic. By balancing these two sources of power, you can neutralize the pressure. In midair, Jin Hyuk manifested two opposing shades, one half dark purple of magic, the other dazzling white gold, with a brilliant diamond-shaped core of energy in the center. He murmured the name softly. From above, he spread his contrasting wings and soared, radiating a majestic presence over those below. Sensing something amiss, the old man ground his teeth and hissed, "That form, Jia," he roared with fury. "Lucifer." Jin Hyuk said little, coldly releasing, "All right, let's end this, Dai Hao." In Jia-he's palm, a pitch-black sphere, ominous and brimming with power, began to form, and he growled furiously. "How dare you!" Jia-he launched a swirling golden drill of energy, sweeping away everything in its path as he yelled, "How dare you imitate me with that form!" The power surged with explosive pressure. Jin Hyuk's eyes blazed provocatively, one side purple and mystical, the other bright gold, showing the peak of his concentrated power. He lunged into the beam, declaring, "Dream on." Meanwhile, Jia-he thought in disbelief, "How can he block my divine energy so easily?" The thought continued in his mind. Does that mean his divine energy rivals mine? Jin Hyuk raised his clawed hand, wrapped in dark purple magic flames. Smirking, don't be surprised by a single block. Jin Hyuk swung his sword, summoning power, divine weapon of infinite chaos. The blade ignited in dark purple flames, sharp and fierce. He dashed toward Jiahe, declaring, "This time yours will be cut down." Furious, the old man clenched his hand and shouted, "How dare an insect like you!" The purple slash struck Jiahe. A blinding white light erupted, releasing waves of violent energy. The collision created a brilliant white explosion, surrounded by faint halos, shaking and distorting the entire space. Below, everyone watched in awe. "He's fighting Dai, how can he win?" Haru whispered. Orabayani. She shouted, "Go, don't lose." Haru continued yelling. Orabayani. Blood began trickling from the corner of Jin Hyuk's mouth. In his demonized state, Jin Hyuk roared furiously. He poured all his strength into the strike. The blade gradually threatened to tear through Jiahe's divine body. Cracks appeared on the old man's hand. With a swish, the demonic sword shattered Jiahe's hand, slicing along his body and severing his arm. Shocked, Jiahe furrowed his brows, anxiety rising. "I am a god with power surpassing the tower." He stared at Jin Hyuk, thinking fleetingly, could he wield power equal to mine? Jin Hyuk's mind flashed, even dark energy. Jiahe refused to accept defeat, screaming wildly, "Impossible, I am the god, the master of this tower." His severed finger hovered, surrounded by golden energy before fading into nothingness. Jiahe shouted, "Impossible." A soul engulfed in orange flames charged toward him. Many other souls appeared around, their screams echoing, "How can a human surpass me?" Jin Hyuk coldly interrupted, "No, you are not a god." He pointed at him firmly. "You are just a coward afraid." Jiahe clenched his teeth at Jin Hyuk's next words. To be surpassed by someone, two glowing souls shot straight toward him. The old man yelled, "Silence. Let's see if you can still boast after this." Jin Hyuk steadied himself, watching the two beams charging toward him. Absolute power erupted, forming a massive white-orange fireball. It obliterated everything in its destructive fury. Jiahe mocked, "A fool gaining power from Lucifer's flies, you look so." The intense light engulfed the entire scene. In his pupils reflected a distorted image of the energy exploding figure, leaving Jiahe speechless. Amid the ruins and brilliant light after the explosion, he gaped in shock as Jin Hyuk soared with contrasting wings, swinging his flaming sword in a powerful arc. He wore a mask, speaking in a deep tone, "Not like you." Angelic souls flashed through Jin Hyuk's mind. He continued, "Those you deemed insects." Ban Yen's smile appeared. Jin Hyuk confidently asserted, "They are far braver than you." The more he heard, Jiahe grew agitated, cursing in anger. "You stupid bastard." With his demonic mask, purple horns, and fiery gaze, Jin Hyuk delivered a fierce slash, tearing through the dazzling purple energy straight toward the glowing chasm below. The slash cut through Jiahe's body, making him tremble violently, his entire being submerged in light and brilliant purple sparks. The overwhelming force of Jin Hyuk's attack sent shockwaves through the surrounding area, leaving nothing but devastation in its wake. The Ban and Jiahe systems faced each other, and a challenge appeared on the screen. "Did you come here to mock me?" It repeated Ban's name, and the system on the other side responded, "Yeah, as he said, you're really a coward. Despite your great power, you crush potential people and even tried to destroy him." Ban accused that fear and crushing those with talent were the reasons for the opponent's failure. Daihao remained silent. A line of text appeared, "Damn," and eventually the system shattered. Outside, Dahi's body slowly faded into nothingness. In the final moment, he stubbornly shouted, "Impossible, no, I am the master of the tower." Jinhyu said nothing, releasing a destructive energy blast that ended it all, forcing him to take the fatal blow. Dahi's body shattered, the debris floating and then blending into the air in the brilliant light of the finishing blow. In the blue sky, his last piece shattered, drifting weightlessly like pieces of stone in zero gravity. A tragic end, the rest of the villain turned into small fragments and completely vanished into nothingness. Jin Hyuk calmly withdrew his power, realizing the energy that his body couldn't withstand was disappearing. He held the mask, glanced in one direction, and spoke. "That's enough, right? Venian's soul and the other angels are here." He smiled and continued, "I've avenged everyone." Vanny En smiled contentedly as if to thank him, then slowly disappeared. He stood still, watching the opponent's body fade, silently thinking in his mind, "Now I've reached my limit." He relaxed his body and fell freely in the endless sky. A hand reached out to catch Jin Hyuk. Haru held his body tightly. Jin Hyuk's eyes slowly opened, and the first thing he saw was her silhouette, with Haru's voice calling repeatedly, "Orabayani, Orabayani." "Orabayani, everyone is here," they asked in unison. "Are you awake?" Jinhyu observed and replied, "Everyone, everything is fine." Then he gently closed his eyes and whispered, "That was close," causing Haru to panic and exclaim, "Orabayani." Everyone rushed in, worried, and shouted, "What's happening? Wake up, Cha Jinhyu." She fearfully kept calling, Orabayani, open your eyes, Orabayani. A month passed, and the catacombs of the Holy Kingdom that Pello sold were now under the ownership and management of the anti-heaven faction, led by Goldrich. After losing their leader, the four emperors began to clash with each other, and the uppermost floors of the tower descended into chaos. They could no longer control the lower floors, including the 190th floor and the entrance to the next level. Hendrik looked around and asked, "Did you get enough rest?" Jin Hyuk rubbed his shoulders and replied, "I rested so long my body is stiff now." Haru joined the conversation. "You've used enough power to defeat a god. Of course you should rest this much." Miho agreed, "Exactly." He sat there thinking about Dai Hao's failed selection and teleportation scheme. Now no one could stop them. Jin's face was filled with determination. He continued, "Now let's sweep through the tower." Everyone shouted in unison, "All right, let's do it, come on." After a brilliant victory, Jin Hyuk's entire team stepped through the radiant blue gate together. The gate opened to a new beginning, while closing the chapter of their grand journey.